Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
We are back to discuss Twin Peaks: The Return, Part 15. And, the sort of tagline of this season is, it is happening again. And I'm still like, what's happening exactly again? Because there's a lot of new stuff happening, and the old stuff that's happening is also new.
Right. Everything new is old. Wait. Yeah. No. Everything no. What's the how does that go? Yeah, everything old is new and also everything new is still new.
Is still also new. It's newer than new. Yeah, wow,
Old
what a
is
huge
new. Sorry, go ahead. I'm just But
what
yes, I
a
totally agree. I mean, it is happening again is really just I just take it as Twin Peaks, is happening
Twin Peaks is
again.
happening again.
But
Hmm.
yeah, and it's sort of like it has some resonance because it's from the show. But yeah, I don't think the Laura Palmer type thing like that's not happening again. I mean, I
Hmm.
don't think
Or
Ruth
is it?
Davenport counts, or is it?
I
Yeah.
mean, I have my one big sort of clue to that idea of the Laura Palmer thing happening again is part of what we saw in the last episode with Andy's vision in the fireman's place,
Mm-hmm.
and that little shot of the girl screaming in the courtyard at school,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that sort of harbinger of doom sort of
Yeah.
scenario. I think that's kind of what's happening again, and we even get that at the end of this part,
Yeah.
with the girl screaming in the roadhouse.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
is a callback to that.
Ruby, you
So
mean?
Ruby, yes, everyone's favorite Ruby. And yeah, so I think that's something's happening again. Something is. I don't know what the
Yeah.
it is, but yeah, this was a big episode. This was, you can tell that we're nearing the
Oh
end
yeah.
because we're getting some huge reveals and some big moments. The biggest of which, maybe not the strangest, although maybe the strangest, is everyone's favorite will they or won't they couple. Finally will they'd. Finally willed. Finally did. Yeah, Big Ed and
Indeed.
Norma finally at last. So I think that really is showing this is the beginning of the end.
Oh yeah.
With characters changing and their arcs coming to fruition, and this is a huge
Yeah.
25 plus year love affair from afar.
Yeah.
And they had their best time together like 25 years ago when Nadine was out of her mind
Yeah.
and obsessed with Mike.
Right.
And since then, it's just been back to square one. So I mean
Seemingly, yeah.
that was a huge moment. We got Cooper at the convenience store, gassing it up as it were, getting a refill, kicking the tires, topping it off, refueling some I don't know any more convenience store words. Um, Gasket. I don't know. That's a car term.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that was. I mean, my talk about my mouth being wide open. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, you're just watching, and you're just like, huh? And you just drove there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where is that? It's not
Well,
clear.
yeah. Well, I
Western
feel like
Montana still?
I feel like it might be anywhere. I mean, obviously he drove to a place on Earth, but I mean,
Yeah.
like, it seems like the convenience store could be wherever it wants to be. Uh,
Yeah. But then
it
how
might.
did he know? I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, like, yeah, but just that idea of, it's the electricity and these beings sort of traveling with electricity, and
Mm-hmm.
did it go somewhere else, or is it just invisible when it
Right.
vanished? So that's it. That
Shades of
opens
the Cabin. Just
shades
gonna
of
say it.
which cabin is
From
this?
Lost. From Lost.
Oh,
Sorry. Isn't that the
well,
only cabin?
no, actually, David Lynch has his own cabin from Lost Highway, and
Oh, shades of that
it,
too.
it reminded me of that cabin, like
Yeah.
the idea of it sort of having these different states of existence.
Yeah, and
Was
also that
very.
idea of like an explosive force or something like
Mhm.
inside a structure like this, like that does
Yeah, like
seem along similar
yeah,
lines.
like crazy beings sort of living in a weird structure or
Yeah.
being part of a weird structure, and it's sort of,
Yeah.
in Lost Highway we saw the cabin sort of in flames and going in reverse, and this was a similar thing. It was sort of in forward time, I guess, but just all the smoke coming out was a very
Yeah.
similar kind of look
Yeah.
to that whole thing.
But it did kind of like early on, at least, like, and in part 8, it had that like back and forth kind
It
of
did,
stuttery
yeah.
thing,
Mm-hmm.
which isn't, yeah, it's there's still something sort of similar about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um,
But
yeah.
yeah,
So
just the
many
disappearing
interesting.
cabin.
What was that?
The disappearing cabin, like that's the lost part.
Yes, for sure. Sometimes cabins go away, and sometimes they reappear.
Right.
I
Yeah,
could see
when
the
he said,
woodsman.
oh, sorry.
I was gonna say I could see the woodsman in the cabin in Lost.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. That'd be a place where they would really belong in a way.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
yeah, I feel like they should have been in the dream or something. They should have built it instead of Horace.
yeah. Was Horace a woodsman? Maybe that's what happened to
Kind
him.
of, kind of.
And then we get possibly the biggest thing for this particular part 3 series, which is Cooper's. I'm calling it Cooper's return.
Oh, are you? Are you going that far?
I'm totally calling it because we our best guess of how Cooper would wake up, I believe, most recently was the bonk in the head. And we were like, can it really be that simple? A bonk in
Mm-hmm.
the head. And this is a bonk in the head.
Yeah,
It's just
basically.
electric, and it ties into, it ties in thematically into what's been going on with him and this sort of whole theme of electricity on the show.
Yeah.
And the whole fact that he came through
out
a
of there.
socket,
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought as soon as he did that or was about to do it, I'm like, this is a bonk in the head. This is
Yeah.
the same exact sort of story function as a bonk in the head. It's just more interesting.
Right. Right.
So I think Cooper's back after this. Yeah.
I mean, I agree. It's just that this season has taught me to, not be too hasty to expect Dougie to
Hey,
go. But
it's part 15.
I
Can
know,
we be
right?
hasty now.
I know. I hope so. If we can't be hasty now, I give up. But yeah, I agree. That's probably what it is.
Well, and because we also were thinking if he did wake up and he hadn't woken up, before now, it would be likely right before the last like 3 episodes, something like
Right.
that. So
Right.
that's exactly where we are.
Yeah.
And, he has that scene, sort of in the last third or fourth of the episode, and we don't come back to it. So that makes
Yeah.
me think the next episode when we come back, something will be up. And like I said, I think them having the Norma and Big Ed scene at the top, is really sort of showing this is the beginning of the end of the show. And I think we're game again for like the status quo changing.
I would add in the Log Lady death sequence as well.
Yes, that's huge too.
As kind of a clear ending thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sort of closing the book on that little plot line of the Log Lady calling Hawk and telling him cryptic messages and clearly in poor health, and so like that's that was a pretty big moment too. I mean,
that was huge. I mean, the Log Lady is perhaps the this is a disputed thing I'm going to say, but it's perhaps the most Twin Peaks character there is. You know what I mean? Even more so than Cooper in a way. I think she really made the show very quickly and really sort of set it apart. And not only just how her character comes off in the original series, but just how integral she was to the plot line.
Yeah.
And her intros,
that's
were
a big
super
thing, too.
huge.
Yeah.
This weird kind of extra show like meta thing that was happening where she's sort of talking to the audience in this weird way and guiding them before each episode. I mean, that's it's like what she's doing with Hawk, but it's for us, So Catherine Coulson, and not only R.I.P. and the show, but obviously in real life.
Yeah.
And again, like I was saying at the beginning of this podcast series with the show, like it was so special to get these actors back, especially the ones that died, soon after filming all this stuff.
Yeah.
And she's one of them. And yeah, it's just so it's better than the show could have been without them.
Yeah.
Those scenes with Nadine and Big Ed are just like, wow. Can you just imagine, these actors who did this, landmark show 25 years ago, and they're back, and then getting to play those characters again, and those relationships, and then not only that, but to like turn the page on them, the big page that hadn't been turned this whole time.
Yeah.
And Big Ed and Norma and all that. So yeah, it's pretty incredible. Yeah, and the fact that they have her sort of aware of her impending death and all that, and she just doesn't like sort of die off screen, or she doesn't like even stay alive the whole show. Even they could have waited to the last episode or never really to say when she died. So
right.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think you're right. It does go into the whole idea of the last chapter.
Yeah. It's such a definitive moment. I mean, I think Cooper is. He certainly like is a definitive character for the show Twin Peaks, but in terms of the town, he was an outsider, and
Mm-hmm.
I think in terms of the town, definitely the Log Lady was, probably the most like distinctively Twin Peaks character. I mean, especially
Mm-hmm.
in the original series, like that whole thing just stands out right away. Like she walks around with a log, and the log like says things that only she can understand. And
well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
She's like
Cooper's like an archetype. We've seen that kind of character before.
Sherlock Holmes, sort of.
Intuitive, good-natured detective or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, she definitely is sort of the distillation of like what makes Twin Peaks special, like in a character.
Yeah. She's connected to the strange things that happen there. Even the log being like a piece of wood from the from the forest there, like it's all very. She lives in a cabin by herself, like out there somewhere, that they trek to at a certain point in the original series.
Yeah, her log was a witness to the murder that night. The last waltz of Laura Palmer, basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, so she was involved in all these plot lines.
Yeah, the log got the third man, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Which is, hey, not bad. Because otherwise, it'd be like, why wasn't it just Leo and Jacques?
There's a third man.
Third man showed up. Made all the difference.
Take that, Orson Welles.
But yeah, there's definitely a strong feeling of that. It's probably gonna get only stronger as we go through. But I have to say, like, there's some patterns emerging here that I'm starting to kind of see that maybe give me a hint about where the show's going.
Really? There's patterns.
I see some patterns.
Patterns, you say?
I see some patterns.
All right.
mean, they're not like super helpful, but I guess like when I think back to like just for example, like a simple example, this Nadine thing. We first see her watching the Dr. Jacoby, ranting podcast show thing.
Yeah.
And, we see her watching it again. And then we even see a scene where Dr. Jacoby shows up. And like, I guess you gradually kind of get the idea that, she's invested a lot in this show. Like, she's displaying this shovel, and she really, I guess, like, takes to heart, like, somehow, like, what he's saying, and even, like, it's weird because, like, it's seemingly a pseudo, like, political show, but she's sort of taking it as, like, like self-help
Self-help, yeah.
guidance or something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like shoveling yourself out of the shit isn't necessarily like opening your eyes to the corruption of the government or what have you, or maybe resisting their efforts to poison us in various ways, or the various things he rants about, but really
Mm-hmm.
like dealing with your own personal problems, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I guess like because like the outcome of that is this big moment in this episode where she like marches up to Ed with the shovel and announces that what you should go be with Norma. Like, what have I done?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've changed my ways and so on. It just started to make me think about some other plot lines that have kind of had a similar structure, I guess. So one I have in mind is Jerry Horn, um, where we sort of see him in these little moments,
Mm-hmm.
um, and I guess my takeaway from this, what I'm trying to say that might be some kind of pattern is that like it's building up to something. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's gonna be some moment that's a consequence of
Oh,
the.
I thought you were like, we're done with Jerry Horn.
Did
He
I say
left the
that?
woods.
I'm
You're
sure.
like, oh, he left the woods. We're done with him. We're done with that story. And I was like, I don't think so. Nothing
Yeah.
happened yet.
Yeah, I think we have to have I think we have to have a moment there.
Yeah, we that's what I said before, because we have to have some realization that he has about what he went through, and he's got to tell Ben or somebody
Yeah.
like what what the hell that the point of all that stuff was. But
Yeah.
that's a good idea though, to sort of parallel that with Nadine's thing, since they were both sort of
Watching.
presented the same way,
Yeah.
and these sort of short scenes of them sort of watching Dr. Amp. And
Yeah.
but I guess the question with Jerry is, I mean, with Nadine, we know that she was, because they told us about her shovel, that she displays it at her store.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know she's sort of drinking the Kool-Aid there and bought into
Right.
it. With Jerry, like, we saw him watch Dr. Amp, and then he went on his own adventure,
Yeah.
and so I guess maybe if anything, if he has this crazy drug trip, like, is his shoveling himself out of this shit like going sober or something?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he decides like his wayward ways or should be a thing of the past or something like
Yeah.
that. Like, what's his turning over a new leaf, or what's his you know giving someone that he loves what they want or something, or is it he, what I mean, like, what
Yeah.
does he decide to grow up? That's the only real thing with Jerry, I guess, is his immaturity or
Mm-hmm.
something. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you're right. It's a tough one. I guess like well, we didn't even know. It wasn't even clear really that Ed and Nadine were still married to me uh, until this. I guess like there was the wedding ring stuff, but
Hmm.
like there weren't any specific scenes that spelled that out.
Yeah, and
Um,
it's weird because it's like the show is like, well, were there scenes that said they weren't together? I guess not. Why did you think
right,
anything changed in 25 years?
right, right.
People don't change.
And I guess
Um,
for contrast, they did have a scene that spelled out that Shelley and Bobby aren't together anymore.
hmm
So I guess the idea would be like if they wanted them not to be together, they'll probably make that clear somehow.
Yeah, and they made it
Um,
clear, more recently, but that Norma was with Walter,
right, right.
which I can't wait to talk about what exactly is happening there, because I'm still
I'm
confused.
confused too, honestly.
Hmm.
It's like that's the most straightforward part, I think, um, of this whole part, and yeah, that I don't quite understand that either.
Hmm.
It's like not what I thought it was.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm just like, well, okay, if you say so.
Yeah,
It's like I don't even know what happened. It's like what this is a simple scene. I don't understand why is it baffling.
Yeah, Walter's been in like 2 scenes, and I have no idea what's happening with him. Like,
Yeah.
I guess how it came off to me was this idea that that sort of Walter is her business partner, and he wants them to be more than just friends or business partners, and has sort of been like, romancing Norma. And I guess she's been maybe going along with it to a degree, but she's not really bought in.
Right.
And it was sort of this like muddling of the two worlds, I guess, business and pleasure or something.
Yeah.
And so she, now it's interesting. She had already asked, Walter to come there before Big Ed shows up and says he's free.
Exactly.
So it seems like she had already planned to back out of the other businesses.
You would think so.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, if she decided like that quickly to do it, that would be crazy.
Yeah, and there'd be, we didn't really get a sense that she was going to be like, okay, I'm all in. Let's name them all Norma's Place, and we'll double down on this, and we'll expand because I have nothing else.
Right.
And then Ed comes in and she changes her mind. Like a regular show would have done that. And it would have shown she had this big sacrifice for Ed, and that she, but they kind of undercut that with this sort of confusion about her motivations and what's happening. And then Walter walks in, he's like, you get my flowers. So he's already making it personal.
Yeah.
And they're reinforcing that idea that there's this sort of romantic relationship here. And then she cuts it off business-wise, and there's no question about their romantic entanglement anymore. There's no like, okay, but are we still a couple? Or I'll see you at home, or let's go to dinner later, we'll talk about it. It's kind of like, these things are connected in this way.
Yeah, that means it's over.
That means I don't want to see you again in any respect. And it reminds me of, the only thing I can really connect it to is Gordon Cole's stuff. With his sort of plot line, or sort of the secondary plot line being about his, the sort of line between professionalism and personal, with people, with the hot women he works with or encounters or something. It's a similar type of thing there.
Yeah.
So I and I don't know what they're saying with that, but it seems like a similar kind of thing of mixing the two worlds.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all they're saying. Maybe mixing worlds is like a theme here, because that's what's happening with Mr. C and the Woodsman and all this stuff. Is there's a lot of world Nido coming to Twin Peaks, and there's a lot of world mixing. So maybe that's the big theme there.
So that, I guess that would mean that it's just a coincidence that she was planning to call it off as far as the franchises. And basically end her relationship, business or otherwise, with Walter at that point anyway. And it just so happened that Ed walked in at that moment.
Well, you know what the French say. Coincidence is just another word for fate.
Is that what the French say?
Don't the French say that?
Yeah, it sounds like something they would say. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, so, that's my answer there. Coincidence, fate, one of the two, if they're different.
Both. Yeah, right, of course. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
I guess we'll get into it. I was going to say something else about that scene, but
a lot
of crazy stuff. Obviously, we got to talk about Steven and
oh boy,
Gertrude.
He's thirsting for Gersten.
Gersten. Firsten. And then there's everyone's favorite new character, Bosomy Lady.
So bosomy.
Is it bosomy lady or woman?
Bosomy woman.
Oh, woman.
That's
sorry.
the credit.
She's not a lady.
Yeah. No, she has no formal title at this time.
Yeah. If you didn't look at the credits and then look up this actress, the character we're talking about is the one at the motel who opens the door for Mr. C. Clearly bosomy, I guess. I guess that's her most defining characteristic. Not the backwards talking.
No, that's incidental.
So yeah, you mentioned before we started recording that you think this place is the Flying Dutchman,
Yes.
this motel place, which I think it's a good deduction. Why it's flying, why it's Dutchman, any clue there? Does
I
that
don't
phrase
remember
mean
anything about it
anything?
flying. Just for the record. Where
Hmm.
where are you getting? I don't remember anyone saying flying.
Oh,
Did they?
sorry,
I
sorry.
think
Is
it's
that
just the
not what they?
Dutchman's.
Oh, I thought it was the
I thought
Flying Dutchman.
you were just embellishing a little. I don't think they actually said that.
Oh, what's the Flying Dutchman? I don't think I made that up.
Yeah, that sounds like a thing. And they might even be referencing it.
Oh, that's
What part was that when that
Pirates of the
happened?
Caribbean.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, it's a ghost ship.
Okay. Yeah, that must
Okay,
be what that
sorry.
is.
So on the show, they just called it the
The
Dutchman.
Dutchman's, yeah. Yeah.
I thought he was like, he's at the Flying Dutchman.
That would make sense in a way somehow.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I guess maybe that's what I'm putting together, like the ghost ship, the
Yeah.
supernatural thing with this the whole Dutchman. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
got confused there.
Yeah, so I have no
Yeah.
idea why it's the Dutchman's. That's not clear at all. But,
Mm,
Ray was like, it's not a real place, and then he shoots him and he's like, I know what it is. So just the way it's gone makes it seem like that's where he's heading
mhm,
here.
mhm.
And maybe he knows that you can get there by going to the convenience store, that the woodsman can lead you there.
Yeah, he clearly knows that, and it's like, why does he know that?
I have
Why
no
are they
idea.
helping him?
Well,
It makes
hey.
it seem like this. So the convenience store. Okay, so let's start at the top, right? So my crackpot theory when we saw part eight and we saw the convenience store for the first time was that, Philip Jeffrey saying we were above the convenience store. I was like, well, there's stairs on the side.
Yeah.
Now there's clearly no second floor there,
Yeah.
but maybe it's somehow there. So that turned out to be right.
That was it. Yep. 100%.
um and one of the things I really like about this sort of reveal, connecting that, it is the idea that, like, is a sort of the sanctity of dialogue or something, I guess I'd call it. Like the idea that, like, if Philip Jeffrey says we were above the convenience store, damn it, we were above the convenience store. Like that actually happened, and like just because it's it was in the old series doesn't mean they're going to like fudge it or change it or like make it make more sense or have it be easier. It's like, no, we'll just make it work with what we said.
Right.
And so I really, really, really appreciated that. Like, connecting above the convenience store with this convenience store and that supernatural way. I really appreciate them doing that
Yeah.
and making that be true, especially, because they're focusing so much on this Philip Jeffries stuff,
Oh
from
man.
Fire Walk with Me.
Oh man. Yeah, that was a realization I had. I have heard that there were plans, or at least like vague plans, to make a follow-up movie to Fire Walk with Me way back when, and it would pick up, after the series ended.
Hmm.
And I feel like in a sense, like that's what we're getting now. Just a
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of 25 years later, they had time to think, and obviously they had to change the story to some extent because of those reasons. But I do feel like this is some kind of idea of like what that would have been. Not really a
Hmm.
season 3 of the original show, but a follow up to Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah.
Because I think when I think about the crazy mythological elements from the new series, it does seem like they largely come from Fire Walk with Me. That's like a lot of those things are. Obviously, some of them were introduced in the original series, but a lot of these key elements were just Fire Walk with Me things like Philip Jeffries, for example.
Hmm.
I hesitate to ever say now, like, because I was so sure last time when they showed that in Gordon's dream, they showed the Philip Jeffries scene, and they cut out the part where he says, "We're not going to talk about Judy."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, I guess they're just not going to address that. And then I get to this part, and I'm like, that's all they talk about, practically.
It's so all about Judy now.
I was like, holy shit, Judy's a big thing, apparently.
Judy's huge, and that's what's really mind blowing, right? I mean, all this time you just have the first 2 seasons of Twin Peaks, you just have Fire Walk with Me. You get to this crazy stuff with David Bowie and being Philip Jeffries, and he's like, I'm not going to talk about Judy. And it's like, no one even brought her up, dude. Yeah. And we're not even talking about her now. And all the speculation of, like, who that character is and what was happening. Philip Jeffries, and he was gone for 2 years. And don't even get me started with the monkey saying Judy. And then, like, to not only come back to that with Philip Jeffries, but to be like, we're going to investigate Judy. We're going to really and actually have it be a question. Who is Judy? Like, I mean, that's beyond, Norma and Ed getting together or something, or like these sort of other like loose ends that we sort of would want to have closed off. Like it's so big. It's so, I mean, I in terms of like the smallest detail within the original stuff, being so prominently focused, I feel like it's the biggest thing like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I had no belief going into this that they would address Judy specifically, because it's really, if you watch Fire Walk with Me, I mean, it's a blip. Like, it's not like a major focus at all. So you would never think, but it did get me thinking that part of that was like a kind of a setup for a follow up that just never happened. And that they're finally doing it now.
Yeah, that's like them talking about Teresa Banks before we get to Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but the one thing I'm still sort of ambivalent about, and hey, since they've done this, the at this point, like, I don't feel confident saying they won't address anything really. Because, like, if they can have a whole conversation about, what did you mean when you said, we're not going to talk about Judy?
Yeah, that one time I saw you 25 years ago, what did you mean about that? And, like, that's huge to be able to just ask that question to that tea kettle that was
Philip
Jeffries.
Oh, my God. Yeah, totally. You totally called it. That the reason why they used a dub voice on top of David Bowie when we saw Philip Jeffries is because that's who was going to be the voice when they actually showed Philip Jeffries, which we, of course, both of us did not guess that he would be a tea kettle, but, we did at least, I think, have the idea that, like, maybe he would be transformed in some way. Sort of an evolution of the arm type thing, and that's definitely what it is. It's a way to have the character, and they have him even do like a version of the weird accent that he has.
They still have him be sort of halfway Southern or something.
Yeah, which I always thought was like, you cast David Bowie and then you have him do a Southern accent. Like, okay, why not? I guess Andrew Lincoln can do it. Why not? But it's just like, it's very odd, and that's just a part of his character. Like, okay, and they even in the Judy thing they use that voice again, so it just kind of makes the whole thing seem more consistent, since they didn't have access to David Bowie, even though they still use the footage. It sort of makes it feel like it really is following that up, even though obviously they were not able to do the most obvious thing. But it's the kind of thing where, because of the kind of story it is and the world they're portraying, it's not, I mean, I don't necessarily think we're going to get a clear explanation, but, having Philip Jeffries be a tea kettle is like not even, I don't know, I don't really call bullshit on that. It's like, well, okay, I mean, hey, he spent all this time in this place, seemingly, and that's just what he is now.
Well,
Like,
and of course the question is he the tea kettle? Is he in the tea kettle? Is he the
communicating through the
smoke
tea
from the
kettle.
tea? Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's really sort of up in the air.
definitely.
And he was so weird, of course.
So
You
weird.
kind of don't get a character like this who sort of knows a lot and is sort of off screen most of the time. And when you finally get to them, they usually are fairly cryptic,
Yeah,
even if we do get a character asking them like very good direct questions. Like
yeah.
he was very cryptic and
So
not really
cryptic. Frustratingly
quite.
cryptic. We're gonna have to go line by line with this fucker.
We're so gonna go line by line and still not be sure what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that was, again, just classic great Lynch visuals. And,
Yep.
the tea kettle thing is very similar to the dome objects in the fireman's
I
place.
thought the same thing. Yeah,
So that
definitely.
calls into question, and we did see, when we first saw the fireman in the 1930s place or whatever, 20s place, whatever it
Yeah.
is, with Senorita Dido sitting there and the alarm going off, he sort of appears behind this thing.
Yeah.
So, it does call into question, are these, transportation devices? Are
Mm-hmm.
they communication devices? Or do they actually represent real beings? Are they sort of, you know, um, a higher form of consciousness and that takes the form of this sort of mechanical object? Yeah, it's all open for interpretation, I guess.
Yeah. Indeed, yeah. We may never know. Um, some of these things are
Mhm.
hard to say, but yeah, I guess the possibilities are. I guess unlike with I guess calling it evolution of the arm kind of implies that he transformed into that thing.
Mhm.
And here, I mean, it's weird. It's a little weird to. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's going too far. It's a little weird to me that Evil Cooper, that Mr. C doesn't actually acknowledge that Jeffrey's speaking to him through a tea kettle. I mean, he just
Yeah.
talks to him like he's a normal person in a
He
way.
doesn't. I mean, that's him in general, though. He doesn't really react to some other things that it seemed like he should react. I mean, all the convenience store stuff he seems
Yeah,
to expect anyway.
yeah,
And so he's not seemingly surprised. You would expect to get a line like, "Wow, Philip, you really changed,"
mm-hmm.
or something.
Yeah, yeah. That would be the normal thing, but he
You're
doesn't
not
even
looking like
acknowledge
you're
it.
you're not looking like your old self or something.
Yeah,
He doesn't acknowledge it. He seemed to expect it.
yeah,
And it really even calls into question. I mean, we're already right. We're like four levels into a supernatural world, right? Because you
yeah,
got the convenience store he goes into,
yeah.
and then you got the woodsman at the machine does
With the
something.
painting on the wall, wallpaper.
Yeah, exactly. Wallpaper from Fire Walk with Me
Yeah,
painting, which I want to talk about what that
yeah,
really means.
yeah,
And then they cross this long hallway, which sort of transitions through space time,
yeah,
like the woods are transposed on top, which is
yeah.
strange. Then they go upstairs from that place.
Were the stairs
Then
Gordon stairs? I had
I
that
think
question. Kind
I
of looked
think
like
those were
it.
Gordon stairs. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think they're definitely stairs in that place.
yeah,
Um, and so that's number four. They go upstairs, and then they end up in the sort of parking or courtyard of the Dutchman. I almost said
right,
Flying Dutch of the Dutchman, right? So now we're in
right.
like the fifth level of supernatural place.
Yeah,
Then he goes into a locked room. Why the room is locked, I don't know. Why she
yeah,
has the key? I guess she owns the place or works there or something. Okay, so now we're at number
yeah,
six. He goes into the room,
yeah.
and then it's not like he's just in the room.
Of course
He's
he isn't.
behind an invisible wall
Yeah,
that has to like fade in and out.
right,
So that's like eight levels deep, and then
right,
when the wall fades away, he's a damn tea kettle.
right.
So that's nine levels of strangeness. So it's really crazy. To sort of present Philip Jeffries this way,
Yeah,
and is this what he wants? Is he happy? Is he stuck? Does he need to be rescued? Is he, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
what's the state of mind of Philip
I have
Jeffries?
no fucking clue. It's so unclear. I don't. Oh God. So we're gonna have to. I mean, this is a whole thing when we get into this scene. But I mean, I had this running. I mean, we've been talking about it for a while. This idea that someone out there is pretending to be Philip Jeffries, and like that's how they
Mm-hmm.
will deal with the fact that they don't have David Bowie. And it
Mm-hmm.
seems as though that is still true to some
Mm-hmm.
degree. And yet, still we have the real Philip Jeffries in the mix as well. It's a both and.
It's yeah,
Um,
it's a not that both and it's we don't have this imposter because they can't show Philip Jeffries. Like that's
right.
not true. They can show
Yeah.
Philip Jeffries. We have, but we seem to. Yeah, I do agree that it from the conversation and from the fact that he's a tea kettle, I feel like he's not doing that much on the story we're watching. Like he's not really involved in these like plot lines here.
The extent to
So.
which he's involved is a major issue that we have to
Mhm.
go over because the lines are impenetrable to me.
Yeah, yeah.
So even though, like you said, simple direct questions and in a way, simple direct answers, but
Hmm.
yet it doesn't help.
Yeah.
It's so weird. So yeah, we do have Philip Jeffries. He is playing some kind of transitory role in the story, and possibly something larger. But I agree, it's not clear what he wants. It's not
Yeah.
really clear what his status is. It's not clear. I mean, yeah, it's weird to
So,
meet him and then still be kind of more or less as clueless as we were before.
yeah, I want to bring up a question that illustrates how it's tough to talk about shows like this and to have theories that are within the realm of possibility, because the question you could ask is, how do we know this is really Philip Jeffries?
Oh yeah, well,
And
yeah,
I feel like we both, the way we watch this show, we both accept that this is Philip Jeffries, and we
yeah,
don't need to question that. But
yeah.
just the fact that you
I
can
have a
question if
line.
that's even him. Or maybe this is the imposter. Maybe this is the person who was imposing,
Oh God.
posing as Philip. You know what I
Oh
mean? So I
God.
just wanted to bring that up as sort of where the line is with how
Yeah.
we're talking about this. That this is something that yeah, we accept that this is the actual Philip Jeffries, not some
Yeah.
imposter.
It seems believable, and I guess the main reason why I would think that it's not the imposter is that the voice is different. If you listen to the voice that he talks to on
Hmm.
the phone 5 days ago, by the way, 5 days ago. Are you
Wow,
shitting me? That
wow.
was 5 days ago.
Well, I think he's
What a five
not that
days!
not that this helps, but I think he's at least a day behind or two from the
Okay.
other parts of the story, because we do see him text Las Vegas,
Oh right. Yeah, he's
which
behind Gordon and yeah,
yeah.
FBI stuff. Yeah, you're right. That does establish that
So it
aspect.
helps a little bit,
Yeah.
but it's still a very quick 5 days. I mean, a
Yeah.
very busy 5 days.
Yeah. From Buckhorn to the prison to the Ray confrontation to the farm to
Hmm.
this, like it's just like it's every day is just some crazy thing happening.
Hmm.
So yeah. Anyway, my point is the voice we hear on that doesn't he doesn't have the accent. It just doesn't sound like this guy.
Yeah.
So that's what makes me think this isn't that this is a different character. And then if we go so far as to say it's not that guy, then I think it's got to be the real Philip Jeffries. But I do take the kind of Lindelof point that we don't really know. I mean, there's no way to really know here,
Hmm.
and I just have to believe it because at a certain point it's like I have enough to worry about, and I can't deal with the possibility that it's
Yeah.
not him.
Listen, if I don't want to watch a show where tea kettles can lie,
Exactly.
I have to draw the line there. My talking tea kettles need to be truthful.
Exactly. And I guess my meta proof would be that the credits credit him as voice of Philip Jeffries.
Yeah, that helps.
So yeah, I mean that makes it seem like he. But of course the credits are their own problem.
Well, in the 5 days ago when the guy called Cooper, did they credit that voice as anything?
That's a good question. I feel like I need to look that up. Because I was just thinking about that, and I don't remember. Would that be part one?
Part one or two?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was part one or part two. I want to say part one, but I really don't know. But yeah, let's see. The Wikia page is really good for having the credits, so you don't have to actually like pull up the episode every time.
Oh, nice.
That's what I started using. Let's see. Let's see if we can find any. I feel like I looked for this and there wasn't anything, but let's see.
Yeah,
here.
I feel like there wasn't a thing.
Let's see if I can find anything about this. Yeah. Oh man, these old days. I don't even know Officer Douglas. I don't remember who that is. I guess it's just someone in Buckhorn, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see any credit that could be that character.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even in the uncredited, although I'm looking at part one, maybe it's not part one. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm just looking at part two. I don't see anything.
Okay, nothing in part two. Let's see. I want to see if that's actually when it happens. No, it does look like it's going to be part two.
Yeah, it's part two.
And you don't see anything. What about the uncredited? Anybody get uncredited? Unknown performer as Philip Jeffries, quote unquote Philip Jeffries.
Philip
voice.
Jeffries in quote. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
So yeah, that was not credited. Of course. Thanks, credits. You help too much, and then you don't help.
Yeah, so the big question with this scene is, who is Judy?
Yeah,
Judy is someone he's met before.
Yep.
Which is crazy, and I guess the there's a confusion here
when he says, of course there is. God damn it.
When he says, "So you are Cooper?"
Yeah.
Which calls into question a lot of things.
So
the
many
idea
things.
that he even was questioning if he was Cooper.
Yeah.
That he even might know that there's two Coopers. And the idea that he has settled on the idea that he is, I guess he's meaning the real Cooper, as in the old Goodale.
Seemingly.
Now the question why this is confusing is he's wrong. But it seems like he has this is sort of proof that he has that Mr. C has good Cooper's memories.
Yes.
So that was
the Phil Jeffries thing. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And so so this gets muddled when he says you've already met Judy, because did the good Cooper meet Judy and Mr. C has not met Judy?
Which is definitely possible. If he thinks he's the real Cooper, that's what should be true.
Well, and here's the thing. It almost doesn't matter in a way if Mr. C has all of Good Cooper's memories.
True.
Unless Good Cooper met this person after the split.
That's the key. That's the key. It depends on when we're talking about in the timeline when this happened. Because, if it's before the doppelganger even came out, then there's no issue. It's just the original Cooper. But it fucks it up, because if it was just doppelganger, it would be a lot easier to try to figure out who it is, because at least on screen he hasn't met them in people. But as soon as you throw in Cooper, it's like, well, fuck, now it can be anybody.
You're welcome. So my theory is, I'm gonna go with a theory I know a lot of people are thinking out there, which is that Judy is Nido.
Nido, right? Yeah, very plausible.
And we know Good Cooper met Nido in the Purple Place, so that's what I'm thinking is what's going on there. We do know that going back to the original idea from Twin Peaks, was Judy was supposed to be Josie's sister.
Right.
Josie's Asian.
Yeah.
Nido is Asian.
Yeah.
So ipso facto, Nido is Judy. I think that's the best.
Oh, and the monkey connection too. Her sounds are vaguely monkey-ish.
So Nido makes these sort of monkey sounds. There was the monkey in Fire Walk with Me that said Judy, sort of in Philip Jeffries' voice, sort of, I guess.
That's a controversy. I've seen a lot of Twitter fretting about because apparently on some versions of the movie, when you watch the closed captions, it says Philip Jeffries' voice, and on some it doesn't. So it's like, captions are a killer.
whose voice should it be if not his, right? I
It's
mean,
logical.
he's the
And
only one
yet,
who's connected to Judy
right.
at all.
And yet,
So no, and yet that's it.
and yet, no,
No.
it's weird. But at the same time, I guess you had that thing about Phil Jeffries being the monkey,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that we don't see him. The monkey is also, or at least a monkey. I can't verify that it's the same monkey. Is connected to the grandson when he takes off his mask. So I mean, I always thought the possibility was there that it was the grandson or something, and it's some kind of hint about like Judy's connection with the Black Lodge or something. Like, I guess I didn't think it had to be, but I agree that that is the most logical thing. And it's so quiet though; it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the fact that we see Philip Jeffries in this part here as a tea kettle, it sort of lends itself to my crackpot theory that Philip Jeffries was the monkey in Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah.
The idea that he's been transforming,
Yeah,
kind of still fits.
I agree. It's pretty plausible at this point.
Now why, now
Which sounds ridiculous,
now
but
if
it is.
Judy was the monkey, why would she be saying her own name sort of in a question would be strange.
Right.
But-
Well, see, I don't necessarily think Judy was the monkey, but maybe they were both monkeys.
Oh no, you made it worse.
Or maybe she. I mean, I guess there's a question of like when that happened. The eye, when the eye thing happened. Like, when did her eyes get like covered up? Whatever that is going on, and when did she start speaking with the monkey sounds? But I guess like if Philip Jeffries can transform into a monkey, then it seems like there might be a connection there with whatever happened to if Naito really is Judy, there might be a connection with whatever happened to Judy, when she maybe went in the Black Lodge. She had the ring, I think, at least according to the extra stuff. So maybe the ring took her there. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And that would make sense if somehow she found the ring in it, and or maybe she was supposed to be a victim, like all the other women who find the ring, and and she she was taken to the Black Lodge and went through some sort of crazy adventure. We do know you can get to the Purple Place through the Black Lodge.
Right.
Sort of how Cooper got there in a way.
Yeah.
And the idea that I mean, it really calls into question her whole character, right? I mean, I think it's safe to say when we saw her in what was it, part 3, where Cooper is in the Purple Place and she takes him up to the top of the metal box and flips the switch and she gets electrocuted and falls off of that thing. Like, I think it's safe to say we thought that was the end for that character.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
And the idea that she like sort of in a way just falls to the future or something is really crazy. It's not real telling how long she's been in the woods there, but it seems like very recently she got there.
Yeah.
But and I didn't really catch that she's naked. I didn't remember that she wasn't naked when she flew off of the thing. And it reminds me of Cooper losing his shoes, so somehow she lost her clothes.
Right.
It's just you just lose an article of clothing when you transmute time and space.
Right.
But yeah, we'll talk more about that because the whole Naito thing seems to be huge. I mean, it seems to be bigger than I ever thought it would be. Connected back to the Philip Jeffries stuff, like bigger than the Judy thing, bigger than I ever thought it would be, and the idea that like that mattered, like that whole thing from Fire, that little one phrase about Judy or whatever. Like, I can't believe that was sort of in at some point in their minds thinking about this story that was a big deal.
Right. Yeah. Of all the little details to pick up on.
And sorry, I also want to bring that to Josie and the idea that they have been hearing sounds of the
Yeah.
Great Northern. We know
Yeah.
last we saw Josie, she was trapped in the wood.
Yeah.
So this idea that if Naito, Naito is in Twin Peaks, the idea that Naito could be Judy,
Yeah.
that could be her sister, and this idea that, people want Naito, so the idea that like, Josie's there and sort of trapped. And also, with the log lady dying too, and the log lady saying, her log is turning gold,
Mm-hmm.
which is like a beautiful sentiment. I thought that was like strangely poetic of like this, this entity of this log all this time, having these cryptic phrases and communicating, and like her, the spirit of her lost husband, and like she's dying and now her log is transforming into gold. I
Mm-hmm.
just thought it's like, wow, that's so beautiful. How
Yeah.
interesting of that idea of it. It's like it's not like her log is just gotta be there, rotting or something,
Right.
but like it's transcending as she's transcending to the
Right.
next thing, Very
Right.
interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. Um, yeah, I was just gonna throw in like my weekly, Annie musings, because like I continue to like
We got a
so
line. We got a
like
line here.
did we? Oh yeah, I think I know what you're gonna say.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I was saying that after being so sure that they weren't going to mention Judy, they come back and like address it really head on. Even though we don't get answers, the idea does seem to be that we will get answers in some form at some point,
Hmm.
in the next three parts. But I continue to have this like lingering doubt about Annie and how much they're going to address her in the story. Um, and I guess that's where I've kind of retreated to the it's mostly Fire Walk with Me stuff, and they did address the Annie stuff from Fire Walk with Me, which is the the message to Laura that she writes in her diary.
Hmm.
Um, but the whole outcome, I guess, from the original series. I guess I've been having my doubts, and I can't I can't be that sure of myself anymore. It does seem like it's possible they'll somehow uh,
Hmm.
reveal that or go to that place at the end, and
So you're no longer being skeptical.
I'm not completely. Yeah, I guess less than I used to be because the Judy thing was just I was so caught off guard by that. I was so sure. I was so sure that's why they cut that. They cut it because they don't want to address it. No, that's not why.
Hmm. Hmm.
The
No,
point
they
of
they
that scene was
they
a
cut
different
it so
thing.
they could focus on it later.
Exactly. Yeah, which is just so not what I was expecting. So,
Hmm.
is it Norma's line? Is that what you had in mind?
So yeah, Walter says that Norma told him that she didn't have any family.
Yeah.
So I think if anything on the show so far, that's the biggest hint that Annie is erased from history.
Right.
Now the fact that they have referenced Annie, via Laura's diary, makes me think that maybe Annie's dead,
Right.
or is otherwise estranged from
Yeah.
Norma. And that's really what she means. She doesn't have any family close by, perhaps. But I do think, going back to what you're saying, of them, of sort of, not being so sure they won't bring Annie back up anymore. I think it could be the kind of thing where when Cooper returns to his former glory, that he asks about her, and someone, maybe Norma or someone who would know about what happened to her. I don't think the show can end really without Cooper asking about Annie. I feel like
Yeah.
they have shown that the details matter. Like I was saying before, like
Right.
the details of the previous series and Fire Walk with Me do really matter now. And I think that was a huge detail. Was the end of season 2,
Yeah.
the finale. So I do feel like there's no way they're going to end this without Cooper at least asking about her, whether she's dead or she died in an accident or she died in the hospital, she never
Yeah.
recovered or whatever it is. I do think they're going to have to address Annie in some way. I don't think they can get away with like no one asking about her.
Yeah. I hope that's true. I could definitely live with like a couple of lines like that. I kind of wish they had. I feel like they could have come already, but maybe you're right that they're saving them for when Cooper comes back,
Mm-hmm.
and that if they already talked about it, like it would kind of spoil things. For Cooper to be the one to ask about it, who it's generally more personal to Cooper. Now maybe what they've done is, yeah, I guess if she died, then it would make sense that she says she doesn't have any family.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as she started talking about family, I was like, oh shit, a line about Norma's family?
I
What?
know, and I wonder if it's a red herring. They're trying to throw us off the track. I mean, it's such a small detail for us keeping Annie, the Annie watchers or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that's not most of the audience concerned about Annie,
Right.
but maybe that's a line that's supposed to throw us off a bit and go, oh, okay, I guess Annie isn't around or alive, and maybe Norma was just saying that it wasn't really true.
Yeah.
Because I could totally see Heather Graham coming back for a cameo,
Mm-hmm.
especially if Cooper comes back and if there's any sort of sense of the people, missing him or understanding that the last Cooper they saw wasn't really him or something. I could see, Norma calling Annie and saying you got to come to Twin Peaks or something like
Mm-hmm.
that, and she shows up. I don't know. I picture a big scene at the Double R by the end. The end. I guess that's my hope for any show.
Right.
is characters just hang out and talk about all their adventures.
Right.
Which rarely happens, but when it does happen, it's really fun.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of reunion I'm picturing. Is everyone gets coffee and pie at the
Of course.
only Normas in town.
The one true
the
double
one
R.
true Normas. Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah. And yeah, that whole thing about her not doing the business thing. I don't know. I think that also has something to do with sort of the idea of moving on, because Nadine has moved on, but yeah, that's the idea of for Norma moving on is staying put or something.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, you want to get into the episode and talk about all this stuff again in further detail?
In greater detail. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. Sounds good.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Okay, so in the first scene we have Nadine walking down a road carrying her Dr. Amp shovel, and she eventually arrives at Big Ed's gas farm, and she walks up to Big Ed and tells him that he is free to go be with Norma. She's been selfish, and now finally, because seemingly because of listening to Dr. Amp, she's shoveling her way out of the shit and decided that she should let him go be happy. And Ed is skeptical about it, but she is very persistent that she had plenty of time to think about it, and so I guess eventually he more or less buys it, and she walks away, and that's the first bit here.
Wow, huge. And we kind of mentioned this before, but there wasn't a big setup to this, right? Like there wasn't this idea that, now okay, we did see. I guess the last time we saw Ed was the end of the other episode where he's at the gas farm and he's real depressed.
Yeah.
So I guess that tells you he's not with Norma and everything's happy.
Right.
But besides that, there wasn't a big setup here. There wasn't a big, Ed, will they, won't they? There's really was only two, him at the diner when Walter comes in that first time.
Right.
And then the scene with him at the gas farm where he's just by himself depressed. Like, that's really the only setup we have here to this huge character moment. And one of the big storylines from the original show. Coming to fruition here. I mean, Ed spent 25 more years with this woman. 25 more years because of his sense of honor and duty and his commitment to his vows, not vowels, and AEIO choose you, Nadine. And I mean, he's got this sort of talk about old school, old school sort of integrity here, and where he's a sort of martyr to his own, sense of honor, where he would just spend the rest of his life unhappy if he thought that was the right thing to do. So he's just this kind of like character who's just like sort of all good. I mean, he's like a old school like cowboy or something, or like like a James Dean, not James Dean, sorry, Jimmy Stewart type. Where he's just almost like classic Hollywood or something, this type of character. So it's huge. And then on Nadine's part, like, not only does she, does Ed get to go free or whatever, but she apologizes for basically their entire relationship.
Yeah.
The 25 plus years, because I guess, they were together since high school.
I think they had already been married for something like 20 years when the original series started.
Yeah, because I was trying to think of how long Norma had been at the diner. It was quite a while already.
I think they said 20 years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So 45 years with Nadine.
Yeah.
And I do love that idea that it's sort of never too late, this idea that like, they spent most of their life unhappy, but like it's sort of never too late to be in love, or never too late to go after what you want, or which is a very sort of positive idea. It's sort of anti the sort of noir tropes that the show has sometimes.
Yeah.
Ideally things will work out for them. It doesn't seem like, Ed's going to get hit by a car or something, and it'll be like this tragic ending.
Oh God. Right.
Right. You feel like, oh, they'll end up because they sort of deserve it in this way. So yeah, this was, as opposed to the supernatural stuff that usually has my mouth wide open, this was also a mouth wide open sequence here of just finally getting Norma and Ed together, and with, again, like that's what I was gonna say, with Nadine apologizing for all the stuff she did and the manipulation. And the big question to me from that little part of her scene was, and I don't think this is true, but it made me question, was her regressing to a high schooler a type of manipulation?
Mm-hmm.
Like, now it ended up being a way for Ed to be with Norma eventually.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, like, is that supposed to be a part of what she's apologizing for?
Yeah. I guess, if I have any reservations or regrets or whatever about this part, and I do get the logic that, 25 years later, like, maybe the first thing they're going to talk about is not going to be that weird, like, couple of weeks, when she acted like she was in high school. Like, I mean, I get, but I do kind of wish that, I wish there was some acknowledgement of that, or some kind of, I don't know, if only brief, like, follow-up, because it does, there is something about this that feels to me like it's more in line with, like, season 1, like, before any of that other stuff happens. And I believe that we're supposed to think that, because in the final episode of the original series, she gets bonked on the head and, goes back to being original in 18. I think we are supposed to believe that at that point they just resumed, being married as usual, and stayed that way the whole time, which is fine. But I don't know. I guess, just for being a little, I don't know, making a little more contact with, because that was a season-long thing. The entirety of season 2, she spends like that. And so, yeah, I guess I do wish that had come up, even if she just briefly referenced it, just to kind of, tie that in some way. I think that would have been nice.
Yeah, I agree.
And what was that? Oh, and as far as Big Ed goes, like I do agree that he's probably one of the more I think to an extent Sheriff Truman had this too, but maybe a bit less. But
Harry Truman.
yeah, Harry Truman, definitely original Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Just being a very good character, with
Mm-hmm.
integrity and this this moral code, and being very straightforwardly honest with people, and you know what I mean,
Mm-hmm.
just that kind of
Like small town values.
yeah. That
Yeah.
whole thing. Now, yeah, obviously, Sheriff Truman, Harry had his dark moments, but I think for Big Ed, the darkest thing I think they did with his character in the original series was, Nadine tries to kill herself at the end of season one, taking some pills and stuff, and I mean that's the prelude to becoming the cheerleader,
Mm-hmm.
Nadine, and when she's in the hospital, like Ed admits that there was a part of him that didn't want to stop her. There's a
Mm-hmm.
part of him that like knew something like that was coming and like didn't do anything because like he kind of I think that's probably like the worst thing that
which is barely registers as bad because it's just his feeling. It's not his
yeah,
actions.
right, right, yeah, but
He
I
would be
think
unhuman if he didn't have one sliver of darkness
right,
in there. It would be
right,
unrealistic. He would just be a cartoon character in a
right,
way.
exactly. But yeah, when I was just thinking through, I mean, he does help with the original casino,
Hmm.
trip to One Eye Jack's, where they encounter Jacques, and he goes there in disguise. I mean, that's not necessarily bad, but it was in violation of like law, international laws. So I mean,
Yeah, but
I
but
don't
it
know.
but
It was for a
he
good
had
reason,
it was
obviously.
yeah he was helping another lawman with a huge investigation, and really it was I think his sort of it comes across as his sort of loyalty to friends sort of trumped the sort of actual letter of the law,
Right.
the debt,
Yeah.
and I think that's the kind of thing that still makes you a good character, right? Like
Yeah.
if you say, "Damn the law, I'm gonna do what's right for my friends," versus like, "Oh
Right.
no, sorry friends, the law says I can't do this,
Yeah.
therefore you're on your own." Like, yeah, that would be a shitty character.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I
Yeah,
agree. But
or
yeah,
that
that's I
Ed,
mean that's
yeah.
all I got as far as Big Ed goes. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he was having an affair with Norma,
Mm-hmm.
for a time. But yeah, it's he's definitely portrayed as one of the better characters in town, and it does seem as though he didn't really change in that way over the
Mm-hmm.
time, even if he's miserable.
Yep. Yep.
Still like, well, hey, and he even tries to talk her out of it. Like, hey, you might wake up tomorrow and completely change your
Oh, I
mind.
love that. I love that detail of him bringing that up. That because he's had her change her mind before,
Yeah.
in obvious ways. And but I love the detail that she walked there, and like
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of why they had her walk there, so she had
Right.
time to think, and that like it wasn't quite as impulsive as if she just like hopped in the car and drove there in 30
Right.
seconds. Like the
Yeah.
idea that with every step towards Big Ed, she is affirming her decision,
Yeah.
and I thought that was really cool. That was a really nice writing sort of thing to sort of have with the character.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Interesting detail. I
Yeah,
wonder if she walked there from her drape store. Like, are they
yeah. Did,
walking
did
distance from each other?
well, and I did wonder: is that the shovel from the drape store, or
A
does
different
she have
one?
another? Does she have a
Yeah.
home shovel?
Of
I'm sure. I
course.
feel like she has to have more than
Oh, I
one.
wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that's
Yeah. So
that's
I
very
I was
plausible.
curious where that shovel came from.
Yeah.
I love how the metaphor of shoveling the shit. It's like the shit is real in a way, but it's also a metaphor. But the
Mm-hmm.
shovel's real, so you can get
Right.
that.
Right.
It's great.
Yeah.
I also want to point out something where they have this thing where Big Ed, this big moment he never ever thought was he never in a million years thought Nadine would walk up to him and say,
Mm-hmm.
"Ed, I was wrong. You're free." Um, uh, and so he runs to the double R, and he's gonna go tell Norma finally, and he's this exact moment he's able to say he's free. She's like, oh yeah, but I'm not.
Right.
Walter's here. And he sort of gets shut down, and then he
Yeah.
just goes. And I swear, when he went to the bar to sit down, I'm like, he's got to get a drink, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got to. He wants out. And there's the guy, I'll have a coffee. I'm like, dude, you want more than coffee right now. There's no way that coffee is gonna satisfy that itch.
Yeah.
Um, but I thought this
I
was
guess they
actually
don't serve
interesting.
alcohol there.
Yeah, that's what I figured, and I feel like it's that Big Ed goodness too,
Of
where
course.
he's just gonna have a cup of coffee and center himself or whatever he's sort of doing here,
Right.
which is
Yeah.
another interesting thing. He's just kind of waiting. But this whole dynamic here with how it plays out actually reminded me of your favorite ending that you hate, which is to Lord of the Rings.
Uh-huh.
It reminded me of when Frodo. Spoiler alert: when Frodo finally gets to Mount Doom, and he's about to drop the ring into the lava, and he realizes in that moment, oh no, I actually want to keep the ring. And then we have this sort of extra part where there's another fight and things change. It just reminded me of that when Ed shows up to finally confess his love, but then gets like shut down and
Yeah.
has to sort of wait it out until we come back around and actually complete the goal.
Yeah.
With Norma telling Walter to buzz off and kissing him. I thought, oh, that's
Right.
kind of it's similar. It's a little structure there of this big anticipating moment sort of getting shut down for a little bit
Yeah.
before it gets completed.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I can see that. Yeah, I guess he's waiting there. He like still wants to talk to Norma more, even if it's not gonna work or whatever. I
Hmm.
feel like he's still waiting for this guy to leave, because he presumably will leave at some point.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I guess in a way, like Norma probably could have alleviated him for a couple moments, like some kind of misconceptions about what was happening there. But it all goes by fairly quickly. So, sort of
Yeah.
like, sorry, Walter's here. Hang tight.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'll get there. Well, do you want to talk about that scene? I mean, we're sort of talking about it already.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ed goes to the double R. He goes up to Norma. He tells her Nadine has given him his freedom. She apologizes that Walter is there. Ed, disappointed, sits at the counter, orders some coffee. Norma tells Walter that she wants to take the option for Walter to buy her out of the other franchises, and she will just run the double R in Twin Peaks only. And she says it's for family reasons. It's like, I guess. Well, okay, we can talk about that in a second. Walter says she's making a huge mistake, but he walks out. And then Norma goes to Ed at the counter. Ed says, "Marry me." Norma says, "Of course I will." And they share a tender moment. And Shelley watches. She gets her turn of watching things.
That's your turn to watch, Shelley.
Not just Norma getting to watch things.
Hmm. The
Yeah, so
Watchers.
so that brings up the thing. So like we did talk about the family thing some earlier, but when she says family reasons,
Hmm.
like what does that mean? Does she mean like Twin Peaks, like the residents of Twin Peaks are my
Yeah, I think
family?
she
Like, is
means.
that
I
the
think.
idea?
Yeah. Well, I think she means Shelley. I think
Or
she
Shelley?
is. I think she wants to help Shelley out with money because she knows that her daughter's going through trouble. So that's kind
Oh,
of what I'm thinking is what she
oh, it's
means.
specific.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
Okay,
is she made this decision so she could get some money to help out
yeah.
her friends basically who are like her family.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay, yeah, that's logical. That's logical because I guess that's like, we don't have a lot else to go on as far as Norma goes, So I guess that would be the thing that she's like aware of, that she might care enough about to, completely abandon these other franchises and presumably like get a decent sum of money that she could then. Yeah, that's good. That's a good theory. I really didn't think of that at all. I thought it was just some weird. I guess I thought it was. Like she was just talking about like Twin Peaks is my family, and it was sort of like all of the
the other restaurants.
The reduction in quality of the ingredients, the name being different, getting that kind of impersonal thing. It was making her like spend time away. Like, I guess I thought like, she wanted to like, go back to the thing that she used to do, presumably, which is just, running the Double R. And I guess I thought that's what it meant, but I think yours is more, it has more punch in terms of the story.
Yeah.
If it's really
that's how it came off to me, what she means. But yeah, this whole thing with Walter, it's so weird. And like, did he put in the contract that they would be in a relationship?
Yeah, that's
and it's like, you have the option to be bought out of your shares and also to not date me anymore. Right. Like,
I would like to exercise that option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Damn it! I put that in the contract.
Yeah. But yeah, this whole thing was super interesting. Real quick about the last thing though, I forgot to mention is Nadine super strong still?
I have no idea. I don't think she's had the chance to demonstrate. It's a good question though.
I mean, how come that's not a thing we've seen or them talking about? Like, what's up with that?
Yeah. I guess that goes back to, even though there was a brief season 1 moment where it seemed like she already had that, where she bends her exercise equipment. That does kind of go in line with, like, it doesn't seem like they're totally acknowledging the season 2 stuff. And I guess that's another thing I would say about this scene. Of course, you can view it as a callback if you want, which, maybe that is what they intended. But there's a scene very similar to this in season 2. Like once Big Ed realizes that Nadine is full on in this crazy mode and like doesn't really even understand that they're married. He realizes that he's free to be with Norma now, basically, and he walks right in the Double R, and it's a very similar moment where he comes in and they embrace, right. And he goes behind the counter and I think about you every night. It's this whole thing. A very similar scene, and so it's sort of like I guess the vibe I get from this is that they kind of rewrote the season 2 stuff. And they made it where, Nadine eventually decides to let Ed go instead of being under a delusion that allows him to go, so that he's really free, that she can't just come back and it's all over again.
Yeah.
But like, they're kind of recreating that moment in a, maybe a more final way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thematic. I have a crackpot theory that we're going to see Nadine take her eye patch off before the end of this show.
Oh my god. That actually seems like something they would do, yeah.
I totally think her eye patch has to come off.
Yeah.
And she's going to be like, I didn't need this the whole time.
If this was a sci-fi show, she would get her sight back.
She would totally get her sight back, yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen necessarily. I guess if they wanted to go like crazy miracle weirdness, they could do that. They have done stuff like that before. But maybe it was just Gordon Cole hitting on Shelley. I don't know.
Oh, no. You're the only one I can hear when I turn my volume up surreptitiously. Yeah, Gordon. I think we're gonna get. I think we're gonna see that again. I think Gordon and Shelley will meet again
Hmm.
before the end of this.
I think you're probably right. I think he's gonna end up in Twin Peaks, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's another moment there. It's
Hmm.
gonna be weird, but we'll see what they
Well,
do.
that's the question: is will he do the same thing? Like, I can still
Hmm.
hear you.
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
still.
Hmm.
Yeah, that'll be interesting if they call that back. Um. All
Albert's like,
right.
drop the act, Gordon.
Yeah, I think Albert has to say "fuck you, Gordon" at a certain point before the end of this. He's
Yeah,
just got to be fed up with his Gordonness.
definitely, definitely. It seems like he was getting to the end of his rope earlier already.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could totally see that. Um,
But yeah, it was cool to have Shelly there to witness Big Ed and Norma together. I thought Shelly was gonna drop the coffee pot.
hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
but and it still calls into question, Shelly's own relationship with a certain Red
sure
and
does.
Bobby. So like
I hope
we
she can
still have
exercise
to.
her option too.
Oh no! I hope she signed a contract. Oh man.
Because, yeah, I think, realistically speaking, it seems like Red is maybe worse than Walter.
I think so. Walter seems like a decent guy. Yeah,
Yeah.
just barking up the wrong
He's
tree.
just, I mean, he's got business interests and he's trying to make things run efficiently and trying to be profitable and stuff and whatever. I mean, yeah.
Hmm.
He's not like doing magic and, I don't know, dealing drugs.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else. So yeah, that is definitely a looming thing that must be addressed soon. I mean, right? There's no other way. I
Wait,
mean, there's
what must
gonna
be
have to
addressed then?
be the Red and Shelley
Yeah. That has to
relationship,
be addressed
a follow
soon.
up with Red in general. Like we haven't seen him.
It's pretty amazing that the two that we saw him three times. Once he was normal,
Yep.
given a finger gun to
Yep.
Shelley in the roadhouse.
Yep.
Then we saw him turned up to 11,
Yep.
being a magician slash drug lord.
Yep.
And then we saw him hang out with Shelley outside of the double R of being kind of normal again. So I think the next time we see him, he should definitely be super weird.
Yeah.
And I guess it's gonna have to tie back to Richard. It's so strange. Like Richard had a didn't he have like a task to do for Red? Didn't Red give him a job and he's basically like, if you don't do this job,
Mm-hmm.
this is what's gonna happen to you. I'm
Yeah.
gonna put a quarter in your mouth.
Yeah.
And then like Richard goes off on this huge sojourn by himself,
Yeah.
like killing a kid
Because
and
he
then
hits the
hiding
kid
out
like
and
immediately.
then going to going to kill what's her name
Miriam.
with an M, Miriam,
Yeah.
and then like running out of town and getting Chad involved and then hightailing it to the farm and now he's with Mr. C. And it's like you haven't done the thing Brett told you to do yet. I know it's only been 5 days or whatever, but
Right.
like it's weird. You would think that with that setup of a scene, or with that setup from that scene, that we would have gotten more with that storyline with Red and Richard and the drugs.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. I suspect that that Richard, I mean, is gonna be coming back to Twin Peaks here before too long. So I do think there will be some kind of follow up. But then, yeah, if Mr. C's involved, I mean, is he gonna know Red? Are they gonna interact? Like, uh, I don't know how deep the Red thing goes. It's
How
weird.
deep does the Red thing go? It's a question from the Matrix.
But I agree that like having a scene like that is like, well, I mean, it's like Sarah Palmer in a way. It's like there can't not be a follow up to that.
Hmm.
You don't just have a scene like that and then we never see him again. Like that just doesn't make
So
any sense.
here's a question, and I think the answer is no. Cooper never met the grandson, right? The Trefont grandson, Tralfont,
Uh,
Tremont.
it was Tremond and Chalfont.
Sorry, I want to combine the two.
I think that's what they had in mind. Like they're supposed to be similar in a weird way, like sort
Mm-hmm.
of French names for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Draymond and
Um,
Chalfant, yeah.
exactly. But I know. I don't believe he did. Um,
Because I want Red to meet Mr. C, and Mr. C goes, "So you're the grandson."
oh right, you thought he was a grandson. I forgot about that theory.
Yeah, that's why
Ooh, if he's the grandson, I wonder if he'll get to meet Judy / Naito. You know, the grandson had that monkey connection.
Interesting.
Just throwing that in.
Yeah,
I
no,
forgot
he
about
did.
that theory. There's too many theories.
Yeah, no, I'm sticking by my. That's the only theory I have for Red is
It's a
that
good one. It's a good one.
he's the Draymond grandson.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. Donna and Cooper go back to that house, but when they go back, it's a different Mrs. Tremont
Oh, so he
there.
did. Okay, well, at least he knew about the character,
He
though.
did. He did. She told him about it.
Yeah, good point. Okay, okay.
Yeah. So I think that's really all he knew. And they did leave. A page of Laura's diary in there, where she talks about. Oh no, they didn't. It was Harold. I think it was Harold. Anyway, where she talks about the Cooper dream. You know, the famous one from
Mm-hmm.
episode 2 of the original series.
Yeah.
That's kind of the outcome of that. That that he finds out that Laura shared that dream, basically.
Yikes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yowza. It just made me think, going back to Cooper, and now we have Dougie, and Cooper is likely waking up now. I'm thinking, like, what did he learn? Like, what about this journey since the good Dale has left the Black Lodge? What about that journey is preparing him to face Mr. C and Experiment and whoever else is out there? Like, what was that? You know what I mean? What primed him? What is he equipped to do now that he couldn't do before? Basically, I'm saying, why did we go through this?
Review insurance forms. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
He can spot a fraud when he sees it. Yeah, I don't know.
Because Dougie is not. I mean, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of, I mean, he barely kind of interacts with the world, so it seems like Cooper's just on hold the whole time,
But Dougie's not coming back, and that's a weird thing. When Cooper wakes up and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not Dougie, I'm Cooper. I'm leaving," and like,
yeah.
What is this family gonna do?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I took it, because Janie E's like, all our dreams are coming true,
and that's when I knew things were gonna change.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, okay, that's kind of how this story's going. Like Dougie, like
Yep.
basically like fixes their marriage seemingly.
And that's what we've been saying this whole time is he's sort of having positive effects on the people that he meets. Like basically everyone, but I mean, you could even say Anthony. He sort of made Anthony see the light in the way. So everyone, I guess, except for like Duncan Todd and those kind of people
who didn't really personally interact with it.
Who didn't? Yeah, exactly. Is like he's sort of making their lives better, but it's one thing to make your life, to be a good dad and a good husband, but like when you say I'm not even that person anymore, that person's gone, and we'll find out if Cooper is sort of aware of where Dougie went or something, some weird way, but he's gonna can he even explain how he's not even Dougie, what that even means,
right.
And then when he's like, I've got a life to get back to, it's not like you could even say, but Janie E, I've fallen in love with you because like you dress me and give me chocolate cake. Like, I don't know, it's like I can't even see that storyline ending that way. Like, even though I'm not your husband, this time we spent together has, made me feel like, I am part of this family or something. Like, Like, yeah, Sonny Jim threw a ball at him once, like that's how much of a
Right.
dad he was.
It's been a few days,
Yet
realistically.
somehow he's better than Ducky.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So so having Janie E be Diane's sister seems like an element that might be a way to, um, keep her or have her play some extra role in the story where it's not just like,
Hmm.
sorry, but you were married to a construct. See you later.
Oh man, can't I'd love to see that reality show. I married a construct. Now what?
And I guess ultimately, I also want to find out like how much she knew about it. I mean, her connection to Diane is like kind of
Hmm.
tantalizing, and you mentioned that we see Mr. C send the Las Vegas text message,
Hmm.
which we literally saw Diane respond to on screen.
Yeah,
And I
like
think
two. Was that 2 parts ago?
that was, yeah. Oh God, I think it was. Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
right. Um, so that, I mean, that confirms, I think, that as much as we can confirm anything, that she is communicating with Mr. C. Like it's not just a Tammy conspiracy or whatever.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, and so,
You mean a conspiracy? That was
yes,
bad. I had to say it.
it's very sweaty, but hey, why not? Um, yeah. So, now that it seems confirmed that she's collaborating, it's the question of why and like how much she knows, and the fact that she on some level knows about Dougie.
Hmm.
Makes me wonder again about Janie being her sister, and so when Cooper awakens, like I'm really curious to see what her reaction is going to be. It's
So yeah, we were talking before about what does Diane know in terms of Dougie. Does she know that Dougie looks like Cooper? I think you think she does, and I just want to say another reason I think she doesn't is when Gordon and the FBI meet Dougie and see he's Cooper.
yeah,
That's going to be a big thing Diane
yeah,
didn't mention if she knew
true,
that. And it's
true,
going to be like, well, why didn't you say he
yeah,
looked like Cooper this entire time when you know we're dealing with two Coopers?
yeah, yeah. Now I think she might be leading them into a trap or something. But I agree that if she knows, it's weird that she didn't say it. It does seem like at this point, it's not really going to hurt her uh, to say that. I think it's definitely possible that she doesn't know. I admit, but I don't know. It seems like she's in pretty deep. So I think in my mind it could go either way,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and maybe this is just it's part of the deception that she's concealing that from them right now.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, speaking of Cooper, the next
Oh
sequence here is kind of important.
yeah, you wanna get into this?
Oh man, I
Oh
can't
man,
wait.
yeah, this sequence was, oh my god. Okay, well let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
So we start off with Mr. C driving, and eventually he arrives at the convenience store. We see a woodsman there lead him up the
Wait, he
stairs.
arrives where?
The convenience store?
Oh my God.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. When they said Dutchman's, like, did anybody have oh, maybe he'll go to the convenience store and that'll lead to the Dutchman somehow. I mean, I guess, like, there's a weird, like, twisted Twin Peaks logic to that, but I wasn't thinking that at all.
Well, who knew
Uh,
the convenience store was like,
a
a
portal or
subway
something?
system, like,
Yeah,
and we talked about that before with the zone, Hastings
right,
the zone and
right.
what does that mean and this idea of these various places being on some sort of interdimensional transit system and
Yeah.
like that's kind of what they depict
Seems like that's
here.
what it is, yeah. It
Mm-hmm.
seems like that's fairly accurate, and since I think, like you said, we see the stairs from Gordon's vision, and presumably that's where Hastings and Ruth met Major Briggs, presumably that's where all that happened. It does seem like it confirms that that's the zone,
Mm-hmm.
that whole sort of area there. Um, so yeah, that's so a woodsman leads him up the stairs. They sort of vanish. Inside, Mr. C asks a different seated woodsman for Philip Jeffries. So naturally, he pulls a lever, and there's some flashes, and we see the jumping man. The jumping
Oh
man
wow!
returns.
Everyone's favorite dude in a red suit.
Who knew? Who knew? I mean, that was kind of crazy, and I don't really know why. But I guess I
I
never
haven't.
knew anything about the
I,
jumping man.
I have an idea of why we see him.
Okay, well, go for it while we're here.
Oh, I should say it now.
Well, I think so, because this is, I mean, there's a lot
Yeah, this
here.
is a long. This is a long thing. So, first of all, I just want to say, who knew you could just drive up to the convenience store, right?
Right,
The way
totally.
it was originally depicted, in part 8, it seemed like it was otherworldly.
Yeah,
It wasn't very clear if it was really in our world or not. It was
right,
obviously connected because the woodsman came to our world. It
right.
was never really clear where it was when we saw it. So
Yeah,
him pulling up to it was mouth on the floor.
yeah,
um
definitely.
and I love that there's a sign that says convenience store. I'm really appreciate that detail in the art design, art direction or whatever. I love that because you can never not know what this place is.
Right,
That's why I love that.
yeah.
um so one of the things I thought was interesting was when we go, quote unquote, above the convenience store, we get another callback to Fire Walk with Me, the
Yeah,
scene above the convenience store with the
right,
man from another place talking to
right.
Bob, with
Yeah,
the Traymon's Chalfonts in the background,
yeah,
and some woodsmen and the jumping
yeah,
man in the corner.
yeah.
And we saw that kind of main woodsman back then, which is sort of where the kind of term comes from, I guess.
Yeah.
Was the guy sitting next to sort of the electronic
Some kind of
device.
contraption, yeah.
And yeah, and he was sort of hitting his hand up and down on his leg, but
Mm-hmm.
then he would also do something with the thing and electricity would go off. So the idea that, the end of that scene is Bob and Manfred of the Place sort of leave that room and go to the Black Lodge. So this idea here
Right.
of like this contraption connecting you to other places is very interesting, and I think that's what we see here, where this guy is sort of like the air traffic controller, or like a railway engineer or somebody. You know
Right.
how there's different rail tracks and you got to flip a lever for the tracks to
Right.
go to a different place. That's kind of what he seems like. Is he's the sort of operator of maybe where the room next to this room leads to. So that when they go out of this
Mm-hmm.
room, where is it going to go? And he can sort of do some magic and make it go different places. But anyway, so going to the jumping man, I thought maybe so what we know about the character of the jumping man is the original actor from Fire Walk with Me said that David Lynch told him for his motivation that he was this sort of talisman come to life.
Right.
And in the original footage, you see the jumping man holding this like stick
Mm-hmm.
sort of object, and jumping around. So it made me think that maybe the woodsman is sort of activating the jumping man, and sort of this ability to connect to other places. They sort of work in concert. So the woodsman is sort of activating this talisman, which is this sort of living being or something like that. That's my crackpot theory
Okay.
about what's going on
That
there.
makes sense. That's reasonable. The
Unfortunately, it's reasonable.
the connections are there. I can see that. I can see
Mhm.
that. Yeah, I mean, I thought, yeah, okay, good one. I'm on board.
Just kind of the way it came off, and the electricity and the weirdness. It could just be a callback, or the idea that like maybe they're going through time or something or space, and
Mm-hmm.
they're sort of going through a dimension where the woodsman, the jumping man is. I kind of see it a couple ways, but I love the callback. I mean, that's huge. It's huge to call him back, and is he just always in this room?
Mm-hmm.
And I do wonder if the woodsman next to the machine. I know he doesn't look like the original guy
Yeah.
who was there in Fire Walk with Me, but I wonder if they had their druthers, um,
Jurgen
would he have?
Prochnow. I have no idea how to say his name properly, but
Yeah, oh, that's right. He had a weird name.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
he's
wonder if
a fairly
they
well
would.
known actor, I think.
Yeah,
He was in a bunch of stuff. Yeah, yeah. If they could have actually gotten him to play this,
yeah. I do wonder if that would have been what they really would have wanted, was this idea that this guy is sort of always there, or is it just
right,
that any woodsman can do this?
right, right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not clear. I mean, they do look a bit different. To some extent, it
Hmm.
seems like that's just, sort of evolving ideas about what they're supposed to look like.
Hmm.
The main difference being the dirty faces,
Yeah.
um, and the beard is kind of dirtier too. The original beards were
Hmm.
cleaner, and they looked more like fake beards.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess those things are fairly small details in a way, and uh, yeah, I'm not sure if we're supposed to think it's the same one. It does seem in general to me like the Woodsmen are more of a collective. That
Hmm.
they just kind of all do woodsman stuff, and you know what I mean. Like there maybe isn't like a necessarily a singled out one, even though I mean there was the one in part eight that kind of did a lot of stuff. Um, but
Well, now you're scaring me because you're on the verge of suggesting they have a collective consciousness.
yikes.
Is are
Uh,
are the woodsmen one organism
well,
with many
well,
parts?
that's interesting. Yeah, we have no idea what they are really. And the part eight kind of insinuates that they have some connection to the atomic bomb test, but I guess the killer of that whole thing is like we still don't know
Hmm.
what that connection is or the connection with. I mean, we don't know anything about what the relationship is there because it's all visual.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I mean, it's like the thing you said about, these kind of like montage things that characters will see where like it's the audience sees it and maybe the character has some understanding of what they're seeing, but, you know, since the viewer's not in on it,
Hmm.
we don't necessarily know what we're supposed to think about that stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not clear at all. Did they create experiment? Did experiment create them somehow? Even though we saw them first, why do they seem to work together? Why are they willing to help out Mr. C here, whereas they killed Hastings, for example?
Hmm.
Um, I mean, the questions here are, and this isn't even like the main thing here.
No.
But I do think their role in this story, it was interesting to see Mr. C actually like interact with them.
Yep.
And again, like not, I mean, he didn't seem particularly surprised, or he just seemed to expect that they would listen to him and,
Hmm.
help him with what he wanted, and they didn't resist at all.
Nope.
So I don't know. What does that mean?
Oh, well, I don't know. I think that's one of the most impenetrable questions is the motivation and the relationship between the woodsman and Mr. C. I mean, I barely understand Mr. C, like, and why he has these plans and seems to
Right.
know what to do, and why does he know these worlds? Is it just because he's a doppelganger? He understands who these people are and what Philip Jeffries is now, and sort of the sort of the nuance of these supernatural people and worlds. Like, is that why he knows this, or is there a previous experience? Or that's a huge one. So yeah, yeah, trying to figure out the woodsman and the hierarchy here of like, do they work for him? Do they do what he wants because he's connected to Mr. C? Do they would they do this for anybody? Are they helping him? Are they neutral? Or are they
Right.
actually really helping? Um, yeah, it's really I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it does seem like they're not his enemies.
Hmm.
I think we could go that far. They're fine with leading him here. But yeah, it seems like they're somewhere between neutral and allies, and it's not
Yeah.
clear where they fall in that spectrum, and what they care about. You know, I mean, what Mr. C cares about is also not clear, but he at least, I don't know, has expressed some particular things he cares about, even if we don't know what they are. Um, Whatever that means.
Yep.
We know he's like pursuing the card thing, and he wanted those coordinates, and so there's some sort of concrete things. Um, whereas with the woodsman, it's like I just don't have a clue. I mean, they wanted the bug thing to crawl in the girl's mouth. I mean, I maybe beyond
Hmm.
that, I don't know. They wanted to kill Hastings, I guess. Um,
So you know what they want by what they did.
yeah, yeah, exactly. That's all I can say because they never talk about what they want. I mean,
Yeah.
I did notice that they don't speak at all this
Hmm.
entire time. They're completely silent. So, and we know they can talk. They can recite poems if they want to.
Well, at least that one could.
You think that's the only one that can?
Maybe he's like the Night King from Game of Thrones, and he's just the
Oh
special
man,
one. And
he's the
maybe he's the
special
one.
one.
Maybe he's the one who wants to be with Bob again,
Mm-hmm.
And the Gotta Light guy, he wants to be with Bob again, and he's the one who called Mr. C. Now, why his brethren can be around Mr. C and not sort of kidnap him for this guy is a question I can't answer.
Right.
But I just want to throw that out there. Maybe that guy is special in some way. I don't. Was he credited as anything in particular?
Yeah, he was credited as Woodsman.
Just Woodsman.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's all it said. That's really the only reason we know. Strangely, like the other woodsmen are not getting credited
Okay.
as anything. The one
Yeah.
in the jail cell, the other one we saw shuffling down the hall, the ones in the scene with where they're sort of healing Mr. C. I mean,
Hmm.
even the other ones in Part 8, that are with the lead one, the Abraham Lincoln one,
Yeah.
before he goes in the radio station. Like none of the other ones have been credited.
Hmm.
Maybe because they don't have lines. I don't know. It's weird.
Huh. Yeah. That is super weird. But yeah. I don't know. Throw that guy out there as somebody who might want Bob again. They did. The Woodsman did sort of get Bob out of Mr. C. Now. Did they succeed? At this
We
point, I'm
still,
gonna. It seems like they did. I don't know, but Mr. C doesn't seem like he's missing Bob or that he needs to find him again. Um, I kind of wish it would have been nice if, like, when Mr. C told Dario that he was looking for that black splotch with the chicken wings. I really wish like Mr. C wasn't in him at that point. Then we could have been like, oh, that's what he wants. That's Bob. He wants Bob. Like he wants
right,
the Bob orb.
right,
Like that would have
right,
been a nice, simple, straightforward thing. But that's not what happened. Like
right,
Bob was already there with him.
right, right.
So maybe, which makes me think maybe experiment. If experiment is the black splotch with the chicken wings, maybe like, and I guess I kind of said this theory before.
It's just really hard to take that seriously.
Well, I know, and it's supposed to be like really, really deep and meaningful. I don't know
I'm
what
the
else to
black
call it.
splotch with the chicken wings.
Yeah, I don't know what to call that. Um, the fat owl. I don't know what to call that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he needs, because there's a lot of, tropes about alchemy on this show. things turning into the gold, things turning into silver. There's a bunch of, not mythology, but I don't know, what do you call it? um, Stuff from alchemy on
Oh,
the show.
okay, yeah.
I don't know what to call it. The body of theorizing about, alchemy.
Right.
Is on the show, so maybe Mr. C, maybe it's a this thing plus a this thing equals another thing, and so he's got Bob, and he wants to add that to the black
Mm-hmm.
splotch with the wings, and that will
Right.
equal something that he
Something
wants.
else. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do feel like there should be a checkup scene where we establish whether Bob's still there or not. I mean, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
that's like I don't think there's been it's the visual, right? There's been no lines to indicate that Bob's not there, and even the conversation with Ray, I thought like the way it played out was like as though Bob was still there. Like it's the reveal that that's the thing that fake Philip Jeffries wants. I
Mm-hmm.
think we can conclude that after this scene that was the fake one who wanted Bob, because he's the one on the phone, and
Mm-hmm.
he's the one who talked about being with Bob again. So again,
Although T. Keller Philip Jeffrey says he did call Ray.
I know. Oh, we'll get to it. Jesus Christ, Philip.
Yep.
You're killing me. You're killing
Classic
me.
Jeffrey shows up and makes everything worse.
Oh God, yeah, I know. It's like, couldn't it just be no? Like, why does it have to be like fucking?
Yeah, he should have been like, it couldn't have been me. I've been percolating all this time.
Exactly,
Like, I've been
exactly.
busy percolating.
Exactly. All right. So, just to continue from there, the woodsman taps a stick on the floor, and another woodsman leads him to another set of stairs. I think these are the set of stairs that Gordon saw at the Vortex in Buckhorn. He then goes up and opens a door into something that looks like a motel parking lot. Run down. He goes over to room 8. He just kind of walks there. I don't quite know why he knew.
He knows where he's going for no apparent
He just
reason.
knew. I guess I don't know. Is that the Dutchman's room? Is it room number 8 is the Dutchman's? Anyway. The door is locked. He tries it. So that's when enter bosomy woman
Mm-hmm.
who comes over and says in the backwards sort of Black Lodge speech, "I'll unlock the door for you." So she does. And then he goes inside, and it's a very Lynchian room. The lights are flickering. He looks at the wall, and it sort of unveils this tea kettle looking thing that is apparently Philip Jeffries. And okay, so do you want to say anything about that part there before we get into the super
Yeah.
details here?
So first I want to go back to the beginning of what you just started with,
Sure.
with the woodsman banging the stick on the ground.
Yeah.
Like, it was already weird, and then
Mhm.
he bangs the stick on the ground, and I'm like, what does that do?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that, and I thought maybe the sound mattered, the sound that it makes, since
Right.
sound is a big thing on the show. Like, maybe,
True.
is that yeah, what's that about?
I thought you had the answers for this.
Oh no, why would I have the answers?
Yeah, is it
I
just
can't
a
explain
signal? I
everything.
mean, is it just like,
Like, we're ready now.
take him away? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not clear to me at all what that's supposed to be.
Yeah, and I actually was just making sure. Of course, this is true because no one's perfect. But in this above the convenience store room, we have the wallpaper, which is the same as the room from Laura's dream, from the picture frame that from Fire Walk with Me that the Alphonse gave her. She's like, the grandmother's like, this will look good on your wall. Laura puts it on her wall. She goes to sleep. She has this dream where she goes into the picture frame, and she's in the room with this sort of flowered wallpaper, and then she ends up having this sort of Black Lodge vision of the ring. So of course this wallpaper is not in the room in the original convenience store scene. It does look like it's supposed to be the same room, but that did not it did not have that wallpaper there, or else we would have been talking about that this whole time.
Right.
If they had made that detail in Fire Walk with Me. But that big machine being there, I think, really also ties it together. Being above the being the same room.
That was definitely
there. But yeah, I don't really know what the stick on the ground means, except for like, we're ready now. You can do it. You know, something like that.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's wood and the fact that it makes a sound, I think, is ties into the show.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, when I didn't mention it, but yeah, when they're walking across, it's kind of superimposed with the woods, the trees, like they're going through the trees somehow.
Yeah, I got the sense that it was supposed to tell us that even though they're walking this what looks like a short physical distance from the room above the convenience store to the room with the stairs, and there's this sort of dark passageway between that, the idea that they're sort of going through space-time in a different way than what it seems. And I don't know if they're really sort of going through the woods, because this whole area around the convenience store is woods,
right?
So I don't know if they're saying they're sort of leaving that room and going and sort of kind of going through the woods, sort of as it were, to some other place that does exist in the real world, the Dutchman's place, so it's kind of like a elaborate transportation system or something.
Yeah.
And maybe this world of this house, with these rooms, it's reminiscent of the Black Lodge, right? And sort of the ultimate reveal of the Black Lodge at this point, when the sort of red curtain disappears and we see this endless checkered ground floor, floor on the ground. And we see the idea that, the sort of Black Lodge is sort of endless, but it sort of has these different rooms cordoned off with the red curtains. So this room, this house, I call it a house, the wallpaper place, reminds me of that idea that it's this sort of place that can connect to other places. And perhaps, the portals that we've seen in the world, or sort of come from this place or something like that, or they connect through this place.
Right. Yeah.
So like when Mr. C walks out into the courtyard of this motel, I guess, the question is what would that have looked like if we were watching it from a different angle? Would he have just sort of reappeared the same way he disappeared walking up the stairs? Or would he have come through a portal, a sky vortex? He sort of just like opens the door and he's sort of there.
Right.
Very, and the fact that like, this whole idea calls into question Laura's dream too.
Yeah.
The idea that it wasn't just sort of necessarily an imaginary world or something. Like, she actually went to this place.
Right. Right. And maybe the picture provided some kind of way to access it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got for this first part here. I mean, it's very interesting because they start out above the convenience store, then they walk over to the other room, and then they go upstairs. So they're on like level 3.
Yeah.
And this is where the Dutchman is. So it makes me think: are there more stairs at this place? Can you go up higher?
Yeah.
Can you go lower? We still don't understand what's in the actual convenience store on the first floor.
Right? We haven't seen that.
See weird stuff happening in there.
Yeah. There's something going on in there.
But
But
the Woodsman remind me of the way they depict it at this point reminds me of the Strangers from Dark City.
mm-hmm,
Alex Proyas' 1998 noir sci-fi tale.
mm-hmm.
Um,
I remember. I remember.
Roger Ebert raved about it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The
One of my
fulfillment
favorite,
of the style of the Crow with a
yeah,
sci-fi story that was maybe a bit more interesting.
yeah, and one of my favorite movies of all time. But this idea of sort of behind the scenes, there's these enigmatic figures who have this like strange technology that they use to sort of do various things. Just reminds me of the Strangers.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. And yeah, they were. Yeah. Well, hey, I don't want to spoil the whole movie, but
Please don't. But yeah, it could be something related there. And this, it does call into question because maybe you're going to say the aliens word, but it calls into question what are these beings? Like the bosomy woman who we're about to see. Like what
mm-hmm.
what is she supposed to be? What's their relationship to regular human beings?
Yeah.
Is calling them aliens not quite accurate?
Yeah, 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 yeah. The way it's been portrayed, I feel like, well, I mean, it gets down to what does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um, in the sense that, I mean, I don't get the sense that there's been no clear evidence that I'm just gonna keep adding stuff here. That they necessarily like came to Earth in a flying saucer or something like that.
Sure.
It seems as though they exist in some other sort of dimension or realm or something that can access Earth, and there's a way to kind of go back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And so like they're aliens in the sense that I think they don't come from Earth.
Yeah.
But not necessarily in the sense that like they come from another planet and they flew here. That's what it seems like to me.
So they're kind of like the Cenobites from Hellraiser.
Oh God! There you go. Yeah, that sounds like it's on the right track. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, hey, at some point at least they were into pain and sorrow.
Mm-hmm. They were. It's yeah.
So that's that does sound along similar lines.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Yeah, there's a very Hellraiser-esque quality to the show.
Yeah.
Old school horror.
I can definitely see that. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so shall we get into this business here?
Oh, we better.
Okay.
Oh, can I just say when Cooper showed up at the place, there's like two. Aren't there two? Am I making this up? Yeah. Like when he opens the door and he walks out, there's two woodsmen there walking with him. But there was only one woodsman who walked up the stairs with him. So there's one woodsman already at this place, sort of waiting.
Yeah.
So that's weird.
Yeah.
Like, how is he waiting there? Or is he watching the room?
Maybe he got a signal. Yeah.
Was that the wood tapping on the ground?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Like that was. Hey, we're coming to this place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Could be.
Wow.
They don't really help him though once he gets in the bar. They kind of disperse. Like they don't lead him to the room. Like that. I thought that was a bit odd.
Yeah, I mean they're walking in that direction with him, but they kind of let him go at a certain point by himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody knows where he's going. Everybody knows which room it is. You know?
Yeah, no one ever had to tell him it's room 8.
Mm-hmm.
So
it looks like it's the only one with the light on, too, if that means anything. But it's the only room with the light on.
Sure.
And it makes me think, is this the only room with someone in it of this whole place?
Could be. Could be. That's possible. I mean, yeah. It's hard to know. But yeah, maybe that's the idea.
And what are the nightly rates at this motel?
Most importantly. I don't know. The lights don't seem to work very well.
Can I go and read reviews on TripAdvisor.com?
Oh God.
Oh, that'd be great. Oh man, that'd be so. We should do that, or someone should go and do a TripAdvisor review for the Dutchman Room 8
Hotel.
and write it like Philip in the voice of Philip Jeffries. And he's like, the room was very humid. But that might have been my fault because I'm a percolating tea kettle.
It's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good point. Hey, at least he's taking responsibility.
It's like I can't tell you if the bed was soft or firm because I never used it because I'm a percolating tea kettle. That's just every line of his review.
How can you not mention that all the time?
You have to mention that.
It's kind of a big deal.
It's apropos to the review, right? Because someone's going to ask the question, is this room good if you're a percolating tea kettle?
Right.
And he can say yes or no to that.
Exactly. Yeah. And for the average traveler, they might want to understand that he's experiencing this as a percolator. And so that's not
funny.
That's
funny. It just made me think the fish in the percolator.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
There's something there, man. There's some reason why he's a percolator. Oh man.
Maybe there's a connection there. Who knows?
I think there has to be some connection there. Like this, and the idea of coffee. Making coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's something there. There's some reason why he's a percolating tea kettle.
It should mean there's a fish in there.
Yeah, is he the fish? Is something fishy? That's what I'm like trying to figure out. Like, maybe he's the fish.
Oh God, he's a fish and a monkey.
And a tea kettle.
I can't handle it.
He's the Holy Trinity, He's all three and yet one. All right, let's get into this whole diatribe, the secret diary of Philip Jeffries here.
The untold story.
Mm-hmm.
At last. All right. Okay, so my plan for this is I'm going to actually just read every single line from this because maybe I'll skip like a couple of repeats, but pretty much every line here is like a whole problem by itself.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only way I could really. I didn't want to just summarize what they're saying because I don't know what they're saying sometimes.
We're gonna have to pick this apart line by line. So
yeah, that's what it comes down to. So okay, so here's how it goes. So we see Philip Jeffries, and first he says, "Oh, it's you." To Mr.
What a way
C.
to start.
I know.
We're already starting off weird and strange.
I know. Of course. So then Mr. C says, Jeffries. And then Jeffries says, thank God.
How is this a scene?
It's weird. Like, they're just exchanging pleasantries, and it's like doesn't even make sense yet.
Oh, man.
So, right. So now Mr. C says, why did you send Ray to kill me? And then Jeffrey says, what?
Yep, that's the answer we did not want.
He says, what? I called Ray.
I call Ray. Yep, that's what he said.
That's what he said. I'm just repeating. Okay, so then Mr. C says, so you did send him? No response. Then he says...
no, excuse me, device clanks, ominous humming.
Yeah, does that count? Is that a yes? Is that a yes?
That's something. That's something.
I don't know what to make of the clanking, but there's no spoken response. So he seemingly moves on, or who knows? Maybe he understood the clanking.
Oh
I
no,
wish he would tell
he's
us.
clankies,
I wish he would tell us what the
he's
clanking
clanking ease and
means.
yeah,
Or they gave us some subtitles for the clanking.
yeah, jeez.
So okay, so then he pivots to
Yeah, I can't wait for the executive producer to have to come out and say the Clanks did not say Bing, they said Billy.
Oh, that actually seems like a thing that could happen soon. Oh man, if the Clanks start talking about Billy,
Right?
holy shit. I
Mm-hmm.
give up. Billy turns out to
Then
be
you
the
can,
most important character.
yeah, you can clank skeptical after that.
Exactly. Okay, so I called Ray.
I
God,
called.
what
I
the
love the inflection there because it doesn't help at all. It
no?
doesn't. It doesn't help you figure out because he seems to say Mr. C takes it as a confirmation. Then if you called him,
Yeah,
then you did send him to kill me.
yeah. And the normal version of the scene is no. I just
Mm-hmm.
called him. I didn't tell him to kill anybody. That's what it should
Well,
be.
yeah, it should be. Or I called him to tell him this other thing,
Yeah.
but I didn't. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's a both. It's a both and neither. It's like I didn't necessarily send him to kill you, but I did
Yeah.
have contact with him.
Yeah, yeah. So the next part makes it even worse for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it just yeah, like it's okay. So the next part is Mr. C says, "Did you call me 5 days ago?" And Jeffrey says, "I don't have your number." Which is a hilarious reason why that
It's
wasn't it.
yeah, which makes me think because there's that idiom, I have your number, meaning I know
Mm-hmm.
you or I know what you're about, I've got your
Mm-hmm.
number, that whole
Right,
idea.
right.
So
Yeah.
I'm like, is he speaking on that level?
Oh, okay.
You know
Maybe.
what I mean? Like I don't have your number, like I don't have a handle on you, and
Mm-hmm.
that's I couldn't have called you because I don't, and it almost means the same thing. But yeah, I'm just wondering if that was supposed to be a weird sort of phrasing of that idea. Or is he just saying I literally don't have your Google Voice phone number or something like
Right.
and like why would you? He's changing phones all the time. And
Yeah.
also he has a special communication device, which is the way we saw that guy talk to Mr. C.
Right.
So
Yeah, the briefcase
is he
thing.
if he's basically is he like I don't have the number to that device
Mm-hmm.
either? Like yeah, it's doesn't help. This sentence does not help.
It raises so many questions, and yeah, it doesn't help. And then the follow up is, so it was someone else who called me.
Hmm.
So the thing that kills me about this, like as though it's, I mean, as if it's not already bad enough, is that the parallel structure here. Did you send Ray to kill me? What? I called Ray. So you did send him. Did you call me 5 days ago? I don't have your number. So it was someone else who called me. Right? The
Hmm.
the structure is the same where it makes it seem like, because I think we are supposed to believe that it was someone else who called him, you
Yeah.
know? I think that's true, but then it makes me think, well then that means he sent Ray. So, but it's confusing. And it doesn't help that he says, so you did send him. It's like he doesn't emphasize it that way, but does he mean you sent Ray, but you didn't send him to kill me? You know? Like
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
is that the confirmation? Because he doesn't repeat that part, you know? Um, and that a few extra words here really could have clarified what this is supposed to mean.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think I do draw a line, and I go. He's just referencing the original question of did you send Ray to kill me? So I think he's
Yeah.
saying, oh man, this is tough to think
So
about.
the question was why? Why did you send Ray to kill me? What I called Ray. So you did send him. Like you could read it that way. I mean, he doesn't say it that way, but he says everything pretty flatly.
Well, I think if you, and this is going too far, but if you connect the idea of did you call me 5 days ago? Because I think he knows what the guy who called him 5 days ago wants.
Right.
And so he's trying to connect Philip Jeffries to the person who
Yeah.
sent him, Ray to kill him to the person who was on the phone.
Yeah.
And I think so. So the why could be answered if he can confirm that yes, Philip Jeffries sent Ray to kill him, and yes, it was him on the phone.
Right.
He doesn't, that's the why there. But yeah, it does get lost in the phrasing here. So the first part is why did you send Ray to kill me? And he says, I called him, and then Mr. C thinks so. You did send him in parentheses to kill me.
Right.
And then the next part is so that doesn't have any bearing on whether or not Philip is the man on the phone, but it would if Philip is against him. Yeah, he shouldn't be the man on the phone if he's Philip Jeffries, right?
Right.
Regardless of the Ray thing.
Right.
So then he goes to did you call me 5 days ago? He basically says, no, I don't have a way to call you. So then he says it was someone else who called. But he sort of leaves it as a question, I guess. And then Jeffries muddles it by saying we used to talk.
Yeah, so that's the next part, which, is also confusing.
And the question is like, can Mr. C be misinterpreting this? Do we take his interpretations as the truth?
Right.
Or could he be wrong about what he's interpreting? Because
Right.
he is sort of making interpretations very quickly,
Mhm.
just saying, oh, okay, then that means this.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible that he's wrong, but at the same time, I don't know. I think he's right, at least about some of this.
Yeah, and I think that's what I got from the "we used to talk" line is the idea, and that's really just there to verify that Mr. C in that part in episode 2 and in part 2, in the scene in part 2, that he was expecting to talk to Philip Jeffries because they did used to talk.
Right.
So I guess that's what.
And there's the whole thing with Albert,
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah,
that was a connection, and so it's sort of like, I mean, something weird happened here that I have yet to fully understand. But it seems to me like the logical thing happening here is that Philip Jeffries seems to have had some connection with Mr. C. Maybe he thought he was Cooper. I mean, it seems as though he thinks he's still Cooper, based on the lines that happen later. And they did something. I'm not really sure what or why. But at a certain point, I don't know, Mr. C had Philip Jeffries in on his plans, but this other person entered the story and kind of pretended to be Philip Jeffries, and even maybe enlisted some of the same people that Philip Jeffries did.
And I was going to say, in the same moment that Philip Jeffries decides to not be a part of this plot anymore, seemingly, right? Like, he's not like, hey, Cooper, where you been?
Mm-hmm.
Like, been waiting to hear from you or something.
Right.
It seems like there is this sort of contrivance here of whoever this other person is coming into the plot here, is at the exact same time that this Philip Jeffries is out of the plot.
Right.
And sort of not concerned with what's going on.
Because if they're both communicating at the same time, like, you would think it would come out,
Yeah.
Quicker.
And it begs the question, why did this Philip Jeffries, bow out of the plot, or why is he not still in contact or whatever? And here's a question that's going to make you mad. Why does Philip Jeffries think this is Cooper? Why does he say, so you are Cooper?
God damn it.
When this is predicated on the flashback to 1989, when Philip Jeffries appears, and the first thing he says is basically, who do you think that is there?
Yeah.
Pointing to Dale Cooper, the good Dale at the time. And so he's basically saying in that moment, I know that there's two, or at least I know there's another Cooper.
Yeah.
And this isn't him, seemingly. So just because this Mr. C. Cooper remembers this event, why does Philip Jeffries in this scene think that means that he's Cooper?
Yeah.
And it was predicated on him knowing that this person who looks like Cooper is not Cooper.
Right, right. Yeah. Yeah, that makes no sense at all. I mean, yeah, that line is a killer. That throws everything off. It would be this would be easier for me if he just understood this was the doppelganger.
I completely agree. If he knew this was the doppelganger, it would streamline so much shit. And you know what? What it really says is how I think unusual the whole doppelganger coming out of the Black Lodge is.
Yeah.
And I think how unprecedented, and how if you see a person that's a complete 180 of how he used to be, your first guess isn't, oh, he's a doppelganger.
Doppelganger, yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. So yeah, like basically what the thing I want to say is that yeah, there was this background, and then this other Philip Jeffries character entered the picture, and he is the one who wanted to have Mr. C killed, who wanted Bob, who set up the prison thing. You know, he's the one he talked to on the phone. You know, basically, like, he's the one, you know, driving the antagonist part of Mr. C's story. And the real Philip Jeffries had some light involvement with Ray, seemingly, and possibly with that storyline in general, but it doesn't seem as though he wants Bob. He doesn't even mention Bob at all. He seems to think it's Cooper, and so he's just, I don't know.
Good point about Bob.
It doesn't seem like he's connected to that whatsoever.
Why would he call Ray?
Why would
he have any reason to talk to Ray?
I have no idea. Is it some weird, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm starting to get Lost vibes from this scene.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because there's a thing here about I guess it has to do with Man in Black or something. There's this thing here about people pretending to be other people, and having these scenes where you sort of confront the person about the past and not quite getting explicit answers. Yeah, there's a very, very Lost vibe here.
Yeah, and the misinterpretation too.
Yes.
You know, like, oh, you remember this thing, so you're Cooper. You know, like, like what?
Yeah, something with Man in Black being Locke and all that stuff, and then the original stuff with like with Ben and you know, who's in the cabin, and it's Jacob in the cabin, but not really, and
pretending to be Locke to kind of get Ben to kill Jacob, like you know, pretending to be Philip Jeffries to get the there's definitely, and of course pretending to be Cooper to some extent. There's definitely something there. It's weird. You know, because I generally feel that although Twin Peaks is you know, very strange, I mean, I would say stylistically it's way stranger than Lost. Like, not even close. I would say that it does not focus on individual interpretations nearly as much. There's a lot more of a sense of you know, not that like subjectivity doesn't matter as much, but there's a lot more of a sense of like there is kind of an objective storyline happening, and the things that drive the plot are not you know, so exclusively just like what people think is happening. You know, they're often right about what's happening. And, you know, that thing might be crazy, but they're still right about it. And it's really just, you know, a more straightforward, like, they're pursuing goals and stuff. And it's based on, you know, correct information. So the thing that's like throwing me about this scene is that it's like, it's not quite working out like that. You know, it seems like Philip Jeffries is wrong about it being Cooper, and then it calls into question also Mr. C's interpretations of Philip Jeffries' answers. You know,
Mm-hmm.
his interpretations wrong? I mean, I feel like he's right that it was someone else who called him. That seems right. But then, so you did send him. It's like,
So it's like someone else did call me, but you still could have been the person who wanted to kill me, and you sent Ray to
right.
kill me. Like that could still be true.
It could be. It could be. Even though, like, it seems like it adds up more that it was the other one who wanted to kill him. It seems to fit better with what we know about that
Mm-hmm.
character. Presumably he's the one, talking to Ray about, that they want something inside him and stuff like that. And even the they, the idea that he represents some
Mm-hmm.
larger group or whatever. Philip Jeffries does seem to be working alone, more or less. I
Yeah.
mean, it doesn't seem to be a group involved here. So,
Yeah, yeah. I'm I'm starting to think the woodsman, the Abraham Lincoln woodsman, is the only real candidate in terms of a character we've already seen before. Um,
oh, fuck. That's the other thing I have to say.
uh-huh.
It can't be ignored that whoever wanted to kill Mr. C and set up Ray to do that, whoever did that has a
Mm-hmm.
Black Lodge connection because they had the key, they had the ring, they had
Yep.
access to the ring.
Yep.
So if it's not Philip Jeffries, which I think I could buy that this Philip Jeffries has Black Lodge access. That's plausible. He's living
Mm-hmm.
already in a world where people talk that way, and there's these portals, and we
Well,
already
there's
saw the
there's
characters go to the Black Lodge and Fire Walk with Me from the convenience store.
yeah, and there's the Buddhist phrase, a tea kettle opens all doors.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
That's think about that, Tammy.
Think about that, Tammy.
Yeah. So, uh, I'm just adding that in terms of like who could this imposter Jeffries be? It does
Mm-hmm.
have to be someone who has some connection with that crazy world, and certainly Abraham Lincoln Woodsman would qualify
Yeah.
for that. I mean, otherwise, yeah, it's like Mike. Like I
Mike.
really have no idea who
Mm-hmm.
else it could possibly be that we would know about.
Yeah.
Unless it's just some random new character that they're introducing.
Yeah, Wyndham Earl, I guess, is still on the
Wyndham
table
Earl, right? Good old
you
Wyndham
don't.
Earl.
Yeah,
I seriously don't think it's Wyndham Earl, but hey, what do I know?
and just thinking with this, I still want to know why Philip Jeffries is a tea kettle. But I was just thinking, with we've seen the idea of spirits or souls be sort of fire, and that be a sort of connection. He's got the steam coming out of him, so it just makes me think maybe this is some sort of you know what's the word, a sort of housing for his soul or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what the machine is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And like, so he's not really that thing so much
Right.
as that's the vessel that he's in
Is
now.
holding him. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It actually seems a bit reminiscent of the little device that Andy had when he went to the fireman's place. That like collected
Mm-hmm.
the vision or whatever as a smoke thing. I guess that idea of like smoke as like representing like storage somehow.
Mm-hmm.
It
Or like
seems
information. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems kind of along those lines. Like it could
Yeah.
be some kind of representation of that.
Yeah.
Um, okay, well,
So in the captions, I believe they have Jeffries using a question mark with "So you are Cooper."
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that? Like, is it really a question? Is it a declarative
Yeah.
statement or is it a question? Because that's
Yeah.
a completely different thing.
Yeah. To be clear, like, I when I watched it without captions, I did not. I didn't think it was a question.
I agree.
I thought it was a statement. And
Totally
we
agree.
know from Bing skepticism era that the captions are not necessarily reliable in terms of
Mm-hmm.
just what people say, let alone stuff like punctuation. That
Mm-hmm.
that very well could be an interpretation that isn't necessarily true, and that gets down to like because the way the actor said it, I mean, it's possible that it was a question in the script, and he just read it that way. It,
True.
I don't know. I don't know how we're supposed to take that. It seemed like a statement to me. It seemed like he
Yeah.
really believed that this proved it. Do you want to talk about that part? Do you want to talk about Judy?
I feel like we shouldn't talk about Judy, but I feel like she's the one everyone needs to talk about.
Okay, so Jeffrey says after Mr. C says it was someone else who called me. Jeffrey says we used to talk, and Mr. C says yes we did, and that's used as a segue to go back to the Phil Jeffrey scene from Fire Walk with Me, black and white again. Um, and we hear him. They do overdub it with the new voice. Well, now I'm not going to talk about Judy. In fact, we're not going to talk about Judy at all. And then Mr. C says, 1989, you showed up at FBI headquarters in Philadelphia and said you'd met Judy. This is when Jeffrey says, so you are Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
Or so you are Cooper?
So you are Cooper.
It's so subtle. Yeah. Either way, I mean, I think even if it's a question, it's weird that that's proof of that. But the doppelganger thing. Okay, sorry, we got to continue before I get sidetracked. So then Mr. C says, Philip, why didn't you want to talk about Judy? Who is Judy? Does Judy want something from me? That's a lot of questions to ask, Mr. C. I'm not going to answer all your questions.
Exactly. Yep.
That's like, oh man. So anyway, he says, Jeffrey says, why don't you ask Judy yourself? Let me write it down for you.
Oh, that was the best. That was the best. When the smoke changes and he's riding in the air, it's just the best.
Yeah, so we see some numbers kind of in the steam, and Mr. C writes them down, and then he asks again, "Who is Judy?" And Jeffries replies, "You've already met Judy." And then Mr. C.
That's the line no one wanted,
I
right?
know.
No one wanted. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, you've already met her. Oh man.
I know. It's like, ah, Jesus, great. Like, so it's a clue, and yet somehow it makes it worse.
Yep.
So then Mr. C asks what do you mean I've met Judy? You think you're going to get an answer to that? At that point, the phone starts ringing, and then he asks who's Judy again, a couple more times. Jeffries sort of disappears, like the wall kind of fades back in, the opposite of what it did when he comes in. And then Mr. C picks up the phone. We see the convenience store, like, smoke back and forth thingy. And then we see Mr. C appear in a phone booth right outside the store, where he started, basically.
Yep.
So
that was it's like a Matrix move there.
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, they use the phones
phone
like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I was thinking like transporter, but that's actually more similar. But yeah, he didn't have to do the whole walk back. He just got he just got blooped right back outside. Yeah, so that's the end of that. We kind of go on to a different thing after that, but
yeah.
so Judy.
going backwards, this little bloop here with the phone really sort of goes back to Philip Jeffries when he appeared in the elevator, so it's an interest. We sort of assumed it was this kind of thing where through the electricity,
Yeah.
you can sort of travel, but actually having a non-entity or say supernatural entity like Mr. C. Well, I guess he is supernatural in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But just I guess I meant
Definitely.
a non-Black Lodge person
Yeah.
sort of going through the electrical lines traveling. I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So causing makes it seem like anyone could sort of do that,
Right.
maybe. But okay, so Judy, I mean, let's start with the big question: is
Yeah.
who could she be that he's already met? And it's so we talked about it before, where who could she be that the good Cooper has met, and who could she be that only the bad Cooper has met?
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Which are definitely separate questions.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, I think as you said earlier, for various reasons, as outlined above, see above. I think Naito is definitely a solid candidate. We know that the good Cooper met her. We saw that happen
Mm-hmm.
back in part three. And he thinks that's so. But so, what do you think are some other potential possibilities here? I mean, is there anything that you think is really? Because to me, I would be surprised at this point. I'd be surprised if it's anyone else. That just seems like the clear answer, and I do think that. I would say I don't know. It's a weird thing to say, but I would say that sometimes with this show, like it just is the thing that it seems like it should be. I mean, I guess Richard Horn thing would be an example of that.
Sometimes it
Um,
is. A lot of time it's not, but sometimes it is. Yeah, it's. I guess I want to start with why is Naito named Naito if she's Judy?
so they don't call her Judy and spoil it. I mean, I guess that would be the only real like practical reason.
But I mean, like, just from an in show reason, why is she named Naito? She doesn't tell anyone her name is Naito.
Yeah, I guess they could just call her like mysterious woman or eyeless woman
So that's
or
my question: is why is she giving a name instead of
yeah,
a title like that?
yeah,
That's a placeholder,
yeah. Being given a specific name does seem like it could mean that. However, I'll just say that if Judy is some character we know, then she's not named Judy. She has some other name besides Judy. So I mean, I think it's going to be true for pretty much all the other candidates, right? I mean, who else can you name that doesn't have another name that's not Judy?
I feel like every character on the show fits that description.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So if it's
So
someone we know, then I think that's what it has to be.
yes, the difference being Naito's a new character,
True. True.
and it because no one says her name, then
Right.
they're telling us she's Naito in this sort of outside of the show kind of a
Right.
thing. Which is because I guess if you didn't read the credits, you wouldn't know her name is Naito.
Right.
And so when they say, "Hey, who's Judy?" you could say, "Well, maybe she's Judy because we don't
Right.
know her name."
Right.
So that's, I guess, something to think about. Um, I'm actually trying to wonder if there's any way, and follow me down this rabbit hole here. Is there any way that Judy is Josie and Nido is Josie? That
Uh.
like that's why we'll never see her eyes is because like she's supposed to be Josie, but they don't have the actual actress. You know what I mean? Or she
Oh.
changed she
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
changed a little bit. That sort of necessitated the sort of weird face.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Okay.
that and so that so when he's like, "You met Judy," it's like, well, Cooper has met Josie.
Yeah.
And sort of, I'm trying to connect it to like wherever Josie went, whatever happened with her, and maybe she wound up in the purple place after she got trapped in the wood, and she's really somehow she's really like Judy was her a pseudonym or something with whatever she was doing
A
maybe
Judenim,
before.
please.
I feel like I've taught you well. I somehow feel the need to take credit for that. Share that was a good one. A Judenim. That's what it's like to be me. You just sit and listen and wait for your time to use a good pun. Oh, now I don't know what it's like to be around me. Just you're trying to make a cogent point, and then someone says Judenim, and you're like, bravo, bravo.
Well, that now you know what it's like to be me.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Now
a
we know what
double
it's like to
role
be each
reversal.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like only Twin Peaks could have really made that happen. Double role reversal. Now we know what it's like to be everyone. So anyway, you see I'm working really hard to connect this theory, but I want to go out there on a limb and say maybe there's some way that Judy is Josie and Josie is Nido.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't rule that out. I mean, there's already been some. I mean, it's all kind of outside the the actual show / movie, but there was indication that Judy was supposed to be Josie's sister, and maybe maybe that idea could evolve into something like what you're saying. I mean, it doesn't seem out of the question. I would say. I mean, if anything, that that seems more consistent. Like, basically, if it's not that or Nido and she's Josie's sister in some sense, then I think that has to mean that they've moved to some completely different idea from Josie's sister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If it's Diane or Janie E or Audrey, or just throw out potentially significant female characters who could potentially be Judy. If it's one of them, then that has to mean they abandoned the Josie sister thing. I think those two theories would be consistent with that, are the most plausible. And the other thing is, like, what's Nido? If Nido isn't Judy, then what's Nido?
Oh no!
Damn
what's
it!
Nido? There's a question.
Mean,
well,
there's a thing there,
Yeah, and this won't solve it, but I want to go down another rabbit hole and wonder if Judy could be Annie.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so maybe the idea is Philip Jeffries, when he was going through his Black Lodge adventures, since the Black Lodge is sort of outside of regular time, maybe he came across Annie in the Black Lodge at some point and somehow got the sense that her name was Judy.
Sure.
And so, and that would actually, maybe connect to why he singles out Cooper, because Annie is connected to Cooper.
Right.
So maybe he saw both of them in the Black Lodge or something, or saw her and got some sense her name was Judy, and maybe that's who he's talking about.
Yeah.
Because that would be a great reveal if we circle back around to Annie through this, by way of Judy.
Yeah. Yeah. They could do that. That would definitely be a strange way to bring her back in the story.
There's Judy Garland, right?
Oh, and God, that reminds me. That's one of the theories I've seen, that it's Major Briggs.
The Major Briggs is Judy?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Because his name's Garland.
Man. Oh no.
And that's it's like a code thing.
Oh no, that's the best thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That's the best thing ever. It doesn't make any sense though. Like, Big shouldn't be Judy in terms of, like, I mean, what is Cooper gonna go do with the numbers Jeffries gave him? Go dial a floating head in space? I mean, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
right?
no, I agree. I don't think that's it, but it does fit. He's already met him. I think that's probably true for both Coopers. It is true for both Coopers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that works. It's a weird like pun connection with the name, and yeah, I mean dialing ahead is weird, but hey, he's talking to a tea kettle.
But he's talking to a
I
tea
mean,
kettle.
it's not 100% out of the question, but I agree that I think with the way the story's gone, like Major Briggs has already played a large role in the plot. Mr. C is already aware of that. It is interesting that um, fake Villa Jeffries mentions like you met with Major Garland Briggs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure what to make of that. I'm not even sure what he's referencing yet. Um, the eternal question of whether he was there in Buckhorn. Is he talking about 25 years ago? Because like I think now that we have this kind of imposter Jeffries like showing up on the scene, I think the possibility that he's talking about the 25 years ago meeting is definitely there. Um,
Yeah.
since like it's a new
Maybe.
introduction of that character.
Well, now it makes me want to go down the road of Judy maybe being the person's last name, and it's a guy. It's
Mm-hmm.
Frank Judy or something,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe that's who the imposter is. Maybe the imposter is Judy.
Could be. Could be. That would be yeah.
Because I just checked and they never use a female pronoun for Judy. So
Mm-hmm.
Jeffries never says ask her yourself or something.
Right.
So they always just say Judy when they refer to Judy.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I wonder maybe that's the sort of reveal is it's not a first name
Yeah. Yeah. It
because he
definitely could
calls
be.
him, I was gonna say he calls him Jeffries, but sometimes he says Philip.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, other than that, I mean, who else could Judy be in terms of an obvious? Um,
I mean, once you throw like all men and all women into the pool, it's kind of like there's really no limit to who it could be.
well, but
Uh,
it can't be like the regular people in Twin Peaks, right? You know what I mean? It shouldn't be, like Narma or Ed
well,
or you know what I
okay,
mean?
yeah, it's
There's
doubtful
there's
it's
a bunch of
them,
people it shouldn't be.
but
None of the sheriffs, none of their family
right,
members.
yeah,
It should be someone who sort of is on the outside of things or involved in the supernatural stuff,
yeah.
right? It shouldn't be like it's Audrey is Judy or something like that. And I'm trying to just think of any other characters who we've
Sarah
seen.
Palmer.
Yeah, okay, Sarah
Um,
Palmer. Oh, that's
uh,
interesting. Sarah
Gotta
Palmer.
throw that in because she's clearly got something going on with her.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. It's good.
I don't know what the Cooper connection is, but also, girl from the 50s.
Okay.
Throw that in. Cause like, who the fuck is that? I mean, seriously,
hmm
she's got to be somebody, right? So where's the connection there? If Sarah Palmer's Judy and the girl's Judy, that could be two birds with one stone. I doubt that's true, but um, yeah, I think that's reasonably speaking, I think that's probably the limit. I mean, Audrey's like really strange plot right now makes me think that like there is a very minor chance. Like I would have to say that like there's no way they intended originally for Audrey to be Judy.
hmm
But like the storyline they've given her now, I don't know. It does seem like that could happen.
So one
Um,
interesting thing that they put in here, which they didn't really need to, but he says, "Does Judy want something from me?"
mm-hmm.
Which I thought was very, very telling in terms of them telegraphing any goal that Judy might have
Right.
and why she's even being talked about. So I
Right.
kind of feel like the answer is yes. She
Yeah.
wants something from him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess
Oh,
he's gonna somehow
experiment.
talk to
Just
her.
throw that in.
Who?
Experiments.
Experiment is Judy.
I'm just throwing it in. Just throwing it in.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have a name. could have met Cooper in some form, or maybe he means Bob. I don't know if he even knows about Bob, but I guess the other thing is that Cooper, if that was Mother outside, I don't know, maybe that counts. It does seem like Experiment pursued Cooper into the box, or at least followed him. Was there right after him.
So you think Mr. C is gonna pick up the phone and dial those numbers, and Sarah Palmer is gonna pick up?
It could be. It could be. I mean, I guess that would be a way to tie her in with Judy as well. If it's kind of a reference to Experiment.
Well, then you have to ask, well, what would she want from Mr. C?
I would have to ask that.
And if does he have the Bob orb or not? You know, that's the obvious thing she could want.
Right. My baby.
I was just gonna say, maybe she wants him back. Maybe like that was an accident. Maybe she had remorse that she gave her only son away.
I never should have let go of my baby.
Why did she sound like that?
I don't know what her voice is supposed to be. I don't know. That's my default for
all right.
amorphous creatures.
Yeah. So we have Judy could be Annie. She could be Nido. She could be Experiment, the girl from the 50s, or Sarah Palmer.
Yeah.
She could also be Major Briggs.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Did you put Audrey on the list?
Okay, Audrey.
I'm throwing in Audrey. And if we're throwing in Audrey, fuck it. Diane, throw her in there.
Oh, come on.
Sorry. She's going to have to go in.
Why? Okay, well, I'll put her in there. These people I don't think are Judy.
I don't either. But I would say, like, of the characters where it's, like, even a remote possibility, I think she has to be on that list.
Mm-hmm.
She's had interactions with both Coopers. She's clearly tied into the plot in some weird way. And,
what would she want from Mr. C, though?
We don't really understand her motivations. Well, I don't know. We would have to find that out.
The big question here, I keep saying that, there's all big questions, is why did he even focus on this as something to talk about? You know, he starts with trying to figure out who wants him, who tried to hire Ray to kill him, and then he transitions to this flashback to 1989, and he focuses on Judy, of all things. Like, Judy was not a thing that was up. So why is he focusing on Judy at this point? Like, why does he think... You know, it makes it seem like Judy was the one who told Ray to kill him or something.
Right.
Like, why would he be focusing on Judy all of a sudden?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, and then, so that raises the possibility that, the man on the phone is Judy.
Mm-hmm.
Fake Philip Jeffries, and he has met Cooper in some form. So I don't know what that means about the guy on the phone. It's a tough one.
And speaking of a phone, was Jeffries the one who made the phone ring to send Cooper back, or what? Or was that fake Philip Jeffries hacking into the phone line and doing it? Like,
well, I assume that because he disappeared, the wall comes back. I assumed that the percolator did it, but
which is the answer to everyone's favorite, least favorite Agatha Christie novel. The percolator did it. No one saw that coming.
Damn, Agatha was experimenting.
Yeah, she was.
They'll never see this one coming.
I'm the best mystery writer in the world.
And no one did see it coming.
No one saw it coming.
But they still hated it.
Yep.
But I have to admit that, because of this fake Philip Jeffries, ability to infiltrate the prison. He made a deal with the warden. He got Mr. C's number when the real Philip Jeffries couldn't get it for some reason. I think the possibility is definitely there that he could do something like that. I wouldn't deny.
Yeah. I do think there's a very easy, if deceptive, path to take here like you were just saying, to combine those two things. That the person who called him on the phone, who tried to have Ray, who whatever with Ray and killing him.
Blah 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 Ray.
What?
Blah 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 Ray.
Blah 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 Ray. To connect that to who Judy is, like, because now we have two characters with mysterious backgrounds and mysterious identities.
Yeah.
And you could just say those two are the same thing somehow.
Yeah.
Which would be weird, but welcome to the party.
Yeah. In terms of like story economy or whatever, and
Exactly.
I feel like we got to start thinking that way because like there's only 3 hours left. I mean, how many new characters can show up and like matter, in that time? So it just seems like there has to be. I would say like if Judy is not that guy, I feel like maybe Judy knows that guy. Maybe Judy's working with that guy. There's got to be some connection there.
Judy will lead to the guy. Okay.
Yeah. He was seemingly, at least Ray thought he was part of a group. I mean, maybe she's part of the group. Maybe she's behind the group. I mean, I don't know how deep it goes, but I feel like a connection there seems logical. Because it's bizarre. I mean, and let's just go back to the coordinates, right? Didn't he want the coordinates more than anything? Weren't the coordinates the most important thing in the world?
Clearly not.
And now he's just like, well, I'm gonna go find Judy.
It's funny. We thought, good thing you brought that up, because it actually makes us recontextualize the scene when Gordon finds the portal and sort of almost goes to the stairwell place. That clearly could not be where the coordinates led to or anything like that, because Mr. C knows how to get there.
Right. Well, yeah, but those weren't. That was when they were delivering the coordinates.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I just wanted to cross that out. I mean, I know we've gone back and forth on that whole thing, but like, just to make that clear,
yes.
like
he walked through there.
He's sort of able to get to that place.
Yeah. He doesn't need help to get there. Yeah. But I assume that was where they met Major Briggs to give him the coordinates to the place. That is seemingly in Twin Peaks.
So, do you think? Cause he still needs to know that the coordinates lead to Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Which I feel like he should have deduced by now somehow. I don't know.
I do too. But I feel like he should have known that like from the beginning.
And
don't you know what show you're on?
Yeah.
Jesus.
The show I'm starring in. I wonder why my hair was always so perfect. I'm on a TV show. I do think he also, once he finds out where the coordinates lead to, I think he needs to make a comment about oh, I should have guessed, or back where it all started, or some, and also a reason why the coordinates lead to that place would also be nice. Like, why is it? And is it Jack Rabbit's palace that the coordinates go to, or is it the Glastonbury Grove, or is it the Double R or the Roadhouse? Right. Like, where in Twin Peaks do these coordinates go to?
Yeah. I feel like that's something we got to find out. I think like now that we know that, as you mentioned, like Mr. C's storyline is kind of taking place a bit earlier than some of the other storylines that we've seen in the previous parts. I think that opens up the possibility that, that he will arrive in Twin Peaks in time for day 2 of Jack Rabbit's Palace.
I'm going to call it right now. He's going to come out of the vortex in Jack Rabbit's Palace on day 2.
He's going to come out of the vortex?
Yep, he's going to come out of the vortex.
Oh.
Yep.
So then the coordinates lead somewhere else?
I think
in the
Well,
same
okay,
place.
maybe I'll take that. I'll take that back. I guess I was thinking somehow he would get to the vortex through the convenience store or something, but maybe they're done with that for now, since he kind of drove away, and they're gonna. Are they just gonna drive to Twin
That
Peaks?
was my assumption. Of course, I don't know exactly what he took away as far as like these numbers and where Judy is. I mean, could is it going to be some weird coincidence where like the coordinates are the same as Judy's numbers and so
Well,
Judy's
if
in the place where the coordinates are?
well, could it be that if Judy is Josie and Josie's in the wood, trapped in the wood at the Great Northern?
Oh yeah.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he'll show up to the Great Northern. That's what those numbers were that
Yeah.
or maybe those were I don't know if those are supposed to be coordinates or a
Yeah.
phone number or something. It was hilarious to me that Mr. C walks around with a pen and pad, um, for
Yep.
moments like this.
Yep. Definitely.
But in this
Definitely.
scene, I just rewatched it. The phone starts ringing when he asks who is Judy before the wall starts disappearing.
Mhm.
So it is a bit, so it is a bit of something there where like somebody's trying to get him to not ask any more questions.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I took that to be Philip Jeffries himself. Like, I'm done with you. Um,
Yeah, that's fair.
but yeah, you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to deny that it could be someone else,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
there's
there's
various other people that
just
might want that.
there's something up there. But if that was Philip Jeffries making the phone ring, then that does sort of tie in to the idea of him communicating to Mr. C through the phones, at somehow in the some point in the
Right,
past.
right, yeah, yeah.
I swear
Back
this
when I
show,
knew your number.
yeah, this show makes electricity and technology so scary.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like
definitely.
tools of evil.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually, I think I read an interview where someone asked David Lynch about that. Like, does electricity like disturb you? Do you have some like kind of aversion
Mm,
to it? Like, why is it always? And he was like, I love it.
of course he loves it. Oh, that's great.
It's like, okay. I guess he just thinks it works well somehow with like dark evil stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that he finds something appealing about that. You know, buzzing electricity and technology like being used in these weird ways.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, electricity is very interesting.
Yeah,
It's quite literally interesting.
and that's also a Firewalk with Me thing.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, the connection to electricity
Electricity.
was not clear at all in the original series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's something when you look back, you sort of get the idea of what those shots of the traffic light really mean.
Right,
God, they were so enigmatic, of just like there's just no way this means anything,
right,
but somehow it's perfect. Somehow it's really saying something.
yeah,
And yeah, I think we saw in this part right before we see Mr. C driving to the convenience store, we do get that shot of the sort
mm-hmm,
of really dark sky and electrical lines
yeah,
and sort of electricity flowing, which made me think like, is that supposed to be the convenience store traveling to this location and it's going to materialize there or something? Like, what's
right.
that really supposed to be?
Could be, could be. Um, yeah, I thought maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought maybe Mr. C was following it somehow, um, like he could perceive it in some way, and it was leading him
Mm-hmm.
there. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's clearly connected with that place.
Mm-hmm.
That's impossible to deny. I would say. It's tied in. It's tied in with the Woodsman in some way. Um, and yeah, I guess more generally, like those entities that are there. Uh, but yeah, I definitely wonder about that in terms of the convenience store. If like, because I had assumed in part 8 that it was in New Mexico, because
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
that was kind of the context
Yep.
um, for that, that whole segment really. Except for the stuff with the giant. Um, but there's just no way this is New Mexico. There's no way they drove from Montana. There's no way Richard Horn followed this guy from
No,
Montana to New Mexico.
New Mexico doesn't have trees like that.
And New Mexico doesn't have trees like that. Yeah, so it's like they must be roughly in that area, that kind of Montana. They're close to Twin Peaks, which
Yeah.
it seems like they must be headed there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I guess yeah, the idea of like the convenience store as something that can travel. I mean, that makes sense. If Mr. C can travel through the phone line, yeah, maybe the convenience store can kind of go
Mm-hmm.
through the electrical lines and appear where it's needed or where they want it to for some purpose.
Yeah, and it's interesting what you kind of thought about that shot. Like Mr. C is sort of finding the location of the convenience store through the electrical lines.
hmm
Like he could sense it or get
Yeah,
directions from it or something. Yeah,
he
that's
did some
interesting.
weird stuff with electricity in the prison. You
Mm-hmm.
know, that whole sequence with the phone and questions
We still
remain
don't.
about the
We still
Buenos
don't know
Aires.
about the cow jumped over the moon. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
We don't even
yeah,
know who he was talking to or what
yeah,
that even meant. And that was
yeah.
like what 10 parts ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah, and he even meets Philip Jeffries, and there was a Buenos Aires connection seemingly there, and there was no acknowledgement of that.
Wow,
Um,
good call, man. I totally forgot about that. Oh, well, there's a whole. There was. Oh, it's Buenos Aires because of Philip
yeah,
Jeffries.
yeah, it seemed like that had to be related, and it's
And
like
then who got that message? Did the percolator get that message?
that's a great
Like,
question. I mean, they didn't talk about it, did fake Philip Jeffries get that message? Did he like step in and I don't know, like not clear.
why was it in Buenos Aires?
Yeah.
And it was a number that she texted. Forgot about that. The worried assassin. Like
Mm-hmm.
she texted
Yeah.
a number and it went to a box and
Yeah.
then what was it? Two lights?
Yeah. Yeah.
Both lights lit up
I think so.
and then it turned into silver.
Yeah.
And it said Argent. She texted Argent,
Argent. Yeah. Yeah.
which is French for silver, but could
Right.
also mean Argentina.
Right. Right. Hopefully both.
Does Argentina mean little silver?
No, I think it's just a Spanish. I think it's just the Spanish word for silver.
Ah, okay.
Because I think it comes from the same root. Or maybe it's the Spanish word for silvery,
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And so is that the only reason it's in Argentina, the silver connection? Why silver?
I, good question. Um, since I don't have an answer on that, just to say that when he did all that, the electricity was like the lights were blinking. There was all kinds of like crazy stuff going on as far as that goes in the prison. So I
Mm-hmm.
guess I'm just saying like I think there's at least some reason to think like it's possible he has some weird connection with electricity that he could follow it, and figure
Yes.
out, where the convenience store
Mm-hmm.
is. Like, I think that's not,
They
completely.
were and they were waiting for him too.
Yeah, yeah, they definitely seem to be waiting for him.
Yeah, it seems like he should just tell them to go kill Ducky.
I know, right? Wouldn't that be like way easier than all this bullet? Is Chantal and Hutch like await their inevitable failure? Like, it's
Yeah,
just
right.
like,
It's yeah, right. Because we just saw them kill
yeah,
kill Duncan
Duncan
Todd,
Todd And Roger, poor
and little
Roger.
Roger, right? Oh,
He
geez,
didn't
he
ask
had
for
no idea.
this.
And so I think that also makes me think that Cooper is going to be awake next episode, just in time for them to
Mm-hmm.
show up and try to kill him.
Totally agree. Yep. Yep. I don't exactly know how he's going to avoid it, but either the FBI shows up. I mean, the FBI in Las Vegas is looking for him right now.
Very
So
poorly.
that could be. Well, indeed.
Like, is that how he avoids it? Like, right when they're about to shoot him with a sniper rifle, like he gets a phone call from the FBI, and
Mm-hmm.
they're like, "We need to see you," and like, then that is that what saves him?
Maybe. Yeah. I kind of thought that Gordon and Co would go there. But since they've introduced like the FBI in Las Vegas, it does seem like maybe their role will be to find Cooper there, and maybe they'll just end up meeting him in Twin Peaks.
Well, I want to buy that, but I just don't see how does that really work out though. I mean, how do you think that plays out? Like they find Dougie, they see he is looks like Cooper,
Yeah.
and then but what necessitates Dougie slash Cooper going to Twin Peaks?
Okay. So here's how it would work in my head. Well, okay. I can't. Okay, there's one part of this I can't get. Okay, here it is. Got it. So I don't think this is really what's going to happen, but here's something that's at least like vaguely plausible, I think. So like Cooper wakes up, right? This is the Cooper
Mm-hmm.
waking up episode. So he's awake in the next episode, right? And then Chantal and Hutch try to kill him, maybe. And let's say he gets out of it somehow.
Hey,
Um,
maybe the FBI are there,
it could be the FBI are there, and
like the Las Vegas FBI.
they find so like. But what I was thinking is maybe maybe Mike will talk to him and tell him that he has to go to Twin Peaks. That there's something important happening there. He has to stop his doppelganger. He has to kill him. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because now he's woken up finally after all this time. And so like maybe the FBI will like come to get him, but he'll have just left, and they'll find out from by some means, Janie,
Mm-hmm.
maybe they can there's a ticket or something, or maybe they can track him somehow or something. They'll figure out that he's gone to Twin Peaks, and they'll
Mm-hmm.
tell Gordon and Co about it, and that's why they'll pursue him there.
They'll go to Twin Peaks.
That's
So
my
you don't
path.
think that's pretty good? You don't think Janie E and Diana are gonna have a scene together?
Well, yeah, that does seem like something that should happen. I have to admit, and
Mm-hmm.
there's not a way for that. So I don't know. Maybe she follows him there. Um, maybe she comes with him. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's the question of what's going on with Janie. Period. So yeah, there has to be a way for that to work. So yeah, that would be a reason that might pull the FBI in the direction of Las Vegas. Maybe they, I mean, time can get compressed. Maybe they go there first, meet up with Janie E, but Cooper's already gone, and then they go to Twin Peaks. That could happen too.
Mm-hmm. So why can't we talk about Judy? I'm still like, I feel like in order to find out who she is, asking the question of why didn't he want to talk
I
to
love
her?
that he asked that.
Yeah.
It's like that's such a there is something very, I think, I'm gonna say, rewarding for the long term fan of this series, to have someone on screen
Mm-hmm.
officially ask the question that basically
Yep.
anyone who watches that movie
Yep.
has been wondering.
Yep.
ever since he said it, because it's like, yeah, why does he lead with that? Because it's such a non sequitur. Like, we're not going to talk about what?
Yeah.
You just showed up after years, and that's what you lead with?
And it's a great question because it's more than we kind of would normally get from a scene like this, I think, because it would be enough for him to just say, "Who is Judy?
Yeah.
What does she want?" But to ask why you didn't want to talk about her, is huge, because that was 25 years ago. So in a way, like, why should that even matter? So the fact that he's bringing it up means it matters.
Right. And it's a good question. Why didn't he want to? See, if we knew for sure who Judy was, it would be easier to get a start on that.
Well, that's why we're going the opposite way, and it's harder. Because it's like, well, I'm imagining a scene where someone tells Philip Jeffries, "Don't talk about Judy."
Mm-hmm.
Like, he sees something, or he understands something to do with Judy, and then someone's like I almost imagine like the Tremond grandson or somebody. It's like, "Don't talk about Judy," like some person there in the convenience store scene, and the cavalcade of characters there, like, just tells him not to talk about Judy. So that's where he gets that idea from.
Yeah.
But like, what happened to Judy? Like, what is she? What did she do? What does she know that makes it something where we shouldn't talk about her?
Right.
Like, what could that be?
It's almost like that what's that thing? Don't think of a... What's the thing people always say?
Oh, don't think of an elephant?
Yeah, there you go. Like, don't think of an elephant, and it's almost like...
It's like,
whatever you do, don't talk about Judy. All right, we're not going to talk about Judy.
Yeah,
Judy will not be mentioned here.
Yeah, exactly. By saying you don't want to talk about her, you're talking about her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes it, like, clearly a prominent subject that we should wonder about. And it's like, if you really want to talk about it, you should have just not mentioned her at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's the best way to make sure no one talks about her.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I think what you're saying is plausible. Like, it's a straightforward, like, someone told him not to talk about Judy.
Mm-hmm. The first rule of Judy Club is no one talks about Judy.
Sure. That makes sense. Why not? There needs to be a Judy Club.
And the second rule of Judy Club is no one talks about Judy. The third rule of Judy Club is call her on the phone and ask her yourself why you shouldn't talk about her.
Yeah, I feel like we might learn that. So it's like, do we have the tools to answer this question? That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know. Do we have the tools to answer why we're here in the universe? Do we have the tools to answer, are we alone?
Oh, God.
Why do we what's the meaning of life? Do we have the tools to answer that question?
Oh, God. Why does it have to get that deep?
I think it's that deep.
Can it be a little easier than
No, I think asking who's Judy and why we shouldn't talk about her is a fundamental question of the nature of reality.
Okay. Wow.
Yep.
Well,
you heard it here first, folks.
That's oh man, this is gonna be a long podcast.
It's who am I? What's the meaning of my life? And then who's Judy?
Who's Judy? And why didn't you want to talk about her?
Yeah, and then is there a God? That's number 5.
Oh my God.
Hey, it's top 5.
Literally. Yeah.
So I don't think we can answer the question. In terms of it being something ominous, Judy represents something bad that we shouldn't talk about because it's bad or evil or can hurt or something. Maybe Judy is experiment.
Did he want to protect Judy?
Well, I'm thinking like maybe Judy is whatever is in Sarah Palmer.
Oh, okay.
And that could be a way where you could ask Judy yourself.
Right.
And maybe, maybe they'll do this weird thing, which is kind of a lost thing to do, but maybe, Cooper wants coordinates that we know lead to Twin Peaks, but he, as of yet, isn't going to get those coordinates, hasn't gotten them, and might not get them unless Diane decides to text him soon.
Right.
But I'm wondering if he will, effectively get the coordinates by just the numbers that Philip Jeffrey gives him are also coordinates to Twin Peaks, and so these numbers will let Mr.
Yeah.
C know that he needs to go to Twin Peaks. So he'll sort of get to the same place without
Right.
actually getting the coordinates.
Right. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's kind of what I was wondering about. You know, I guess like another connection you could draw is if those coordinates are or those numbers actually are the same as the coordinates, then maybe that would be an extra reason to believe that that Judy is Nido. You know, if they lead to the Jackrabbit's Palace
Yes.
location.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah, that's kind of again why I was trying to make it where Mr. C would come out of the vortex
right.
there. Obviously, not the same vortex that leads to the Giants' place, but like some other sort of vortex place that he could come out on the second day.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean it's not impossible, but it does seem like he's somewhat tethered to reality. I mean, I think if he's coming out, Richard Horn's going to be there.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't really see how that's gonna. I mean, maybe he could just look at what he wrote down and say Cooper, and he would disappear. I don't know how these things work.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, I can't really like sit here and say like, well, that's impossible.
Yep.
So,
Well, and the idea too that Judy could be Briggs's head floating in space. You know, we
mm-hmm.
did see Naito come to the real world
Yeah,
after being in space, and that's
yeah,
exactly where Briggs was too.
yeah,
So I
mm-hmm.
think only David Lynch could have a floating head of a deceased actor be a character on a show. So I really hope that somehow
Yep,
Judy is Briggs.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I would say that's
And maybe they could do the same thing where they just get another actor to do a voiceover, and it's just sort of
mm-hmm.
the sort of head sort of talking in slow motion or something, and it could just say whatever it wants to say.
Right.
I'm Judy.
Judy Garland
Garland.
Briggs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe in the military, his friends called him Judy, like as
Mm-hmm.
a
Like
nickname,
yeah.
because of Garland, and
Right.
maybe that's where Judy
Yeah.
comes from.
Yeah. I mean, that's I'd say that's definitely a plausible alternate theory. I mean, I
Hmm.
think yeah, in my mind, number one is Naito, and number two is probably Major Briggs.
Hmm. So let's see. If Naito is Judy, then we're not going to talk about Naito.
Mm-hmm.
Means what? Like, is it we don't want to talk about her because of what happened to her eyes?
Mm-hmm.
Did Oh, actually, that's interesting. I didn't think about that, but God, I feel like that's really connected now because it was such a almost loose end. So remember when Dougie went back to the Black Lodge, and
Mm-hmm.
I say back because he's manufactured,
Right.
and he was disassembling into his constituent parts, and he turns into the gold bead, but then also there's the weird face with no eyes, sort of, vomiting or whatever it was doing.
Yeah.
And then Mike shields his eyes from that. I wonder if Naito was in a similar situation and saw that creature or something like it and like didn't shield her eyes. And maybe that's how she lost her face slash eyes.
Oh. Okay.
So maybe she was the witness to something
Right.
like the creation of a construct or
Mm-hmm.
the deconstruction of a construct
Yeah.
who might be important, to the show.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's why we shouldn't talk about Judy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I almost got to a point.
Yeah. 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 That's some interesting connections. It does. I mean, I guess yeah, we haven't really talked about that a lot, like because it's just kind of taken for granted the eye situation. Like, why is she like that?
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like, well, she comes from this crazy place. Maybe that's just how she is. But yeah, if something happened to her that caused that, and like, what could that be? Relating it to that, I mean, yeah, I see the dots there.
You see the dots. There's some dots. Yeah, I think there's something there to explain what happened to her. I do think since he is a real character on the show for now, that yeah, that they should explain what happened to her, and that why does she talk like a monkey
Right.
and can't see? Is this a? I'm trying to think. What's the thing? Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. And it's that thing where there's monkeys doing those. Um, that like image where it's like monkeys and they're doing those.
Yeah.
One has its eyes covered, one has its mouth
Yeah.
covered, one has its ears covered. So I'm
Yeah.
I'm trying to connect that to Naito, where she can see no evil, and she sounds like a monkey, so maybe she can't speak any
Right.
evil.
Right.
And
Right.
I guess maybe she can still hear
It's
evil.
not clear. It's not clear. No one's
Yeah,
really successfully communicated. One thing
I
that does
agree.
seem worth noting is that it did seem like she was aware of Cooper's presence. When
Hmm.
they were in part three. Like she seemed to know where he was. She didn't seem like she was blind. Let's say.
There was something like that. I agree. There was. I mean, didn't she put her hands over his face to kind of see what he looked like?
Oh, did she do that?
I feel like she did that, or did
Okay.
I make that up?
Okay. Yeah, it's been too long. That very well could have happened. I just don't remember it, but
Yeah.
it's been forever since I saw it. It's this show is going on for so long, like so much
Hmm.
longer than your average like serialized thing. So it's just it's hard to hard to keep
Hmm.
all the details straight, especially when it's the early stuff. I mean, that's like May when we saw that. So yeah, you might be right. You might be right because I don't remember any clear sort of like indication. It seemed like she was moving around okay, um, but yeah, maybe that was just down to you know whatever purple
Hmm.
place weirdness, and
Yeah.
and she is still like blind. Um, but yeah, I don't think at some point, I mean, if she is Judy, at some point, like I feel like she's gotta, break out of monkey mode or whatever and figure out like how to speak and communicate and because I can't imagine she's gonna like ooh her way like through the entire show. I mean, that's just that's just hard for me to accept.
And so then you and your way through the entire show. That's what I'm thinking. David Lynch told her. Um.
Okay,
Now I want
David.
3 for every ahs, and every 12th do 2 ahs. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's good. It's kind of now it's paralleling the Dougie thing of like what would make Dougie wake up and be Cooper again.
Yeah,
It's kind of like what's gonna make Naito be able to communicate normally.
yeah, yeah.
So that's a big question.
It is a big question. Yeah, what could it be?
Cherry pie. God damn it. If cherry pie doesn't fundamentally change someone's behavior in this show, I'm gonna be very upset.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, and I'm also wondering about any potential connections between Naito and Experiment, and got to throw in Ronette slash American Girl,
Hmm.
since so the banging was there for both of them, right? The banging was there
Yeah.
when Naito was there, but also after she's gone. But when American Girl shows up, um, Like, what's she doing there? Who
You know
is
what it? You
that?
know what it reminds me of? If Judy is someone who's connected to Cooper, because like you were kind of saying, like she sort of was aware of his presence, but even more so, like I think I'm pretty sure she does like touch his face to see who he is,
Okay,
and
yeah.
maybe she knows Cooper,
Recognizes him, or yeah,
or understands who he
could
is,
be.
or so. But so if she has a connection to Cooper, we know American Girl is Ronette Pulaski
Yeah,
has a connection to Cooper.
yeah,
Maybe that room is a Cooper specific room. Maybe that's
yeah.
the sort of carousel of lost Cooper victims or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like women in his past who he has come in contact with or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I do wonder what the connection is. Like, why Ronette Pulaski of all people, and why is she not credited as, herself versus
Right.
American Girl? And then
Yeah.
the fact that she's there only after Naito leaves.
Yeah.
You know,
And she's the one who calls the banging thing mother.
yeah,
So what does that say? If mother really is experiment, which again is an assumption that everyone's making, I think, again, like how many goddamn entities can we have? Like I feel like that's reasonable, and just assuming that that's true, then I mean that suggests that Ronette American Girl was some kind of disturbing entity.
or maybe she's saying mother in that Sarah Palmer is Laura's mother, so she means mother, sort of. She's a mother, this
Oh.
entity or something. Maybe
Didn't she say
something.
she's my mother? Did she not go that far?
That is my mother. I
I
don't think she
thought.
said no. I think she
Am I
just calls
crazy?
it mother. Or did she say? Or did she say my mother? Now it got me wondering.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
part 3, right?
yeah. That was backwards dialogue though, right?
Oof, I think you're right.
Yeah, yeah. That makes it harder to makes it harder to look up. Oh man,
Jade give 2 rides. Man, we're so far away from that.
so far away from that. I still
So
feel
there
like
must
the
have been
key has to come into play. Speaking of Jade.
um yeah, you're right. Yeah, this transcript seems like it's missing a lot.
Yeah,
Like all of those scenes.
yeah. Yeah, like the yeah, the there's a message at the top that says they lost data, so um
Oh.
maybe somehow that part got taken out, or maybe the only reason there's nothing there is because there's no actual spoken dialogue that isn't
Mm-hmm.
backwards.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can pull up the episode on my handy Showtime.com app.
Wow, that sounds so easy and convenient.
It's the easy and convenient way to watch Twin Peaks: The Return this summer, 2017.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to pull it up here also. See what I can find. Okay. Oh, there's Nido. Oh yeah, she did kind of like God, everything's so weird.
Face
Yeah, yeah, she
touch.
touches his face. You're right about that.
Okay.
She definitely touches his face. Okay. And then she went up there. That thing on top, like, also looks
Mm-hmm.
a bit like.
Oh yeah, but that's where it originally came from. The sort of machine that's in the Giants fireman's house, theater place. All those different machines we saw there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not unlike the Jeffries percolator. It would be so weird if all Naito wanted Cooper to do when he was on the box in
Yeah.
space was to do what she did,
Pull
and he
that
would have gone
thing.
back to Twin
Oh,
Peaks.
man. Oh, man. If only she could talk, the story would have
That's what
been,
was
like,
missing.
way simpler.
Oh,
We could have
jeez.
avoided all that Dougie.
Uh huh. but then he wouldn't have healed so many people's broken lives.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm glad the Mitchum brothers are happy.
Hmm. Oh, they're ecstatic. Oh man. Well, my Showtime.com isn't working, so it's not so easy.
Mine
for
wasn't
me
working
to-
either. I think they might be down.
I
Which
love
is,
we're giving a free promo to Showtime.com and their site's not even working.
yeah, of course, of course.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
when it would go down.
We take it back, folks. Cancel your subscription right now. You tell them Claude and Justin sent you. Tell them they know what it's about.
All right, all right. I do have a file here though, so I'm gonna look at this and see.
I won't ask how you have a file.
No comments. Hey, I got my fucking Showtime subscription, so I feel entitled.
Officer.
It's like, yeah. Yeah. They should feel lucky.
Well,
Oh,
their
right.
website should work. That'd be nice.
Hey, that's a simple, yeah. That's a simple thing. Right, so she looks at her watch. It's 2:53. 2:53 is the Jackrabbit's Palace thing too, right?
Yep.
Okay. So there's some connection there, but yeah, then the lamp goes on and that's when he fixates on the portal electrical socket thing. Oh right, okay, yeah, this is gonna be cutting back and forth. And like, yeah, like, well, I know like something crazy's about to happen, but I'll just be driving while it happens. That was a weird plan.
I'm not gonna pull over until I have a car accident.
Yeah, it's like, and yet, like, being in prison somehow helped his plan. So,
Yep.
it was like,
Because he was driving east instead of west.
oh God, don't bring that up. Oh man,
It's my favorite discrepancy of all
Fuck.
time.
oh my God, that's so. What were they thinking with that? I don't. Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that and the what happened at the site with Hastings and Ruth, and was Mr. C there, and like it's one of the most confusing things.
Mm-hmm.
When you get there, you'll already be there. All right, thanks,
no.
Renette. What else do you have to say?
Anything helpful?
Yeah, that's not really gonna do it. Yeah, pull over, Mr. C. What are you doing? No, I can fight this. And I'm gonna end up in prison anyway.
Which he had planned for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he had the whole thing with the warden.
Yeah.
How did he even
He
do
was
that?
prepared. You better hurry. Here it is. My mother's coming. Yep.
My mother,
Yep.
you're right.
She
Yeah,
absolutely
she did say
said
my
that.
mother.
Yep. Okay, well, there you go. I will reiterate my point. If that's experiment, then she doesn't come across as super evil or scary. She seems like she's being helpful.
Well, listen, just because your mother's evil doesn't mean you have to be evil.
I agree with that. But if your mother's experiment evil, I don't know.
But we're saying, okay, why do we think experiment's evil? Let's question our bias here.
Because experiment kills Sam and Tracy, seemingly. Experiment.
Evil, okay.
Yeah, I mean, random
Murdering
murder.
innocent people, all right.
Sure. I mean, hey, like, I know you've got some, issues with the word evil. So if you want to say villainous, or, an antagonist character or
Mm-hmm.
you know, I'm fine with any of that, but that's just what I mean. Really, I'm not necessarily making a moral judgment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like, if she comes from Experiment, I feel like she's got to be some kind of you know, force that is working against Cooper in some way.
Mm-hmm.
You
Okay.
know,
Okay.
that just seems more likely to me. Um, you know, Bob, obviously. Um, uh, the fact that there seems to be a connection to the Woodsman, you know, and they've, you know, committed a few murders, possibly helped an alien bug thing infect a young girl. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, I mean, you know, it's not like the longest list of crimes in the world, but it seems to be pointing in the same direction. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of, let's just say I haven't seen a lot of like Big Ed type behavior from Experiment and her offspring.
Yeah. Fair enough. So I'm looking at this scene with American Girl. Why does she know that line when she says, "When you get there, you'll already be there"? Why does she know that?
Yeah, it seems like she knows about Dougie. I
And
don't
it
know
makes
why
me
she
think
knows.
that she's some other version of Nido or something, or she's maybe she's Judy. And it's like she looks like Ronette Pulaski for some reason, but it's not really her. Like Cooper just superimposed Ronette on top of this person, like
Yeah,
the fact
yeah,
that she's American Girl, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
and is she American because Nido is
Right,
Asian, which of
right,
course isn't mutually exclusive,
right.
but like why do they call her American?
Yeah,
I mean Pulaski's like Polish or something.
right.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm asking a lot of random
It's weird
questions,
to
but
talk about Americans in this, like, you
yeah.
know, netherworld that, you know,
Mm-hmm.
has some, like, you know, connection to Earth, I guess, but is certainly not there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to say, like, oh, she's American, but Nido the monkey lady is not.
Yeah.
Like, is
And
that
maybe when she
really.
says when you get there you'll already be there, maybe she means Mr. C.
Oh yeah, yeah. She could mean that. She could mean that. There would also be the question of how she knows about that.
Well, yeah. And it was interesting too. They actually linger on her after he goes through the machine and Cooper his leaves his shoes behind. They actually linger on her a bit to show her response to that she sort of saw all that and she's it's kind of interesting. But how could that be her mother? Like what is that? And if it wants Cooper, I mean, is that the idea that like so if experiment or whatever is the mother banging on the door
Mm-hmm.
and is also the thing inside Sarah Palmer, is that why it's waiting in Twin Peaks for good Cooper to show up because it
Mm-hmm.
he knows it knows he's got to come back there for some reason.
Could be. Could be. Yeah. Because, I mean, the box thing and this does make it seem like it's following Cooper, you know, at that
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
point. And does it have any connection with, uh, you know, the doppelgangers in general? You know, the doppelganger of the evolution of the arm? Um, you know, is there any connection there? Um, uh,
Well, it's following Cooper, but not in the exact same way. It's weird, right? Like it didn't get to the purple place the same way, and like it didn't show up on the balcony like he did and climb through the
right,
window and all that
right.
stuff. So it's like it's sort of on his tail, but not really exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super weird. And I mean, what? Yeah, good. I mean, that's a good line of questioning. Like, what does it want with Cooper?
And
And
why
it
is it
wants
just banging
something.
on the door? Like, why can't it get in? Like,
Hmm.
you know, like, I
And
mean,
why are they helping him? Why
yeah.
are Naito and American Girl helping him?
Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. I mean, maybe they think that. don't know. Yeah. I wonder how much they know um, about Mr. C and his plans.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how aware they are of any of that. That goes for Experiment as well. To the extent that we can really sit here and talk about Experiment and what she wants and knows and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, I don't know. It seems like she's playing some kind of role in the story. Um, but yeah, is she more like just a kind of abstract force? Maybe with like a sort of very rudimentary sense of will and reproduction and stuff like that, but not necessarily like having like really like specific, understandable like more like human type goals, I guess.
Well, but if
Um,
experiment is the thing in Sarah Palmer, I would say no. Or yes, whichever answers the question.
oh shit!
Um, I would say that it does seem like it's more than just a sort of abstract force.
Yeah,
That it's sort of a personable entity
right,
that can talk and reason and ration,
right.
things. That's what it's. If it's what's in Sarah Palmer. I mean, it went to have a drink.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I guess that's where I start wondering about something similar to the whole issue with Leland and Bob.
Yeah.
To what
Yeah.
extent is Sarah still there? Is she in control of how much of is she in control of that? It seemed like she's aware of it, but is she just help? Is she kind of along for the ride? Those kinds of questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Like, is Sarah drinking? I said this last time. Is she drinking because Experiment is in her?
Mm-hmm.
The question is like when Experiment takes Sarah's face off. What does Sarah think is happening to
Right.
her?
Right.
Like, oh, I felt a draft in my face. I don't know why. Just felt like
Inside my
air
face somehow.
wafting around in my
I don't
face.
usually feel a draft inside my face.
Oh, I've had too much to drink. My face is drafty. That's when I've had too many drafts. Too many Bloody Marys. Yeah, there's something here with this Nido American Girl scene where it's just that's the big question is and there's still like a million big questions, but like why is American Girl here?
Yeah.
Why is she
Yeah.
here?
I mean, now that Nido's importance has been raised, and potentially this mother Experiment character, it makes it seem more significant. Like whatever's I took her as kind of a passing character that didn't necessarily
Mm-hmm.
this kind of served a function here. But then you do have to ask the question of like why go through this weirdness of having Nido there. Nido goes to the top and pulls a thing, and like why do all that? If
Mm-hmm.
it's not going to come to anything later.
Yeah.
And yet, that's what I thought,
Mm-hmm.
basically.
Well, because it seemed like he was just, it was like the adventures of Dale Cooper through
Yeah,
outer space. It was like, here's just these other worlds and other entities,
yeah,
and he came across something he didn't quite understand, Alice in Wonderland or something, and it was just a strange event that happened, and that was it, which
right,
could have been fine.
right,
But yeah, the story is much more encapsulated, I guess, than that, and
yeah.
these things sort of do matter, and he's going to specific places on purpose. It's not just a random place.
Yeah, and I guess let's go back to non-existent and his voyage
Hmm.
here. Like how, I mean, and the box too. Like how did he get there from? You know what I mean? I mean, is
Hmm.
that random? Was he guided somehow? I mean, I don't get it. Like
It seems, I mean, Naito seemed to have a direct link from this box world to Twin Peaks. I mean,
yeah,
she sort of seemed to go there directly. So
yeah,
he went to this box world sort of directly from the Black Lodge. So
Yeah.
there, even though the idea of randomness and infinity is out there when someone's flying through space, it seems fairly direct. And if this mother slash experiment is following him, it seemed like it was able to do the same thing. Now, is it only following him because he's in this world? Does him being in the starting out his non-existent journey, is that what puts him in the crosshairs of this thing?
Mm-hmm.
It's fresh meat or something, or
Right.
he's alive
Oh.
and he's got a soul, and I want him,
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe like non-existence is some kind of place where experiment lives.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, yeah, like you're saying, he just kind of like floated in,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's sort of pursuing him. Yeah, I mean,
Now it's following him back to the real world.
mm-hmm,
And I guess that's the question: does it want, if it wants Cooper, either Cooper,
mm-hmm.
does it want them before Cooper goes through non-existence, or after?
Right. Uh, ugh.
You know what I mean? Like, I've always wanted you, Cooper. For millennia, I've been
Right,
waiting for this
right.
moment.
Or just like, like you said, tasty
Hmm.
morsel that passed by.
Yeah.
The way the story goes, it seems more likely that it's the first thing. Um, just because it would be weird if it just boils down to like something tasty floated by. so, and so that created the risk of an impending apocalypse. Like I don't know, like
Hmm. The coloration is completely different when Nido's in this room.
yeah,
Obviously the
stopping and
stuttering,
starting
the
thing. Yeah,
starting and stopping's there, but like the fire seems like more prominent, and
yeah,
she does try to communicate something to him.
yeah,
Um, there's Garland Briggs' head floating.
yeah.
Um,
She does seem like definitely much more aware of her surroundings. She seems definitely more able to guide him and communicate, at least to some extent. She can't really talk, but she does kind of indicate things to him, and you
hmm
know what I mean. She seems a lot more with it, I guess. It's almost like she's sort of in like Dougie form now.
hmm
Where she's just kind of passively sitting there and not it doesn't seem like she's really trying to do anything. It seems like she's just kind of spaced out, compared to that scene.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think she needs the person she needs to talk to be there,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
clearly not those people.
Well, yeah, yeah. I've been
Which is
waiting for you, Andy.
which I think is the sort of contrivance of why Andy is told what to do with her by the
Mm-hmm.
fireman,
Yeah.
instead, because Nido's not going to be able to tell him what to
Right.
do.
Right. Yeah. 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 I was also gonna say, Andy mentions what was the wording? Like people want her dead.
Yeah.
So I was wondering about that. Um, uh, I guess that's why, like, if she's Judy, I was gonna go to the place of Phil Jeffries was trying to protect Judy. Like maybe she is some kind of target for I don't know what the woodsman, etc., etc.
hmm
Mr. C experiment, all of the above, some combination, um, and yeah, like maybe he just wanted to maintain her, you know, um, I don't know, secrecy or something, and who knows? I mean, maybe that has something to do with, um, I don't
I
know.
mean, I like that in general, although in this episode he's like, "Hey, call Judy yourself." I mean, I guess it's been 25 years, but yeah, I
Well,
I
yeah, and he
do.
does. Well, yeah, it's a fair point.
I mean, I do like the idea that that's a reason why we're not going to talk about Judy because I'm trying to protect her and
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything that'll get her caught or found out or something. So I like that as a reason of why he would say that.
If he thinks
You
it's the
know,
real Cooper, I mean, there's definitely the possibility that he doesn't really understand that Mr. C poses a potential threat. Yeah, it's a valid point. Definitely.
yeah, it's muddled if he knows that that's the real Cooper. And what does it even mean? So you are Cooper. What does it even mean? Like,
So
could
weird.
that could even mean you're a doppelganger, but you're still Cooper?
Right. Yeah, and they cut to his face, and I was thinking, like, yeah, what's your point of view on that? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder how he feels about that because I do think that he has Cooper's memories. It's becoming a little bit, uh, a little bit Cylon esque. This
Battlestar
whole like,
Galactica not
yeah,
ever really explaining the difference between a Cylon and a human. Yeah.
yeah, like in a way. I mean, there's Bob there. That's a bit of a difference, and it does seem like he has certain abilities. But
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. That's actually the plot of that's the sort of underlying theme in the plot of Dark City we were just talking about is what makes you you. And
mm-hmm,
I'll just spoil the movie. The strangers are these sort of weird beings who are trying to answer that philosophical question is of are human beings more than just the sum total of their parts? Are they just their memories? And so they are switching around the memories of these people in this town every night and seeing if they can make people become other things or if
mm-hmm,
people will sort of stick to some other they're trying to find out where do this does the soul and your consciousness and your memories all sort of overlap and where the lines there, and that's actually kind of interesting of what's going on here too, with this question of if Mr. C has all of Cooper's memories, is he effectively Cooper? I mean, is that the same thing? Is it just your actions that determine who you are? So
mm-hmm.
as long as he doesn't do nice things, he's not Cooper,
Right.
like.
Well, I guess also like, does he feel like he is Cooper?
Mm-hmm.
In some way. Like, is that how he identifies his own? I don't know, because it's like people call him that, but
Mm-hmm.
it's not clear if that's just the name he goes by for maybe obvious reasons, or yeah, I don't know. Like the cut to him when he said that line was weird because I thought he was going to maybe respond and say like, "No, I'm not Cooper," you
Mm-hmm.
know. Um, but he doesn't say anything, and so I'm still not sure. Um, I'm still not sure where he stands on that question.
That doesn't help. Um, yeah, that's a good point. Does he even, jeez, yeah, two Coopers.
Two Coopers.
We get that scene later with Dougie when he's eating his piece of cake, and
Yep.
there's a salt and pepper shaker in front of him next to
Yep.
each other, and he separates them.
Yeah.
So there's a whole, it calls back to the vision that Andy had in the fireman's place
Oh yeah, you're right.
with the two Coopers overlapping, sort
Yeah.
of one becoming two separate things.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe that's a question he's got to. Maybe that's part of his journey. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Like maybe that's why he is doing this, so he could be the only Cooper or something.
Yeah.
I mean, besides just his own sense of self-preservation.
Right. Seemingly like wanting to be in the world, not wanting to have to go back to the Black Lodge.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Obviously, that's uh, to some extent taken care of, but it does seem like, well, at least according to Mike, he has to kill the other Cooper uh, at some point,
Mm-hmm.
or the other way around.
Well, and here's the question no one wants to ask. If Mr. C dies and he goes to the Black Lodge,
Mm-hmm.
where souls are wont to go,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
will he encounter his own
Oh
doppelganger?
God.
And will his doppelganger basically be a good Cooper, or would his doppelganger also be evil? Because doppelgangers are just evil.
Right. Yeah, that's oof.
That actually would be a very interesting way they could have the end game sort of play out. Is, because the original end game in season two was Dale Cooper, the good Dale, battles his evil doppelganger, the Black Lodge, and loses.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting if they invert that and have the evil Cooper, Mr. C, battle his doppelganger, which is the good Dale Cooper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, maybe doppelgangerness is, is like the doppelganger of a doppelganger is the original one. Maybe
Yeah.
that's how it works. And so like he will battle his doppelganger and it'll be the original Cooper.
Mm-hmm. But will it be like a copy of the original Cooper, or will it actually have to be, Dougie Cooper that's sitting
Yeah,
there?
I'm thinking it's gonna be the real Cooper.
And so it'll only happen when they both get back to the Black Lodge,
That's
or
what it would
or
have to be, I guess, if that's where it takes place.
or would Mr. C dying and going to the Black Lodge automatically make the good Cooper go there because they have to battle,
Could be.
and it just sucks him into it?
Yeah, yeah, because he didn't say one of you has to die unless you can get him in the Black Lodge again.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like the Dougie thing like meant that even if he goes there, he still has to. They still have to do battle,
Mm-hmm.
as you said. So, and I feel like that's a logical thing that the story seems to be building up to. Um, Even though real Cooper has been playing a very minor role in that story so far.
Yeah.
Um, but I feel like he's got to find out about it, and there has to be a moment. So, the idea that it would happen again in the Black Lodge like kind of makes sense. But I could also see, I don't know, maybe some of it's in the real world. Maybe they transition. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. All right.
So, yeah, I don't know. Any other thoughts about
Woo.
Philip Jeffries, Judy, any of that business? I mean, I suppose
So
we've said a
much.
lot.
So much. Um. Did we just spend 2 hours on this scene?
Yeah,
Okay. Just checking.
yeah, we did.
Um.
Yeah, there's a lot there. There's a lot there. Uh, it's hard to. I mean, it's it's hard to cover it quickly because there's just so many small elements and it leads to so many different possibilities. Um, it's just hard to unravel this whole thing.
Yeah.
Um, because I knew there would be. I mean, it did seem like they were leading up to some kind of Philip Jeffries confrontation, and I assumed this would be the reveal, like, of the fake one. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's right, Cooper. I wanted you dead because I want Bob. And I figured like
Mm-hmm.
it would be more of a straightforward confrontation, and this scene was, I mean, he was enigmatic. He was kind of evasive at times, but generally helpful, I would say.
Yeah. I
Uh,
mean, he gave him Judy's number.
yeah, yeah.
And with the question we didn't ask is, why does he have Judy's number?
I know, and you don't have Mr. C's number. Like, what have you
Mm-hmm.
been talking to Judy lately?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is that?
That was a question I thought he was going to ask.
Yeah, yeah. That seems like a fair question. I mean, he could have asked even if he didn't get an answer, because he
Mm-hmm.
doesn't get a lot of answers. Um,
Wow.
but yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely a very pivotal scene here for this big story.
Yeah, huge, huge, huge. But yeah, so we just kind of get confirmation. I think it's most of the signs are pointing to the guy. There's someone pretending to be Philip Jeffries out there,
Yeah.
and that idea too that Ray said there was a guard who he had never seen before
Mm-hmm.
pretending who gave him the ring.
Yeah.
So I do still wonder if that person is the imposter Philip Jeffries, or is
Yeah.
that just someone the imposter paid to do that
Right.
or coerced
Right.
into doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a
But
good
yeah, now that
question.
Ray is dead, we won't necessarily get sort of a way to confirm that person's identity.
Right. Well, unless we meet him and he's like, yeah, he
If he
says that
just
he
says
did
it,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the only possibility at this point. But I do think that the more likely conclusion is that whether he did it himself or he got someone, it was the imposter who set that thing up
Hmm.
because that was all about killing Jeffries
Yeah.
or sorry, killing Mr. C. Um,
Yeah, I know what you meant.
That was the goal. Um, uh, and yeah, and the Black Lodge connection. I can't get over that. So wait, what was the main theory of who it was?
Who the imposter is?
Yeah,
I
didn't you have what you had one? Didn't you have one? Oh, it was
I
Abraham Lincoln
Oh, it was the Woodsman or it's Mike. I
or
think are the
Mike.
two
Yeah,
big ideas there.
yeah, yeah. Which
I mean, could you have a situation where that the Woodsman who we saw in part 8 who descended from pure air and went to the
it's a very
radio
poetic
station and
phrase. I'm surprised you just said that.
I know it came out of nowhere. I mean, I'm referencing the show. That's what he said. We descend from pure air. And which again, Buenos Aires. There's their connection again.
Oh yeah, right.
Um, and so anyway, that character. I'm just thinking, is there a way where he could be on the outs with the Woodsman? Like he's not really a part of them, like the rest of them are. Like something happened, and that's why he's not around, and that's why he could sort of want some other goal or want to be against Mr. C. Like maybe something happened. I don't know. Maybe there's like a faction of woodsmen, and he's the leader of another faction or something, or he's on his own, and you know what I mean. I'm trying to make him separate from the woodsman we've seen because it doesn't seem like he can have the goal of being against Mr. C and also be like these woodsmen who are being helpful.
Right, right. Yeah,
So maybe he knows about Bob, although the other ones know about Bob, but maybe he realizes if he can get Bob, he can get some sort of power, or maybe they're stuck on Earth and they want to go home, and he needs
oh
Bob to go
no.
home.
I
I
want to
know,
go home.
I know, it's lost all over again. I'm trapped and I want to go home. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe that's the thing. He needs the power of Bob, or maybe Bob leads to experiment, and that's what he ultimately wants, just like Mr. C, sort of
Mm-hmm.
a thing. And so, but ultimately, like he wants to go home or
Right,
something. Um, yeah, I don't know what it could be.
right. Well, yeah, and yeah. That feels weird to me. It's definitely possible, but the mic thing also feels weird. It's like I start having flashbacks of like shows do this sometimes and I don't get it, so who knows, maybe they're doing it. But just for example, like there was a plotline on True Blood. I want to say it was season 3 where they had this character who was vampire, and we see him a lot, and then they have these flashbacks where like it's the same guy. Everything in the story says it's the same guy, but for whatever reason in the flashbacks he's always like got a hood on and you never see his face. And I always thought, like, why are they concealing it? Why are they acting like it's a mystery who this character is? If so, anyway, like for the Mike thing, I mean, it just seems weird to me that he's pretending to be Philip Jeffries and we're you know, his identity's a mystery and it's just fucking Mike. Like, I mean, that would just be weird to me, I guess.
Well, it is weird, but it would be all because basically it would be in deference to it being a mystery for Mr. C, what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the only reason the audience isn't in on it.
So he doesn't know who it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because I feel like he should know who Mike is.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely strong potential, I would say.
Yeah. But again, back to the Woodsman, I do think there's a potential for some symmetry here with Mother, this idea of a mother character and possibly being Experiment, some symmetry with a father character and who that might be, and maybe that's the Woodsman. You know, maybe they're the two prime forces at work here. Because, you know, on Lost we had Jacob and Man in Black, and then that went back to sort of a mother character.
Right.
But sort of but you know, we have this idea of sort of the yin yang sort of thing, right? The sort of two forces that are either opposing or sort of in some sort of you know, union at work here. And I feel like it's a possibility here that there is something that would go along with Mother, sort of being on that level of Mother.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. But then how does Cooper fit into all that?
Cooper's their son.
Oh, God. Oh, God, you made it worse.
I know I made it worse. I don't know how Cooper fits into any of this. I mean, we're still waiting on...
You're my boy.
You're my boy. That's all I wanted. I gave you up for adoption, and yeah.
Oh, God.
What if that's it? Cooper's an alien.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, my God. Cooper... Maybe that's the whole thing. Yeah. Cooper is an intergalactic being and who was left on Earth and raised by humans. He's Superman.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, there is a guy with a, like, super punching glove, so,
right?
You know, yeah. It's not out of the realm of possibility that they would have some kind of weird superhero elements. I would have said that it was before I watched it happen with my eyes.
Yeah. Eyes betray you that way, don't they?
They do. But, you know, I probably would have said... 15 parts in and real Cooper hasn't emerged yet? That's impossible.
That's impossible,
so, you know.
Yeah.
Shows what I know.
So fun. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can move on here.
All right. Let's do that. Okay, so in the next piece here, it's just picking up where we left off. So, you know, Mr. C outside the convenience store. Turns out that Richard Horn has followed him and is waiting there for him. And Richard Horn, he's pointing a gun at Mr. C. And he says he saw Mr. C's picture. His mother, who turns out to be Audrey Horn.
Oh, no. TV's Audrey Horn.
TV's Audrey Horn. Mr. C disarms him and tells him to get in the truck. They'll talk along the way.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Daddy and son's first road trip. God, man. I swear, I did not like that whole thing with this whole idea of Mr. C being his dad. But you just can't deny where this story's going here. I mean, he's like, I know it's you because I saw you in the picture my
Mm-hmm.
mom had where she clearly told me you're my dad.
Yeah.
Like clearly that's the unspoken line here.
Yeah.
Um, and or if she didn't say it, he'll believe it once Mr. C says it or
Mm-hmm.
something.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I also like this idea of just Richard being this like wayward youth, and his dad like slapping some sense into him.
Mm-hmm.
Just the first encounter is giving him some discipline.
Yeah. It's one of those times where, I'm sort of on Mr. C's side.
Yeah, yeah, yep, yep. You're totally yep. And
Doesn't
Richard
necessarily
seems
happen that often.
he seems more sympathetic too because he
Yeah.
doesn't really know what he's in for. And I'm just gonna like throw a bunch of psychobabble at it, but it just seems like whatever angst he has, it seems connected to this whole thing with his mom and Mr. C,
Oh, yeah.
like his original issues, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. I mean, there's a big question there about, like, how he was raised and so on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
did he know Charlie? Like, you know, did he grow up in some other context? Like, it's weird, but I do agree that that is supposed to provide some kind of explanation in addition to being fathered by a doppelganger. I
Right.
think it's supposed to
Which
provide some kind of explanation for his behavior.
which is one of Maury Povage's most highest rated shows. My daddy's a doppelganger. Yeah, wow. And it's in and one of the things I was thinking about with this scene is it if which is I don't want to say these words at all. I really don't. They're horrible to think about, but if Bob was in Mr. C
Mm-hmm.
when Mr. C
Mm-hmm.
impregnated Audrey, is
Yeah.
Bob Richard's
Oh
father?
God.
Do they have to have joint custody? How did the genetics work there?
Oh God. Well, here's the thing. Well, okay. First thing, you know, if if the Bob possession is different because it's a doppelganger, it does seem like he's not exactly a normal human. Um, so there's that. But I'm just gonna say that Leland was surely possessed by Bob when he had Laura. Um, right? Because supposedly he was possessed when he was 8. So surely
Well, okay. Well,
Bob was there.
there's some. I have some disputes there. I did not ever take it to that his explanation of the person next door, the house, and all that stuff where he grew up. I didn't take that to mean that Bob was inhabiting him since he was 8. I took that to mean he sort of came across Leland, but it wasn't until because Laura wasn't being abused her entire life. She's only abused since she was 12, and so I think
Bob
that's
was
when.
polite. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think that's around the time that Bob took over Leland, and I think
Yeah.
um the other thing I was going to say about that just slipped out of my head. Jeez. Bob Leland. Yeah, it'll come back to me. But that's my main point is I don't think he. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. We also know that Bob was busy killing with Mike slash Philip Gerard for a long time. So I think that would have been some overlap over when Leland would have been, around with a baby Laura or a young Laura. I think some of that over. I think Bob was sort of busy killing with Mike during some of Laura's childhood.
Yeah. So I always assumed that the Bob and Mike killing was in the 50s, which is a little bit of a of a leap. Um, but
Why do you think 50s?
Um, because I remember seeing that one of the co-writers on Fire Walk with Me said that there was an early draft of the script that started in the 50s with Mike and Bob in their killing days.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where I got that idea, and it does line up fairly well with you know uh, the creation of Bob, and also potentially with the idea that they could have done that, um, uh, and and Bob still could have possessed Leland, because I think Leland's lines like imply that Bob did possess him at that time. Uh, you know,
I thought the prevailing theory was that Bob had inhabited the guy next door, and the guy next door was abusing Leland when Leland was young. And then once Leland was older and had Laura, Bob took over Leland's body and started the cycle again by having Leland abuse Laura.
yeah,
Uh, but what you're saying about the 50s doesn't still works with my theory, because I think he was killing with Bob for a long time. So I don't think, even if they started in the 50s, I don't think it was necessarily over in the 50s. I could see them killing for a couple of decades, which would, overlap on Laura being a kid in the 70s, I guess, or early 80s or something. That could still work.
yeah. Okay, okay.
But yeah, anyway, that's how it comes off to me. I don't think, because for Bob to be inhabiting Leland since Leland was 8, he would be he would be living through some very boring times.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I don't see that as, Bob wants excitement and he wants mayhem and he wants carnage, and that's why I think he did it later when Leland was an adult. And could be in this sort of incestuous situation, and he could sort of live. Bob could live vicariously through that, and I think before that time he was out there killing with Mike.
I'll just throw out also the fact that the way it's portrayed, like we have the convenience store scene, where you see Bob. And, it's not clear exactly when that takes place, but supposedly Philip Jeffries was there. So, I mean, That's definitely like prime Leland possessed time. And then we also have the scene in the Black Lodge at the end when we see Bob like separate from Leland, and he's sort of like holding him in the air and throws out the Garmonbozia stuff. Anyway, I guess I was going to say, like, there is the possibility that he could come and go. So maybe maybe he did possess him when he was 8, but he wasn't there the whole time. He would leave and do other stuff, and come back intermittently. And so anyway, what that would mean is there's possibility that he was there when Laura was conceived or not. It could go either way.
Yeah.
Based on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, it doesn't seem like he's so mobile these days.
He seems a bit more locked in.
Yeah. I can't help but think that's at least partially to do with the fact that there's no Frank Silva.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, it's the portrayal is definitely different, in terms of like what the possession is like and what that means for what Bob can do.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, at the end of this, Mr. C sends the Las Vegas text message, presumably to Diane. We saw her receive that. The punctuation looks right to me this time. Then he gets in the car and they drive away. And then the store kind of lights up again and starts smoking, and then disappears.
Yeah, that store is not going to pass the state smog test. It's really, really needs a new muffler. Yeah, I just wanted to look this up. Back to the Bob Leland thing. I just was trying to remember exactly what he said. But anyway, Leland said that there was a neighbor near his grandfather's vacation home near Pearl Lakes. That's why I kept always thinking it was a lake house.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a
Um,
lake house, definitely.
and his name was Robertson or
Mm-hmm.
Bob. So that's what makes me think Bob had inhabited this other guy. Now, I guess the idea could be that young Leland was seeing Bob, like Frank Silva Bob,
Yeah,
and he thought that was the neighbor, but it was really just Bob he was seeing
yeah,
versus Bob inhabiting the neighbor and he was seeing the neighbor,
right,
I guess.
right.
But yeah, okay. Anyway, just wanted to bring that
And
up.
there could have been, yeah. I was never clear on that. I think it's logical to say that he was possessing the neighbor, but I would say there's still the possibility that he transferred.
Hmm.
That's what he
I
was trying to do
my
with Laura.
my only, but he wanted to live through her though, and and I think you'd have to wonder why would he want to live through young Leland. And that's the biggest
Yeah.
reason why I just don't think that's true. Like, it makes no sense to live through a young, especially since we don't have any details that Leland was incredibly bad or anything. Now, if we
Hmm.
knew he was bad as a kid or he was like Richard or something, then we could maybe suggest, oh, okay, here's Bob's influence or why Bob would want to do this. And I also feel like when Leland sort of confesses, um, well, yeah, he does. It is a bit weird when he confesses about Bob and everything. Uh, I was just gonna say it doesn't seem like he's been with him since he was a kid, but he does tie it to that. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he pretty much says that that's what happened. I do agree that it kind of doesn't make sense, um, in terms of Bob and like how that's supposed to work. But that is, I would say that's true of Leland's life in general as an adult. I mean, it seems like he, most of the
Leland, your life doesn't make sense. Get your life together, Leland. Leland, what are you doing? Why are you dancing by yourself in the Great Northern? Come on, Leland. We have clients here. We're trying to sell Ghostwood Estates here. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I understand there's lore abuse and obviously the later stuff, the Therese Banks and all that. But a lot of Leland's life, would have been pretty boring, I think.
Hmm.
Um,
That's
uh,
why I think Bob wasn't there. He was out killing with Mike during that time. Well, that's just my intuition.
okay. Yeah, well, and I guess that the other question would be, uh, when did Mike cut off his arm? Because that would kind of be the definitive
Hmm.
ending of that.
Hmm.
I'm not sure that I don't think that's really been clarified.
Not
But I
at
do
all.
think at the very least, they were killing some in the 50s.
Yeah.
Beyond that, what can I say? But yeah, like I see your points, and they're valid,
Hmm.
and yeah, it's hard to reconcile.
Yeah.
I would say. Your version of the story makes sense, but then it does seem like there are lines that say like this is what happened. So,
Which is the episode where Leland confesses?
16. Oh God, how does the math work? What would that be?
23.
Can I do it? No, I think you subtract. Uh, uh, maybe 9 in season 2.
9. Uh,
I might be counting that wrong. Let's see. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, it should be 9.
9. I'm confused. Yeah, I'm trying to find the transcript and the way it's it's listed here as strange if this is because they have episode 10, which is episode 17. I think the one where he talks about Robertson, the guy. Did I just look that up?
What?
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
Let me
no, that
see.
sounds like the true. That sounds like my episode 10. In that case, just look for 16.
Yeah, so 16 is 23 according to them.
What?
Does that make sense?
No, that doesn't make any sense at all. There's only
Okay.
29. You can't. You
Yeah, so
can't go up that high.
29 is episode 22 for them.
Okay, well then the number should go down. So how did 16
Yeah.
go up?
16 went to 23, and then 9 goes to 16.
What? What? I don't understand.
Who are you, Philip Jeffries?
What? Let me write it down for you.
I've always depended on the kindness of percolators. Let me see. I can't even find the episode. I just had it here. I just had the episode where Leland talks about the guy at the lake house. Now I can't find it.
Oh yeah. But I mean, when he originally talks about it, he doesn't say the full thing.
Yeah, I know, but I was just trying to use that as a reference to find out where the actual confession is, but I can't even find it anymore. Oh, that's in 3. Sorry, that's way earlier. Okay, that's this one. Yes. So they have that in what they call 2, which is episode 9.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Okay, so
That makes sense.
that's what I was saying.
Basically, you add
9.
7 to get the numbers that I know.
Okay, so what are the numbers? So Leland confesses in 16, you're saying?
Yeah.
So that's 9.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's right.
But I thought you said 16 was 23.
No, I said 16 is 23, but 9 is also 16.
But did you mean 23 is 16, or did you mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So it's not the if season 2 starts with episode 1, then it's definitely not 16.
Mm-hmm.
Because that'll be 23. I guess that's the point you were making. Okay, that's but I got confused. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Let me see.
Yeah, the numbering really isn't good. I wish I didn't have that ingrained in my mind, but it's so deep in there. It's really hard to think of anything else. And the other thing that's kind of ridiculous about it is that the pilot doesn't have a number. So, episode 16 is actually the 17th one overall.
So can I just say, I'm on glastonburygrove.net, and they have transcripts, and they're referring to Leland as Ben in this entire scene.
What?
Yeah. They have him listed as Ben the entire scene.
What?
Yep. Ben says, "Where am I?" Cooper says, "You're here. Lie still." Ben says, all of this stuff is Leland stuff, but they call him Ben. They say, "I was just a little boy. I saw him in my dreams. He said he wanted to play."
Oh, yeah, that's definitely Leland.
Yeah,
they're calling him,
they're calling him Ben. Even in the action lines, they're calling him Ben the entire time.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
Wow.
So anyway, okay, so now that I wanted to relook at this in terms of in terms of a clue on when Leland was taken over by Bob, and yes, I will concede, yeah. He's saying here I was a little boy, and Bob said he wanted to play, so that does make it seem like I guess that's what that means. And he was just there off and on sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like that's the way it's portrayed in Fire Walk with Me. Like Bob could be other places.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe that's how you could get around the fact that, they're boring times. But he knew Leland would be a good bet. I have no idea why he would possess an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
I agree that that doesn't make sense. Just for the record. It's just that just seems like that's what he says. It's so weird they put Ben here.
Yeah, you see that?
What
Yeah.
the fuck are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
I do remember. I think they either they talked about it or they actually did film a scene of Ben murdering Maddie as one of those like TV, like Lost did that too, like filming different versions of a pivotal scene to like
Yeah.
prevent spoilers. And Ben is clearly like an alternative suspect that
It
they
is
throw
weird
out
because
there.
what is happening? What is happening here? They're like, remember Hawk's line when he says, "That's not Leland." Remember that line?
Mm-hmm.
They have him
Yeah.
say, "That's not Ben." And then
That's
they have
so
Leland.
weird.
They have Leland saying, "Ben?" Question mark.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. So, could it be true that
Ben is Leland.
well, yeah, I was going to say like maybe they wrote the script this way also to avoid spoilers?
Why would this be on a website for transcripts?
It's really weird that this is on a website, but maybe they're just preserving it for historical purposes. I mean, I know Glastonbury Grove is like kind of into that. So maybe
Oh, I see.
yeah,
So
because it says at the top it's a faithful duplication.
is from the actual script. Okay,
Yeah.
well, hey, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt if it's yeah. Sorry, I thought this was just transcripts, but yeah.
Yeah. It would be so weird if they did a transcript and they changed every reference to Leland to Ben.
Yeah, well.
There's even Ben scenes like earlier in the thing that are actual Ben scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just it's weird. It doesn't make sense. I'm starting to wonder what actually happens in this episode as written originally, because I don't even understand how they lead up to that.
Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, this is super weird.
Ben Horn's blood test. Why did he kill her? Laura wrote about Bob in her diary. Ben found it, ripped out the pages, and she knew he was onto her. Ben placed the call to Laura from Ben's office that night.
Hey, here's a scene where Donna gives Leland a copy of the Just You tape they recorded.
Oh,
that
yeah,
didn't happen,
no,
right?
that's deleted. Yeah,
I was gonna
That
say,
didn't
there's
happen.
no way. She's like, this is for Maddie. This is a song we did with James.
Yeah,
I'm like, there's no way that happened.
yeah.
Yeah, he's saying I'll mail it to her. I don't think he will. Sorry, this isn't the best podcasting. Us reading this.
This is the
reading
weirdest
this
thing to
website.
read. I've never actually looked at this before.
Yeah.
And what I'm really looking for here is like the pivotal thing where like there it is. Okay, she whispers in his ear, "Ben Horn killed me."
Oh wow.
Wow. Wow.
Man.
Wow.
And it wouldn't have made any sense for Ben to kill her.
No.
It just wouldn't have been the same impact at all.
No, not remotely.
He
Not
wasn't ever
remotely.
acting like a guy who had just killed someone.
No. No. No, what they did was way more believable and just way better dramatically.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, I killed her, whatever. It's like it's so much less personal.
All right. let's get back to the episode.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
About. I forgot why I brought that up. I guess the whole Leland.
It was the Bob. Yeah, it was the Bob issue. Like Bob being Richard's father. I think that was the original place where we got there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Hanging out for, because, Bob was probably there at that point. So,
Well, listen, if you want to ask if you want to suggest that Bob was there when Laura was concepted, we do have the Laura orb, you know, so, and Bob was an orb.
Yep.
Like father, like daughter, I guess. I mean, could they really say that like Bob is Laura's dad, and in this weird supernatural way, and that makes Laura and Richard brothers and sisters?
Oh God! Oh God!
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, brother.
Yikes. Don't say hi to me. I don't know who you are. Yeah, anyway, okay.
So, yeah, I'll just say real quick, the whole time when Mr. C was driving, I kind of assumed that Richard Horne was in the front seat, and they were just waiting to reveal it. So, cause I'm like, well, he drove away from the farm, but Richard Horne was there. They're not gonna have Richard Horne be there and then he's not here now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then it was like, well, he's clearly not in the car with them. So yeah. So this was the simple solution. He followed him there.
He's there just in time to miss the other important thing. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I wonder what their talk's gonna be like. Is he gonna tell him all the stuff? It's just, what are they gonna even talk about besides the fact that he's just his daddy?
I don't know, politics, movies, pop culture in general. Any new music on
Are they gonna
Spotify?
do a podcast? What is this?
They're gonna do a podcast. Oh man, my daddy's a doppelganger. The podcast. Yeah, I think he's gonna tell him what's up. I don't think he's gonna say I raped your mother, but I think he's gonna say he's just gonna probably be very direct and I think whatever negativity will probably come from Richard's side. So if Mr. C won't necessarily say I raped your mother, but Richard might say my mother said you hurt her or something, or and it'll be a sort of vague idea of what that means, but yeah, I think he's gonna say your mother and I had a night or something, and then you were born 9 months later,
right?
But it's gonna be weird, and it's gonna will Richard believe it? Will he not believe it? Is there a way to prove it? Will it mean something beyond the obvious? Does that give Richard any powers or any? Does it do anything to change his character or what his motivation is? Is Richard gonna try to sick his daddy on Red?
Yeah, that.
Well, will Mr. C even care? Is he
right?
Does he care about Richard? Will he kill him after he tells it? Does he care about this potential son of his?
I guess he doesn't know about the prophecy.
What's the prophecy?
So Richard and Linda, two birds with one stone.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, I guess prophecy is the wrong word because I think that was a flash forward, but just the idea that Richard's gonna have some important role to play in what's happening. I mean, to me, it seems like this is setting up for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he's there with Mr. C and probably gonna end up in Twin Peaks again at some point soon. He's just gotta meet Linda, whoever the fuck that is.
Mm-hmm.
It is weird that we still have no idea who that is at this point. Besides, a vague reference to someone in the trailer park.
Oh, it's so weird. Yeah, and what's the reference to Richard? Like, and why is Richard and Linda alike?
Yeah, that's yeah. Like that's why I wanted like I don't know. I wanted Linda to be like Audrey's daughter, so they could be
Mm-hmm.
brother and sister or something. I wanted there to be some tie in there where it would make sense. Cause
Yeah.
yeah, if like Linda's some random woman who lives in a trailer park, it's like yeah, like what?
Do you think maybe Richard and Linda are romantically involved, and Linda is pregnant, and her progeny will matter, and that's the one stone from the two birds?
um, I mean, isn't it supposed to be kill two birds with one stone? Not like two birds have
Well,
one stone and it's their baby.
that's not the phrase. That's not what he said. He just said two birds, one stone. I mean,
He did say
I'm trying to
that,
I'm trying
but
to use the same logic as time and time again, how that was just a sort of phrase of the obvious in a way, you
right,
know. It's there's two times this thing and this thing again.
right.
So I'm thinking two birds, one stone might just sort of mean what it
There's
sounds
two
like it
birds
means.
and
Where
there's
there's
one
there's
stone.
there's two things and there's a one thing, and
Yeah.
somehow those two things combine to the one thing.
Okay.
And since
Yeah.
we're already looking at Richard through the lens of biology and parentage, it just makes me think
Mm-hmm.
maybe this is a multi-generational story, and like maybe it's like Mr. C has to reconcile with his mother, which is Experiment, or where let's see, Mr.
Right.
C's dad is Bob,
Yeah.
and maybe his mother or grandmother is Experiment,
Yeah.
and now Mr. C has his own child to deal with, who is Richard,
Right.
and then Richard is gonna have a kid with Linda, and that'll be the
Wow.
fourth generation, and Mr. C will
Wow.
be, of course, a grandfather. Uh, you're welcome.
Which potentially makes Experiment the great grandmother.
Yep, 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 yep. It's four generations and all in one roof.
Yeah, that's
Wow, that's a Christmas movie you don't want to see.
Oh my god. Yeah, I never realized that it was about these deep, long term familial bonds and
Hmm.
how they. How the problems of one generation are visited on the next.
Well, it's funny. It actually parallel the idea of this like multi generations of like evil people really sort of parallels with the Renaults in
Yeah,
Twin
yeah.
Peaks.
Definitely.
This multi generational criminal family.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh, that's why I always wanted to do bad things all the time.
It's genetic.
I never understood it.
My great grandmother's pure evil. That's why.
Um. All right. So yeah. I don't know. Any other? Do you wanna go on? Do you have any other things about Richard? It's.
Yeah, I have a ton of things about
Oh,
Richard,
okay.
but we'll save it for later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird when he says those magical words. Richard, I am your father.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I think we're gonna get that pretty soon. Possibly
Oh
in the
man.
next one. You
Yeah.
know,
All right. Yeah.
seems like a thing. Whenever we cut back to them in the car, I mean, it can't be long.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we can all look forward to that. Okay. So in the next scene, we have the well-known reporter Cyril Pons walking his
The
dog.
what? Wait, who now? What happened?
Come on, you don't know? You know the well-known television reporter Cyril Pons?
Is he a local Twin Peaks celebrity?
Yeah, everybody knows him. You know, he did a lot of big stories. Like he reported on the Mill Fire.
The season one Millfire.
Yeah, yeah. The end of season 1. He reported on it in season 2, of course, and the
Uh-huh.
aftermath. But
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm sure he reported on some other things, and I just didn't see it.
Well, listen, there's a lot of things to report on going around that he's not paying attention to. His town is an intergalactic hub for transdimensional beings.
Yeah, so someone, just to acknowledge, Cyril Pons is played by Mark Frost,
Hmm.
and someone asked him on Twitter, like, so Cyril Pons is living in a trailer park now? Like, is journalism, like, that bad?
Oh, that's great. First of all, that's offensive to people who live in trailer parks.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. Sure, sure. Long story short, but yeah, his response was, "It's a long story," which
Wow,
makes me
great.
think like Twin Peaks: The Final Dossier is gonna be like half like the
The
saga of
Cyril
Cyril
Pons adventure.
Pond.
Yeah.
It's
From
like,
rags to trailer park. Yeah.
yeah, so somebody needs to
He
hear
caught
that.
the big fish. Now he's at the fat trout.
The new fat trout.
The new fat trout, please.
Can't get over that.
Um,
Anyway,
yeah.
yeah, so very minor cameo from the original series that I guess they decided to bring back in the new series in this
Hmm.
weird way. So yeah, anyway, that's who this character is. I'm not sure that it matters too much, but you know, if you want to know, that's who he is. So yeah, he's walking his dog through the woods, and then we see Steven and Gersten sitting up against a tree, and Steven has a gun,
Let's see.
and
Steven and Gersten in a tree. FREAKINGOUT.
that sounds about right.
Isn't that how that rhyme goes?
Yeah. I think so. It's a good remix, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know about you, but like a lot of the lines, especially Steven, like when he's speaking, are like just basically impossible to understand.
Hmm.
And the closed captions have their interpretation. I think for some of these, like they're stretching. So anyway, I'm not 100% sure what he says all the time in this scene. I'm
Fair
just
enough.
gonna come out and admit that. But from what I can gather, he is planning to kill himself. He's got a gun,
Hmm.
and he's planning to kill himself because of something he did. But Gerson kind of protests and says like she did it, so maybe Becky did it, or maybe they did it together. I don't know. Something was done, and now he wants to kill himself. That's all I feel comfortable saying.
All right. Well,
um, it's hard to decipher. Gerson tries to talk him out of it. He has a line where he says, "Will I be with the rhinoceros?" I did understand that one. Um, Eventually, Cyril Pons sees them, and so Gersten runs and hides on the other side of the tree while Steven hides the gun. Cyril then turns around and runs. And then we go over to where Gersten is, and we hear a gunshot, and she kind of freaks out. And then we cut over to Cyril going to the new Fat Trout Trailer Park, and I guess we don't really hear very much of this, but I guess he tells Carl something about
hmm.
what he saw, and he points at Stephen and Becky's trailer. I guess indicating like he lives there, the one that lives
Yeah.
there. It's a very brief line, but I guess we're meant to assume he tells him what he saw. So yeah, that's basically
Yeah.
the thing here.
Wow.
So what do you say?
poor Kirsten. Every time I see her in this situation with Steven, I'm like, oh, Doc Hayward, poor Doc Hayward's daughter. I mean, she had such a bright future when she was playing that piano.
I wanted to go back to that if I can find the line. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. My good news is that I was chosen to be the fairy princess in my school play. This is my special dress. Also, I got the highest scores in mathematics and English this mid-season term, just as my sisters Harriet and Donna did before me. So now I don't have to worry about being ashamed anymore.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, so
Wow.
anyway, I was just thinking like, well, maybe that has something to do with Kirsten going down the wrong path.
Wait, what does?
I don't know, this sense of like needing to overachieve, needing to compete with her sisters, that kind of idea.
Well, it does call it into question, like what's happened with the other sisters, right?
Yeah.
There were three Hayward girls,
Yeah.
and we got some lines with the other one, the middle child, I guess. That night when Donna wanted to like sneak out and she was gonna
Yep.
cover for her.
Yeah, Harriet. Yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah, I wonder what happened. I mean, did some tragedy happen with the family that Gersten didn't cope well with? The general question of how did she even get involved with Steven, and why is she in love with this loser? And is it a rebellion thing? Did she grow out of that like trying to be perfect phase when she was a little girl and got into a rebellious phase and went down the wrong path or
Next
something?
time you mention a piano, I'm running off with Steven.
Exactly. No Chopin anymore, all right?
Yeah, it's just like
Yeah.
I guess in that scene, that's I mean, by the way, the only scene she's in the entire
Mhm.
show before this.
Yeah.
That's the only indication of something like potentially like negative in her life. This kind of pressure that she feels
Mm-hmm.
to do the things her sisters did.
Yeah.
So like that's all I have to go on, but it's certainly
Well-
possible that in the 25 years something else happened.
Well, here's one thing we can surmise could have really damaged her was the realization that Ben Horn is her sister's dad.
Oh yeah, that's
and not
right.
and not Doc Hayward. So that could have
Right.
affected the family negatively,
It's true.
or really made her rethink what she's sort of trying to do with trying to be like her sisters.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, there's one big thing we could assume happened.
Yeah.
I doubt they kept that a secret from everybody in the family
Right.
after that huge blow up.
Yeah. That would probably have to come out at some point. Yeah.
So
I think
what's up with
Donna would tell them if nobody else would.
So yeah, what's up with well, and I could also see her like, I'll never tell them or whatever, but yeah, I could also see them tell her.
Yeah.
But why is Donna not in this show? Is something up with Laura Flynn Boyle? Do we know? Is she still acting or not? I mean, I haven't really seen her in anything, but or even the actress who played Donna in Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah. Maura Kelly.
Yeah, I wonder why Donna's not in the show so far. She's a
Me too.
character that had a lot to do with what was going on with Laura.
Yeah.
And I feel like her absence is, is that why we have Gersten here? Because we're not dealing with Donna? Like, yeah, I think we need to, before the end, get some reason why Donna's not around.
Yeah. I agree. At least some lines.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know what we're supposed to think, and again, her story did kind of end on a cliffhanger about Ben Horn,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I would expect there to be some follow up. I mean, even for Ben to have some lines about it, you
Yeah.
know. obviously, Doc Hayward in his one scene didn't mention. They didn't mention any of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. It does seem like they have some potential for including that stuff in some way. So yeah, I don't know why they would have made the decision not to do that. If they contacted Laura Flynn Boyle, Maura Kelly, or both, and they said no,
Mm-hmm.
or if for some reason they didn't want the character involved. I don't know why that would be.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or they didn't have, I don't know, they didn't have a good idea for where to take the character. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I just, what's Donna doing these days? Like, is she like the mayor of the town? And they'll just be like, Mrs. Mayor. It's like she was there the whole time. We just didn't
Right,
know she was the mayor,
right, right.
Um,
Yeah,
is she teaching at the high school? Is she, there wasn't a very good sense of what she might do career-wise.
right.
Bobby had his vague notions of business at a certain
Uh huh.
point at the
Yeah,
end there with the
right.
horn business, and that kind of didn't go anywhere. It seems like.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, yeah. I wonder why we're not getting any Donna.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, yeah, Donna's storylines, I mean, they mostly revolved around doing their sort of private investigation of the Laura Palmer
The Nancy Drew
murder.
storyline.
The Nancy Drew storyline, exactly. Like they spend most of the time doing that. I mean, some of it's about her relationship with James,
Hmm.
and then Maddie dies, and then James runs off, and so she's like briefly involved in the James Evelyn plot, like helping him to some extent. But then, as soon as James runs away, then her plot is all about all leading up to the Ben Horn thing.
Hmm.
They tie her in with Wyndham Earle a bit. There's that whole the three queens or whatever with the poem and stuff. But I guess what I'm saying is like. There's not really a lot of time on Donna per se. Like everything she's doing is like, it seems like it's focused on someone else. So I feel like that's
Yeah.
part of why we just have no idea of like where where she would
Hmm.
go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so Steven's lines here, I mean, I don't know what to make of these lines. I don't know if so Gersten does intimate that he took something, right?
Does she say he took
Uh,
something?
yeah.
Or
Um,
she says he was
he
stoned or
says,
something?
yeah, she says, what the fuck did she give you? So that makes me think he got some bad drugs or something. Is
Okay.
the general idea of this type of scene. Um, but he has a gun and he's saying I did it, and she's saying no, she did it. So I'm like, did he shoot somebody? Maybe this
Mm-hmm.
is like a flash forward, and he shot Becky, or he shot someone we
Yeah.
don't know yet, and that's why Gersten is so sort of upset. Not that he's just freaking out now, but that he's sort of dangerous because he just killed somebody and now he wants to kill himself.
Right.
That's the kind of thing I'm thinking is happening here. Not that I want Becky to be shot, but I can't imagine who the she is unless they're just going to invent another person. Or I
Right.
guess, I mean, there's a bunch of women from the Roadhouse that have names, I guess, from the credits
Oh, so many.
and stuff. So maybe one of them had drugs or something and got it to him. This seems
Yeah.
to tie to the Jerry Horn thing with him going crazy in the
Right.
woods after
Right.
seemingly taking drugs. So it's weird when they compound all these things and confound us because you don't know which it is. Is it Steven freaking out because he did something drastic with a gun? Is it drug related, or is it because he's in the woods?
Right.
And
Right.
like what? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll just throw in two things on top of that.
Oh, good. The pile's not
Uh,
big enough.
Shelley's one of Shelley's friends. I don't remember which one. It might have been Renee, but there were three there. So says that everyone loves Steven. Um, like that's a weird comment from part two. I think when that scene happens.
Hmm.
So yeah. Anyway, just to make the connection with some of these Roadhouse characters.
Yeah, I do wonder
Um,
if maybe Steven's behavior has gotten worse recently. Maybe he was sort of good for a
yeah.
while.
Yeah, and then the other thing was when he's like kind of what's the right word? He's sort of intimidating Becky into the
Hmm.
couch. Um,
You mean
he,
domestic abuse?
yes,
Is that the word you're looking
yes.
for?
I mean, he wasn't like actually hitting her, but yeah, sort of. It's certainly a kind of verbal abuse and intimidation.
Hmm.
Absolutely. But yeah, in that scene, he says, doesn't he say something like, "I know what you did"? Um,
Yes.
so my first thought when I heard this of like I did it, no, she did it, was like maybe that's the thing he was talking about in that scene. Whatever he's like, I know what you did, and maybe he was there too, and maybe they did it together. Um,
Oh no.
um,
You're simplifying it by making it more complicated.
just in terms of like who's to blame. I mean, maybe they were both there at the same time, and maybe they both played a role in it. You know what I mean? And um, he blames her, but also blames himself.
But that would suggest that he wasn't mad about it until they got home or something. Like, if she did something, why would he be mad if he was there when she did it? Yeah, I guess it's tough to think about how that would play out, but yeah, I take your points. I take your points that the it is connected. Maybe
It's
it's all the
it's
same it.
it seems like it could be just grasping here because we don't have that much to work with. It seems like there could be a connection there. His line about the rhinoceros made me think of those two those two ladies. The one with the rash. Because they were making some weird like zoo animal references as well, right? They were like, "Did you see
Oh.
that penguin and the I forgot what the
Hmm.
other animal. There's a couple animals they reference like that. So I was like, oh, is that you know what I mean? Like, and maybe it ties into the drugs. Like the drugs cause you to like reference animals. I don't. That doesn't make any sense, but
You
you
know
know.
nothing about drugs. Um. Uh. Yeah. I see what you're doing. I see where you're getting at. Now, are you thinking you want to go one step further and surmise that the animal references are actually people? Like the rhinoceros is a person? Because weren't the girls talking about that in the context of a zoo? Like
I
escaping
thought that
from
was your
animals?
assumption, but I don't think they actually mentioned a zoo.
Oh, did they not say that?
I don't think they did.
To the transcript.
To the transcript, I don't know what part that is.
Oh, clearly that was part 11.
Are you serious?
No, I don't know. It seems like it. Let me find out. What did
Let's
they say?
see.
Penguin? You sure that's an animal they said?
Yeah.
They spelled penguin.
Penguin, I think.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Um, have you seen that penguin?
Can I get the history of the word, please?
It comes from the French, pingouin. Uh,
All right. Because
and
that's what the first Frenchman who saw a penguin said. Penguin?
pingouin.
Chocolat bleu, a bird with no feathers. Or a flightless bird. I don't know. I can't find
I
it.
wish I could remember what those characters' names were. I haven't been good about keeping up with those. Um, let's
I
see.
found it. Part 9.
Part 9? Okay.
Yeah. She says, Oh, this is the couple. Yeah, the burger across the street.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Have you seen that penguin?
Yeah.
Have I what? You know the penguin. Yep.
Oh, you know that zebra's out again. That was the other one.
Oh, that's what it was. Zebra.
Yeah, you
Or
know
as
that
they
zebra's out
say
again.
in Europe, zebra.
Zebra, yeah. Ugh. Yeah, and then they speak normally for a while, and then have you seen that penguin? How about
It's
what? You know the penguin. Yup. Great lines.
Yeah, it's really great. The what? Oh, yes. I will confirm that now that I've questioned it. It makes me wonder if these are names for drugs. Like
Yeah.
these are different drugs out on the street or something. And seeing the
Yeah.
penguin means you've had like you've had that drug.
Yeah, yeah.
See, I
Or
know nothing
maybe
about
Red's
drugs either.
drugs. Maybe like his drugs have like weird animal names.
That's what I was thinking. Or like, whatever the package of the drug is, it'll have a logo of an animal on it
Oh
to
yeah,
tell
yeah.
you what kind of thing it is.
Yeah.
So seeing the penguin means you had the penguin,
Mm-hmm.
and the zebra's out again, meaning like, hey, they're selling the zebra back on the street. Wow, that's
Right.
bad.
And will I be with the rhinoceros? I don't know. Will I
Just help.
will I
Yeah, that didn't help. Did
have the
it?
chance to do the rhinoceros again? Yeah, it doesn't quite make sense, but it's a good thought. It's better than anything I got on that. But I'm just trying to make a connection because it seems similar, just this like random zoo animals coming up in the context of characters that you're right do
Mhm.
seem like they're connected to drug use.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it seems like there is a tie-in there, though it's not clear exactly what the animals are supposed to mean. The other thing I have to say about this scene, like, based on everything I knew about Steven, I found it completely shocking that he was about to kill himself. Uh, like, that's not something I saw coming at all.
Well, I mean, I didn't see this scene coming. I think he's so far out of his mind. It's not shocking that he'd want to kill himself. I think he's, and I say kudos to these actors. It's such a weird scene to have to play where they're just huddled together and they have to sort of play these really heightened emotions. I thought they did a great job of like what to sort of do in these moments here. Where they're not there's not much room for physicality, yet they have to be really physical.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like whatever is going on his mind is, whether he had some bad drugs or there's some effect, some supernatural effect that we've talked about before, connecting to, the sick girl in the car that Bobby saw, and connecting to, the girl screaming at the end of this episode, and this sort of harbinger of evil to come, like if it has to do with that, or if it's bad drugs like Derry might have had, or what. He's so far gone, I think, it makes sense to me that he'd be on the edge and want to kill himself. But yeah, I agree. Like nothing I saw before this would make me think he's suicidal, because I don't think he was suicidal before this. I think
Yeah.
something happened. I mean, the last time we saw these two, Becky shot at their door while they were down the
Mhm.
hallway, down the stairs, and then presumably they went off somewhere else.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they went back inside, but presumably they left. And then something happened, that, like, two things happened, I think. Like, Stephen took something. She said, what did Gertrude?
Gersten.
Gersten. Okay. Um, it's none of the gur sounds I wanted. It's the third. It's always the third gur, right? She mentions that, what did she give you? So Stephen took something, I think, is fairly clear. And then but the second thing is, there was some action. Stephen says, I did it. Gersten says she did it. So there was something that occurred. And I think between those two, they were a catalyst for whatever state he's in now.
Yeah.
Um,
I
yeah.
guess like I thought that he was a drugged out loser asshole, and he was having an affair, and certainly unstable, certainly potentially prone to violence, certainly not like up to any good. But just
Mm-hmm.
the idea that he would kill himself, I don't know. Like I never would have guessed that. It just seems like, and it's like he feels guilty about
But doesn't it
something he
seem par
did.
for the course with a guy like this who's sort of got nothing left to lose because he's made such a crap of his life, you know?
I guess I'm just surprised that he cares on that level. I don't know. It's a bit more. I guess I wasn't giving him enough credit for, um, you know.
Suicide for when you really care. When you really
Yeah,
this
yeah.
Christmas, think about giving the gift of suicide.
Like I can't imagine Richard Horn doing this, for example. Um,
Mm-hmm.
even in a drug fueled like kind of daze, seemingly like feeling some kind of remorse about something he did to the extent that he wants to kill himself. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's still like
But see, that's
not.
the thing. I feel like it's not just the remorse. It's him being in this weird state, and that's what I'm not clear on is how much is putting him over the edge. You know, which is the main force here? Like, because I feel like if he wasn't drugged out, if he had just did what he did, I could see him feeling really bad, and I could see him going, and maybe that's what happened. Maybe he did something while he was sober, and then he felt bad about it, so he wanted to get high, and now he's on a weird drug trip on top of
Mm-hmm.
that. That's what I would expect him to do is sort of like not get to the point of suicide normally. But I see what you're saying. That's a good comparison to make to Richard and how Richard's sort of a loser, but doesn't have the same kind of sense of guilt or self awareness that Stephen sort of shows here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It distinguishes the characters in a way where, like, I did think they were kind of really similar in certain ways, to such an extent that I confused them a couple of times early on,
Hmm.
thinking like just because I really wanted Richard to live in the Fat Trout Trailer Park, thinking like, oh, maybe Richard and Linda both live there, and it's like that's not Richard, that's Steven.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel like this makes a clearer, um, because like the thing Richard did, like I could see, especially in a drug fueled, state, wanting to kill yourself after doing that. I could totally get that, but he's not doing that. You know, and so
What do you mean after killing the kid?
yeah,
Uh huh. Uh
yeah.
huh.
For
Well,
example,
yeah. Well, and I think that's the difference. Is Richard's clearly a sociopath.
yeah.
And I think Steven's just a bad guy.
Yeah, yeah, and I guess that's the distinction that wasn't 100% clear to me
Hmm.
until that maybe he hadn't done anything as bad, but that he was like potentially just as bad, just needed the right circumstances or whatever. It really does seem like no, he's really just not as bad.
Hmm.
Um, period.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's it just caught me off guard because I thought I understood the point of this plot line, and it's like it just went to this other place. I mean, I thought Becky's like worrying about Stephen was like kind of whatever. He's having an affair, and you shot his girlfriend's door, and he's hiding out. Like that doesn't mean he's like in some kind of trouble. It doesn't mean he's like there's anything to worry about. Really, it seems like normal to me.
Hmm. Hmm.
But now it seems like well maybe she was right to worry. It does
I
look
think
like
we're
he's
missing a
really
scene.
unstable.
I think there's a scene that's missing between those two where something happened. Yeah, I feel like we're missing that scene, and we'll get back to it.
Yeah.
Maybe since Mr. C's storyline is a little bit behind the others, maybe we will see things when he comes to Twin Peaks through his viewpoint, and it'll be a little bit later, so we might be able to come back to some of these things.
Right.
But it won't exactly seem like a flashback because it'll be from his current perspective.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
If they want to fill in the gaps. But you're right that it seems like there's a missing scene here.
Yeah.
I do feel like it's, yeah.
And let's just be honest, Becky never came to the Double R for that ice cream. I'm still waiting on her to show up.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, it does seem like that whole story is like, there's a clear plot in there somewhere and they just didn't film it all or edit it all in or something.
Yeah.
It's like we're just getting like, you know, every 5 minutes or so they cut in a bit from it.
Yeah.
Because it's just, yeah, it's not really adding up at the moment.
Maybe there's missing pieces we'll get later after the show's over.
Yeah.
I mean, that, you know, this whole season's been a gift, but I swear, if there's missing pieces, that'll be the last gift we can ever get is some more of this stuff.
I wouldn't be surprised, even though it's already quite long. But yeah, based on what we've seen, I agree. You know, something like that just screams for a follow-up scene. Coming to the Double R for the pie and ice cream, and it doesn't happen, and it's totally out of context in that part. So it's just like, yeah, what happened there?
Yeah.
It's very, very strange. So yeah, it would be good. I mean, they're clearly gonna follow it up in some way, but I hope there's some way that this makes sense. Oh, and also, do you think Steven actually did it? Do you think he actually shot himself, or do you think he's still alive?
Oh, good question.
Because I'm gonna say what we both know, which is according to normal TV rules, if it's off screen, he's still alive, 100% guarantee. That's how normal TV rules work.
Off screen, it didn't happen.
Yeah. Now, with Twin Peaks, I don't feel 100% comfortable believing in normal TV rules because I think it's not 100% clear they're going to follow them. I still think there's a good chance he's still alive because the storyline seems unresolved. So I'm still leaning that way, but it's still possible that they'll pursue the storyline from Becky's point of view, or we'll see more Gersten or whatever, wherever they're planning to take that. Maybe the point is that he kills himself, and that kind of leads to the next thing. I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway, what do you think?
From Gersten's reaction, it seems like he killed himself.
Yeah.
They played that up pretty well. I could see him being dead. I mean, but what's the alternative? He just shot in the air for no reason?
Yeah, he shot himself in the leg. I don't know. Yeah, it would have to be. It would have to be something like that.
Or he shot and missed or something.
Yeah, yeah. His hand shook or something.
I guess I'm gonna go with he's dead. Although, I'm very skeptical.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm leaning on those TV rules, but I don't feel confident about it. So yeah, I for some reason I think I guess I just feel like his storyline's unresolved. So that's the main reason why I feel like he should still be alive. But
what's his storyline?
I don't know, but that's why it's unresolved.
Maybe this is the resolution.
I have to learn what it is before it can get resolved.
But maybe this is the resolution. It's just over now.
It could be. It definitely could be.
And it's up to Becky to deal with the repercussions of what happened. But I do feel like the fact that they didn't show it sort of really makes me think if it's 50-50, he's dead or alive. I do think he's not dead because it's the kind of thing where why not just show it if it actually is and this you get a nice gruesome shot of him blowing his brains out. I think they would normally show that.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm gonna flip flop and say he's not dead.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems more likely to me. Even though I agree that they play the scene as though he really did it.
Now, I could also see a
Um,
hybrid of it's both things where he actually did shoot himself and he actually is dying.
oh yeah,
Like
yeah,
when
that's a
they
version.
like when they find him, maybe his head will be sort of busted open and he's
Yeah,
bleeding out and he's
yeah,
effectively dead, but
yeah.
you know,
He can have one final, like, completely incomprehensible monologue before he dies.
we would all appreciate that so much. Um, all right. Yeah, I'm really confused by this scene. It was very, very strange. There's definitely something missing here from where we saw them before.
Yeah.
I guess Gersten's gonna go talk to the police at a certain point
Mm-hmm.
and tell them what happened, and I guess she will explain who the she is she referenced and what was going on there. But the other thing too about the drugs is Red was involved with trying to get drugs into Twin Peaks, so maybe he's got really bad drugs that people are getting a hold of
Mm-hmm.
somehow, and um, I don't think necessarily Jerry was doing Red's drugs, but
Right.
I do want to tie that into it also.
Yeah. Yeah. It's potentially a tie-in, but it did seem like, I mean, he's been established as growing his own pot, and they did show him smoking a joint
Mm-hmm.
at the beginning,
Oh, I
um,
know.
when he's watching Dr. Amp. So it seems, but on the other hand, his reactions do seem a bit extreme, to say the least.
Yeah.
So that
And
possibility's there.
they did have two different they did have different kinds of freakouts.
Yeah,
This one was a lot more manic
yeah,
and suicidal than
yeah,
Jerry's.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Jerry's was much more, yeah, reasonable, if that makes sense.
It was a little zanier and
Yeah.
lighter and yeah. Oh wow, I didn't even notice this. Oh, I can't wait to see if you caught this. Oh wow.
What?
Next scene.
Oh, next scene?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's in the next
Oh!
scene?
Oh, is it the thing? Yeah.
Well, let's see
Yeah.
if it's the
You want to
thing.
go to the next scene?
Let's go to the next scene and see if it's the
All
thing.
right. So we go to the Roadhouse. The MC, just credited as the MC, announces Sharp Dressed Man by CZ Top. Then Renee and her husband, Chuck, sit with, I think, Skipper, although I couldn't verify that that's Skipper, and an unnamed woman. Could not get a credit for her. Sorry. She didn't have lines, so I guess no name for you. Um,
None for you, dear.
I'm not even sure if the other guy's Skipper, but I don't know who else in the episode is Skipper, so that's my best guess.
Wow.
The actor, I couldn't find a picture of the actor, so yeah, I do my best with these credits. Usually it works. Anyway, James comes over.
Wait, you're saying there's somebody in the credits named Skipper?
Yeah,
Okay, and you think it has to be this guy because who
Yeah.
else would it be? Okay.
basically. I mean, he's
I was
got
just thinking
lines and
I was just thinking there's a weird gray, and this is no way related to the show, but there's a great connection between Philip Jeffries and his weird Southern accent. We made that joke about Sunset Boulevard,
yeah.
which is Tennessee Williams, who also did Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. And there's a character in that named Skipper that's very prominent. So anyway, just how my brain works.
Wow. Wow.
Because, Gordon Cole comes from, everyone's favorite Sunset Boulevard.
Right.
So, and that's a prominent thing in this episode. So, I don't know. Like, that's interesting that, I don't know.
Yeah, they made it
Make it
official.
interesting. They more than made it official.
Yeah. It was,
Sort of unofficial now.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
It's too official that it's unofficial.
Right, right. Okay, so James comes over with Freddie, and says, "It's good to see you, Renee."
How
Um,
dare he?
Chuck gets really angry and punches James, and Renee tells him to stop. Freddy then uses his green glove and punches him, and also his friend Skipper, I think. They're clearly injured severely. James tells the people there to call 911.
Hmm.
And yeah, then he looks at Chuck, and Renee's there, and he says like his eyes don't look right.
Yeah, no, they don't.
So yeah, what's the thing? Is it Chuck?
No, what's up with Chuck?
Oh well, I think this is Chuck, the
This
well-known
is
Chuck.
Chuck.
I think this is the well-known Chuck from Audrey's saga.
So what did Chuck do again? Chuck was the one who
Chuck,
said that Tina was the last to see
Billy,
Billy.
and Chuck supposedly stole Billy's truck.
Okay, okay, okay. So this is Chuck.
This is,
Wow.
I mean, it's a Chuck, so please don't let it be another one. I can't
It can't
handle
be
it.
two Chucks.
So yeah,
No.
I think, and Chuck was certifiable. That was the other thing. He's got a temper. I don't know if it qualifies as certifiable, but
Mm-hmm.
it was weird. As soon as she said Chuck, I was like, "Oh shit, it's Chuck."
Wow.
So yeah, the mystery
Now,
unravels here.
have we seen this guy before?
Renee's husband. I don't believe so.
Okay, because we saw Renee before, but
We
we
definitely saw
haven't
Renee
seen.
before. We saw her with Shelly, and we saw her by herself, listening to just you and I. But yeah, I don't think we've seen her husband before. I don't think we've seen Chuck before. So
Okay.
it's kind of a reveal that Renee's husband is the famous Chuck.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I would say,
Yeah.
what
Yeah. It
passes
seems
for a
like it.
reveal in the Audrey story.
So yeah, my thing is less interesting than that. It's just
Oh
on the MC's mic, there's a pine cone at the end of it. I don't know if you caught that.
no.
Yeah, it's weird to look at. So yeah, if you just go to that scene with the MC, the other end of his microphone is like a pine cone taped to it.
Okay.
And it just reminded me of that pine cone abstract sculpture that Andy's holding in the fireman's world, where the
Right.
smoke comes out of it.
Right. Yeah. 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 I remember. Isn't there another thing with a pine cone taped to it, or am I crazy?
Are there multiple pine cones here now?
I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining that. All right, I'm trying to find this. Oh yeah, I see. I see. That's weird.
Oh, does Chad have a pine cone? I'm looking at a reference between Chad's pine cone.
Maybe. Maybe that's what I'm remembering. I don't remember Chad having a pine cone, but why not?
I don't know why they're saying this is Chad's pine cone, but there's a scene with Frank Truman, and in the background they're pointing to something that they're calling Chad's pine cone.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah.
But okay, maybe in the back of my mind I do remember that. I don't know. I got a pine cone in my head.
Oh, Chad says, I'm going to go have a word with my pine cone. And when he's talking about the log lady, Chad makes a quip that he's going
Oh,
to talk to his pine
gotcha,
cone. That's
gotcha.
that's where the pine cone was.
Okay, okay.
Anyway, I don't know why pine cone's on his microphone. I don't know why this MC's here. I don't know why he's announcing songs people are going to play over the speaker. And I don't know why
Yeah.
he has a volume thing where a good third of the volume is past 10, and it's all in red, which sounds like it's going to be too loud, actually.
Right.
At first, I thought that was like an applause meter, and they were going to like rate like acts, like how much do you like this person?
Yeah.
But no, it's worse than that.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a cardboard cutout of a volumes meter,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he's just gonna turn it before. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It's pretty weird, man. I
Yeah.
don't. It's It's hokey in a weird way. I don't
Yep,
get it.
yep.
Um, yeah, I don't know. That's all I wanted to say. And ZZ Top Sharp Dressed Man is Sharp Dressed Man referring to Dale Cooper because he's a sharp dressed man? Is this signaling his return?
It
Is
could
this
be.
for is this foreshadowing for the next scene?
Yeah, yeah. That's a good thought.
Or is James the sharp dressed man
Ooh, with
that
that leather
Renee's going
jacket.
crazy for? Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, we see Freddy use his
Glove
glove, and it's
powers.
it's probably one of the best ever sound effects for someone punching, which is a gunshot, which was just really cool. I mean, it's just super cool. I love that. Bang! This is the best sound effect for punching. I'm like, why have I not seen that before? I guess because it's completely unrealistic.
Right.
But I think that's why
Yeah.
it's great. It really communicates the power of that punch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
But the fact
definitely.
that like he was holding back to a degree, I think
Yeah.
is interesting that he could have hit a lot harder and
Yeah.
but yeah, I do wonder what that's going to mean for Mr. C. Now that we know that he's not just because before when we saw him use the glove, he was just sort of crushing something. But now we know he can it's sort of he can punch with it and stuff too. And I
Yeah.
wonder if he could he lift something really heavy? Would that also do it,
Mm-hmm.
or is it not quite
Yeah.
that? Um, but yeah, it does make me think he's gonna fight Mr. C. Before I thought he was just gonna arm wrestle Mr. C because of the
Mm-hmm.
whole way they showed him before. But now that I know he can punch,
Mm-hmm.
maybe he'll punch Bob out of Mr. C.
Ha! Could be. Could be.
He's gonna hit him so hard, Bob's gonna fly out.
Yeah, I mean, surely his destiny is something more than this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was also thinking maybe he'd be able to use the gloves to like get out of the jail cell, or
Mm-hmm.
they would need them, to escape at some point. I'm kind of wondering what's going to happen in that jail cell. It feels like, if I mean, the fireman, the giant sent him there to fulfill his destiny,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that he ends up in a jail cell there in the Twin Peaks Sheriff Station does seem like it's a setup for him to somehow be around when things of significance happen.
Well, let's draw the obvious connection. Naito is right next to
And
him,
Nida's right there, yeah.
and that was the other person that that we know is important from the Giants' perspective.
Yeah, are the woodsmen
Uh,
gonna show up? Is he gonna punch a woodsman?
I that's what I was thinking. Maybe the woodsman, or he can interact with them with his glove, because they can
Yeah.
sort of fade in and out. Maybe he can hurt them, or
Mm-hmm.
maybe they'll try to crush his head and he could stop
Yeah.
that or something. Yeah, I do. That's what I was thinking too. Like now that he's in the jail with Naito, maybe the woodsmen come and they try to escape to get her out of there.
Yeah.
Maybe Andy comes in and we got to move her, and yeah, he's got his green glove of power.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
can punch some woodsmen. Yeah, I do wonder what's up with that glove. What's up with that glove?
Yeah. And I'm wondering if and how this Chuck character, now that he's been introduced, like knows or has anything to do with Richard.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he stole the truck and then Richard ended up with it, like or does he have a connection to Red, or like I just
Mm-hmm.
wonder what the deal is.
Well,
Um,
now he's gonna have a connection to some medical equipment because he's in the hospital for a while.
yeah, well, that's true. It's true. Um,
Mm-hmm. He's gonna be connected to an IV. um, Yeah, I don't know what I mean. Does it matter at this point who had the truck and why? I mean, I guess the only outstanding mystery there is just Billy. Where did Billy go and what happened
Yeah,
to him?
yeah.
I mean, Andy hasn't even brought that back up
I
anymore. He was
know.
waiting for this
I
guy
know. Come on, Andy. What are you
yeah.
doing?
I mean, and clearly they showed us that the officers are involved in other, continuing business with the sheriff station. Like when they bust Chad, without any sort of setup
Yep.
that we saw, that clearly means they're talking off screen. They're
Yeah.
doing other things off screen. So,
Yeah.
it seems like it's likely Andy would have mentioned that Billy's missing and didn't show
Yeah.
up for his 4:30 appointment. But I guess if, Audrey's stuck in a dream world, so she can't, I guess, write a letter to the sheriff to tell him about it or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
you know. God, we got to talk about Audrey.
Now, now, now.
So yeah, I don't know. I have nothing.
Okay. Well, it's another piece of that puzzle that I agree might not matter, and yet at the same time, I'm just really curious what they're doing with that because I don't think I've ever seen a mystery that just involves like named characters doing stuff off screen. it's just it's just a
Um,
really weird
is
way to
it
write a
isn't
mystery.
isn't that the story of the secret history of Twin Peaks? Isn't that basically what it is? A dossier and other named people doing stuff in hearsay.
Yeah, I guess so. You could look at it that way. Yeah, it's a fair point. It's a fair point. It's a little more. I don't know. There's a little
I
more
guess I'm
of
saying it's Mark Frost's fault for this plot line. Okay,
Okay,
that's what I'm
you
saying.
blaming Mark Frost? Yeah. Okay. It could be. Definitely could be. Um. But yeah, it's got me. I'm just like really, really wondering why they're doing this.
Hmm.
Like slowly unveiling elements of this plotline that again, as far as Audrey's story goes, like the more the stuff she says seems connected to reality, the more it seems to me like, you know, she's she's either living in reality or she's got like a real conduit to it, in
Hmm.
whatever state she's in.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about her story. I mean, they keep coming back to it as if we're supposed to get something out of it. Like, okay, we've shown you this 3 times. Now, don't you understand what her situation is? And it's
Yeah,
like,
well,
no, I don't.
I have to draw the parallel again to Nadine and Jerry Horn and stuff, like where it seems like we get like several scenes that are kind of the same thing, and then finally we get like some kind of punchline. Of course, Jerry Horn hasn't had a punchline yet, but I'm
Hmm.
expecting, the Nadine thing really got me expecting, and this clearly seems like it's leading up to, maybe it's when they leave and finally try to go to the Roadhouse. Maybe there's some reveal about Charlie coming. I don't
I
know.
don't think they're going to Roadhouse. He took his jacket off. I swear, once he did that, I'm like, oh my God, no, you were so close to getting out the
I
door. You were
know.
so close. And he's like, oh, jacket coming off. I'm like,
Yep.
we're not leaving. There's no way you're going out there without a jacket. So
Yeah.
we're just not leaving.
You're
She
just not
doesn't, she
leaving.
doesn't want to, she clearly doesn't want to actually go out. You know what this
Yeah.
reminds me of? It reminds me of Beetlejuice, where they're like dead and stuck in the house
Mm-hmm.
and they, when you open the door, you're in some other weird place. And
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what to make of this plot line. I mean, I dare say it's the weirdest thing on the show because the other things are weird in a straightforward way, but this is weird in a just completely non-under. She's had her jacket in her hand since she's been on this show,
Yeah.
and but she has yet to put it on. So it's like she's
Yeah.
she's on the precipice of going. I don't know what it means about her reality. Clearly there's some psychological things happening here. There's some obvious connections to an idea that she has some sort of trauma she doesn't want to face.
Mm-hmm.
Her jacket is red, also, blood or something. But it just, I don't know what to make it. I don't know how it can be a thing. What does it mean that what is her name? Isn't it Charlie, right?
Yeah.
What does it mean that he is? If is he the psychologist who's, is she lying on a couch somewhere talking out loud, and this is all some sort of visual role playing, and she's just in a psychologist office, and this is just her psychologist, and they're sort of playing this out in their minds, sort of a thing. Um, and she's gonna wake up, and that'll just be it. Otherwise, what is he to her? You know. Yeah, I don't understand it. If this is her dream, then why is this guy here? And she is just so dead set on sort of causing a conflict which prevents her from moving forward.
Yeah.
She goads him or derides him into helping her, and whenever he agrees, she finds some reason to sort of derail things. And it seems like she doesn't, armchair psychologist doesn't want to face something. But yet she wants to find Billy of all people. And I don't know, is Billy a stand-in for Cooper? Like, is that where this is going? Like, is this going to sort of tie into, the reveal on the other storyline that, Mr. C is
Yeah.
Richard's dad?
On that, I think yes. But
And I wonder if maybe that's why they're sort of pacing this out like this, because they
yeah.
want to have those two things in the same episode, and
Yeah.
and he's gonna, Charlie's gonna say, face it, Audrey, you're, the man of your dreams, Dale Cooper, raped you and
Yeah.
left you with the child, and you just need to face that. Is that what it's leading to? I can't imagine it's really just about Billy proper. That this is all really just about some barely named or double named character, if he's Farmer,
Right.
who she's sort of has an affair with or something. Like, because why would Charlie be that interested in helping her find this guy?
Right. Yeah.
So, like I said, I don't know.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. I see what you're saying.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, though, I'm looking at a house. I'm looking at a house. Is that not, whose house was that?
If you're looking at a house,
I'm looking at a house. Whose house is this?
whose house is
So
it?
after the scene when they mourn Margaret Lanterman, we cut
Hmm.
to a shot of the woods at night.
Oh, that's supposed to be the log lady. That's supposed to be Hard Place.
That's her place, and the lights are
Yeah.
going out of her
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah.
whose house is this?
I think they showed that a couple times before she called
Okay.
to
Okay.
like establish that that's where she was.
Okay, good. Yeah, at first I thought this might have been Charlie's house, and I was like, okay, do we get an, external view of this house to prove that it's
Of
in
course
reality?
not.
Of course we don't. Why would we?
Why would that happen? Yeah.
No, it won't.
That might make this comprehensible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a tough one.
So if you just, I know we're skipping ahead to the scene with Audrey, but like if you were just the average viewer who's not trying to overthink the show, they're just trying to watch it. They're not trying to find hidden meanings. So what would you think is happening? This would just be a drama with her, bickering about to her husband and wanting him to help her, and he's not helping her the way she wants him to, and that's like it, right? I mean, like,
Yeah.
you wouldn't think anything more is really going on here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really the context of the show and outside information and plots and stuff that make me think that that there's something more going on here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's yeah. The scenes themselves, I mean, yeah, they're a bit, like soap opera scenes or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why there was, early on, like a couple of crackpot theories that it was, that they were like filming some kind of scene or something, or rehearsing. Maybe it had something to do with Invitation to Love. I don't think that's true,
Mm-hmm.
but the scenes do kind of play on that level.
Yeah.
I'm having an affair, and it's like it's that kind of thing.
Very heightened
Um,
melodrama. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But because of the way the show's gone, I feel like there's definitely more to it than that. I feel like there's more to the Billy story, and I think there's more to the Audrey thing.
Hmm.
And I do think it'll tie in with the Mr. C. We're heading for the end, so I think the moment when she leaves is probably gonna happen. Towards the end.
So, like, what could really be there with Billy? I mean, Jesus Christ, right? Like, what could be? I mean, someone attacked him, right? He was bleeding from the mouth and the
Yeah,
nose or something. So someone hit him.
yeah,
Um, Richard or
yeah,
Chuck
yeah.
um, hit him, and he was dazed, and he ran over to Tina and her mother's. What's her mother's name?
No, it was Tina and her daughter.
Oh,
Her
so who's the
daughter was
daughter?
Megan, I think.
Megan. Okay, Megan and
Yeah,
Tina.
yeah, Megan and Tina.
Um, and yeah, do these people all like live in the same neighborhood? Like, why do they all know each other? Um, they're like familiar relationships here. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine. I can't imagine that a big deal happening with Billy. Like, what could really? I mean, the only thing that could come of it is the person who attacked him is of note, or the reason he was attacked is of note, or wherever Billy is now is of note.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I could really see, like playing a big part in anything. And like, who do we know that's of note that could have attacked him? I mean, it's really just Richard or Chuck. If it's I would say Freddy, but because he's got the crazy glove hand. But I don't really think that happened.
Right. Yeah.
Um, who else? Red, maybe. I guess maybe
Mm-hmm.
it could connect back to the Red storyline.
Yeah.
Um,
It's at
you
least
know,
tangentially connected, seemingly.
yeah.
But yeah, it's not clear if he has any direct involvement. There was the uncle too, the mysterious uncle. Um,
Oh God, not the uncle. Maybe the uncle's Judy.
Judy's your uncle.
Judy. Yeah. So I was thinking maybe Red found out that Richard killed the kid with the truck, and Red tracked in order to find Richard, tracked the truck back to Billy, and then maybe Red's the one who attacked Billy,
Yeah.
and maybe he did something weird to him, which is why Billy showed up to Megan and Tina's all weirded out.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
Richard was kind of freaked out after Red pulled his magic trick on
Oh
him.
yeah, yeah,
So maybe
definitely.
Red did something like that to Billy. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's a good theory. That's a good theory. I guess with the Richard connection, I will concede that I don't think Billy is supposed to be some kind of super major character in what's happening. It's just that uh, I don't know. I think there might be
Hmm.
a tie-in to something that matters. If that makes sense. So I guess that's what
Yes.
I'm expecting at this point, or yeah, hoping for. I guess given the time they've spent on this and the
Yeah, yeah. Well,
slow
that's kind of what I
unveiling.
mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. The tie-in would be one of those three things I
Mm-hmm.
mentioned, like whoever did it to him is
Yeah.
of importance, or why they did it, or wherever Billy is now.
Yeah. 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 That makes sense.
All right. You want to go to the next part?
Sure. So we go to Las Vegas. The Las Vegas FBI, hot on the trail of Dougie.
Oh no.
uh, so Wilson presents Douglas Jones, his wife Jane, and their kids to Agent Headley, and he is not happy about this because I guess, although Gordon Cole didn't say this, nor did he mention the wife Jane. he knows that Dougie only has one kid, and when he opens the door, it's clearly not Dougie and Janie E and Sonny Jim,
Mm-hmm.
but some other Dougie Jones and Jane and a bunch of kids that aren't too happy. And he yells at Wilson about it because that's what he does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, so yeah, I guess this plot line is about how like it's hard to find, even though they do know some additional information, um, through incompetence and the fact that when you take away Janie E and it's just Douglas Jones and Jane,
Yeah.
it becomes kind of a common thing.
Yeah, the family picture was interesting too because there's like two older women there, and I didn't understand which one is Jane,
Mm-hmm.
or is one supposed to like is that her mother? Is one's mother? They look around the same age. I don't know. It's just a weird. I didn't. I was like, huh? There's too many adults in this image here.
Yeah.
um. Uh. And then there's one girl who's like zenned out, the little redhead girl. Like
Mm-hmm.
she's being weird. Um, but yeah, this is they didn't have the right information to go on, and it's interesting that to sort of have these two FBI teams juxtaposed against each other. One this crack team with the director of the whole FBI, I guess.
Yeah.
Solving this really big case, and then you have these two guys who can't find the right Dougie Jones,
Yeah.
and they're just gonna, and all they can really do is just find a Dougie Jones who has a Jane, and then just call them in.
Yeah.
That's all we can do is just bring you in at whatever the midnight or whatever time it is.
Yeah.
It's bad police work, is what I'm saying, and and our tax dollars are paying for this. We deserve better.
There's something like an old school sitcom or something about this whole like Wilson.
Yeah. Well, it's the opposite. It's Dennis the Menace, and Mr. Wilson would
Oh,
say,
right.
Dennis.
Right. Right. That's what
So they reversed it. Wilson's Dennis the Menace. Yeah. He's got the same haircut.
True. Can't be a coincidence.
Nope. I feel like David Lynch is just like doing homages to all his favorite stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He likes Sunset Boulevard. He
Yep.
likes Dennis the Menace.
Yep. Yeah. Marlon Brando.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Marlon Brando.
Yeah. What was that? The Wild One and The Godfather.
Mm-hmm.
I think One-Eyed Jacks is also a Marlon Brando movie,
Oh, there you
if I
go.
remember right. I think they reference that in the original series.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, lots of Marlon Brando, strangely. But yeah, you're right. I don't think of him as someone who does that a lot, but
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe I'm
He's-
wrong about that.
But he's doing it a lot.
yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
And then maybe that's a Mark Frost thing for most of those.
Mhm.
It's hard to tell who's responsible, but
Yeah.
clearly the Gordon Cole thing was David Lynch.
Yeah, I do believe he is a big fan of Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah.
I think he's
Well,
talked about
who
that.
isn't?
Yeah, well, hey, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Classic cinema. What are you gonna do? How can you not?
They obviously shot that in Los Angeles, and the apartment that Jay Gillis,
Mm-hmm.
is that his name? Did I
Sounds
make
right.
that up?
Sounds right.
Joe Gillis.
Is it Joe? I wanted to say Joe.
Joe
Gillis sounds right.
Gillis. Yeah, Joe Gillis.
Yeah.
The apartment that he's in, William Holden's character, the apartment that you see him in at the beginning of the movie is like literally down the street from where I live. It's still there.
Still
Like,
there.
It's still there. Looks
Wow.
the same. Like you can look at it and go, "Oh yeah, that's it." That's what I
Wow.
did.
That's
I
crazy.
love that. It's so cool. Yeah, it's so cool to just have that kind of history just still being around. So I just wanted to say that for no reason.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, no, I mean it's topical now.
Thanks, David Lynch. It's topical.
No, that's cool. I wouldn't expect. I mean, maybe they've. I hope they've done a few like updates or something. I mean, that was the 50s.
But a lot of those buildings look the same. They don't really. They just
Yeah,
keep them up.
maybe on the
Keep the
inside.
style. Yeah, I think the inside probably looks a lot different.
Yeah,
But yeah, the exterior is still the same.
yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
that movie's black and white. So I'm not sure what color the place was.
Right, right. Yeah, no, that's
Um.
cool.
All right.
So yeah, you ready for
This.
the next
Oh
next bit
yeah.
here? All
Hmm.
right. So we go to Duncan Todd asking Roger about Anthony, but I don't think that matters much because Chantal walks in and shoots them both.
Oh, Duncan, you don't have to worry about Anthony anymore. In fact, you have to
Yeah.
worry about anything except where's the
Yeah,
rest of your face?
yeah. Think it's behind you somewhere.
Yeah. And so we
Uh,
were we were just talking about how, when Steven, the gun goes off with Steven off screen, is he dead or
yeah,
not? And this is the exact kind of thing I was saying they love to
yeah.
do, which is to show someone's face exploding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very clear. And there's even a little moment when, like, I guess Roger was still alive and, like, wheezing.
Mm-hmm.
And so she has to come back and, like, finish him off.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I guess that's it for Duncan Todd. Oh, and she says, one down, one to go.
Yeah, which makes me think she didn't mean to kill Roger. Like he
No,
wasn't on the list. He
just
didn't
because
even
he was
count.
there.
He didn't even
Yeah.
count.
Nah.
Um, yeah,
Nah.
that's something I don't think we thought about before when we had the idea or knew that they were going to go to Vegas. That Mr. C might want them to kill Duncan Todd.
Didn't we?
Did we?
I swear we did because it fits the pattern, because um, Duncan Todd sends Ike the Spike to kill Lorraine and
Hmm.
Dougie, and so then the next step for this is Mr. C sends Chantal and Hutch to kill Duncan Todd and Dougie. Basically like the one who was supposed to kill him and didn't,
Hmm.
and Dougie.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because presumably that's the other one.
Yeah.
That's like the most reasonable choice here.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess maybe we did.
So
didn't
I swear
remember
we
that.
said that.
Okay.
Because that seemed like because he said two people and like that that seemed like the most likely.
Oh, did he say two people?
Yeah, he said I have two in Vegas. Yeah, yeah, back in
Oh,
like part 9 when
okay.
he meets them on the farm, a farm, not the farm. They confirmed in this one, by the way, that was the farm.
That was the farm.
Just
That warehouse was a
that
farm.
warehouse was the farm. Whatever, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
It also made me think it's the farm, like it's maybe where they get recruits for their criminal enterprises. The
yeah.
farm, like sort of the stables almost, or like
Right.
that kind of
Could be.
idea.
Yeah. I
It's
wonder how
almost
Richard
there.
knows those people because it play like I thought somehow like maybe he knew, but the way it plays out, it sounds like it was just a coincidence that he was there at the same time as Mr. C. Like, so like he went there to hide out. Is that place just isolated and he can stay out of sight and avoid the police or something? Is that I don't
I
know.
think that's the idea. I mean,
Yeah,
we heard from Frank that Richard was on the run, so I'll take that
yeah,
as this story telling us it's true.
yeah. But I guess why did he go there in particular?
Hmm.
Why would he run there? I guess.
Probably no place
Um,
else to go.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I guess I don't know. He knew about that place.
It's unclear what Richard's goal is here, right? Because I mean, he starts out with
Yeah,
his only goal. I mean, he starts out. We see him with Chad in the double R, and he's passing drugs to him or
yeah,
something. And then the next thing is he's getting orders from Red to sort of do more drug dealing in Twin Peaks, but he sort of
yeah.
runs away from it. He doesn't want to do it.
Right.
And then Red sort of shows off his magic, and he's like, okay, you better do it, or this is what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
But then he runs away and kills the kid, and then he has to deal with that, and then he
Yeah.
hightails it out of town. So I'm not even sure what Richard wants at this point. Like,
Yeah.
what is his goal? I don't. I mean, yeah,
And
I
it's
don't
crazy
know.
that instead of hiding out, he decides to follow this guy.
Say it again.
Instead of hiding out, he decides to follow Mr. C. You know, he decides to follow this guy that he sees.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, that's potentially riskier than just staying at the farm.
Oh, I agree. But I think like there's something there with he sees the guy that his mother talked about, so he's got to go follow him.
It's like a personal quest all of a sudden. It's not even
Yeah.
about, like,
Mhm.
running from the police anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as long as that guy isn't going back to Twin Peaks, Richard has nothing to worry about. Oh, wait.
Oops.
I feel
Yeah.
like that has to come up. Richard's going to be like, where are we going? And he's going to say Twin Peaks, and he's going to
Yeah.
like, I just left there. I can't go back there.
Yeah, yeah.
He's going to be like, your problem, not mine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Feel free to get out.
But also, if you get out, I'll kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because I feel like they're also teaming up because like Mr. C is going to need some more henchmen,
Yeah.
you know, before the
yeah,
story's over, and I think Richard's a good version of that.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to see Red versus Mr. C? Is that going to be a thing?
Yeah, I do think that's a very strong possibility because I feel like there should be some follow up there with Richard and Red, and so if Mr. C's there, you know, that seems like prime time for there to be some kind of Mr. C versus Red moment.
God, I swear, I'm like, Red is too old, but I'm like, God, could he be Mr. C's kid too? Man, that would make it so easy. That'd be great.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, I think there's no way. But
Or like, cause yeah, I mean, Red's in his like 40s.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but like 40 years ago, where was Bob?
Leland.
Leland. Yeah, well, maybe Leland fathered a
Oh
child.
God, that is technically possible.
Yep. Yep. Who did Leland? Who do we know Leland had an affair with?
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
Teresa Banks is dead.
It was obviously Teresa Banks was obviously not the mother. Yeah, it would have to be. I think it would have to be someone we don't know about, because I don't think we know about any other affairs officially. But it's certainly possible that he had some.
There wasn't another woman Leland had his eye on in town.
Not that I remember.
Well, if Leland ever had a dalliance at One Eyed Jack's, it could be one of the women who works at One Eyed Jack's.
Yeah, he definitely could have gone up
Maybe
there.
it's Blackie. Maybe Leland had an affair with Blackie.
Sure. Why not?
Oh, that'd be the best. What's your
Yikes.
mother's name? Blackie. Well, Joan, but we all call it a Blackie. I love that. I love that idea. That's my new favorite idea.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. And, you know, not entirely unbelievable.
Not impossible. All right, where are we?
Are you ready to go to the next thing from the Chantal just shooting
Suntel.
Duncan Todd?
I like that she dressed the part. That
She did.
She
Yeah.
like wore her businesswoman's outfit.
Yeah, she really fancied it up for the room. Yeah. Yeah, I immediately assumed it was her just because it was the only thing that made sense, but yeah, it didn't look like she had presented herself from before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It shows you she's a professional.
Yeah. Yeah, they have this like seeming like, you know, lackadaisical attitude about things, but yeah, it does seem like they kind of know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
So you ready for the next scene here?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So we go to the sheriff's station. James and Freddie get put in a cell. And we also still have Chad, the drunk, and Nido hanging out there. It's quite a crowd. James asks if the guys are okay, meeting Chuck and Skipper. Hawk says they're in intensive care. And then they leave, and James notices Nido. Hard not to notice.
Yeah.
She's making her monkey sounds.
Nido make 2 sounds. Yeah, and it's weird how she's like reaching out.
Mm-hmm.
What is she reaching for?
I don't know.
And the fact that the drunk guy is mimicking her with the monkey sounds is not helping.
No. But he mimics everybody, so, she's included, I guess.
Yeah, there's definitely a connection to Dougie there by mimicking stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this character. If he's just, like, he's just there for, like, an additional element to these scenes. I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know.
In terms of a story function, if the woodsmen show up, he'll die.
He can get killed. Yeah,
he can get killed.
Yeah, I think Chad's a potential character to get killed as well.
Mm-hmm.
If the woodsmen show up. Yeah, that's a good point.
I really hope the woodsmen show up and Chad sees them and he's like, "What are you guys doing? You guys look stupid. Don't you know blackface is inappropriate?" Like, I really want him to say that. He's like, I'm not that big of an asshole to wear blackface. Wow, guys. And then they just have to kill him because he's being so ridiculous.
No, we're woodsmen.
They're
Burned
like,
woodsmen.
We hate social justice warriors.
What are you, a cuck?
Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Don't tell me the woodsmen are alt-right. Oh, jeez. That's too much. Confederate statues are our history. God. It's too much. It's too much.
It is too much. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's gone too far.
So ridiculous.
Well, it's funny because the woodsman, back on the radio station, I don't know, talk radio that's kind of synonymous with political stuff. He's the original Rush Limbaugh.
You should turn on Alex Jones.
InfoWars is great. Obama is a lizard man. Man, what are the political leanings of these characters? You have
it's a good question that literally nobody is asking.
No one's asking. Yeah, right. Oh, jeez.
I bet.
That's why
I
we're
bet
here.
this is the only podcast where you're getting speculation on the political orientation of the Woodsmen.
Yeah.
Who do you think they voted for in 2016?
Exactly. Yeah. Are they the
Make
ones
America great again?
Oh, no. Hey, they do want it like the 50s.
Hey, true.
Because that's what they got there.
True.
Oh, man. They're like, we want it like the 50s, but not for a racist reason, just because that's what we're used to.
Is that so wrong?
That's really hilarious that the woodsmen want want the world like the 50s again. Oh man. Oh no, it's too close to home. Um
It is.
yeah, wow. Well, there's all that like the Woodsman do the Russian hacking. It was the Woodsman, they have the electricity connection.
We have all of Hillary's emails.
And boy are they interesting. Oh man. That's why Hillary was using the private server so the Woodsman wouldn't get them. But they got it anyway.
Of course he did.
Oh man. It was in the interest of national and interdimensional security.
Exactly.
Nothing wrong with that.
They could just
Oh,
appear in
geez.
places, it's hard to hide things from them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you write your password down on your computer, they're going to be able to get to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Wow, the Woodsman.
Oh god, that's so ridiculous. Um, so those are some lines you won't hear on the show.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of stuff the show will never talk about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Dr. Amp is about as much politics as we're gonna get.
That just made me think, Good Dale Cooper missed Obama's election.
Sure did. Yeah. He missed a lot, but yeah.
It just makes me think of if he will have that moment where he asks people, what he missed, what happened 25 years,
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if like how much time, like if part of the Dougie Gambit is like they don't want to spend a ton of time on like Cooper catching up on the 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like because there will be such pressing things that he won't have time to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like I mean, in the 3 hours left. I mean, I imagine he'll have to react to some things. Technology. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's changed.
Mm-hmm.
And
Lucy had a problem with the cell phones.
I know.
She hasn't had it since.
Right. Well, yeah.
But
whatever.
Yep.
Whatever that was, but yeah, I feel like we could get a couple of moments, but I feel like they won't focus on that a lot, just for story reasons.
Yeah,
because it's like things have to happen, and the whole like kind of fish out of water comedy like thing can only go so far. But I say that I say that with this show where, surely I would have said, being there part 2, like, how far can that go?
yeah.
Apparently, really, really far.
How far do you want it to go? It can go real far.
So, who knows? Maybe they will actually spend a significant amount of time on that. But,
I'm trying to think what I think the end of the show is.
There's still coffee and pie, at least.
And there's definitely a scene at the Double R.
Yeah.
Where all our friends will gather. And
talk about their adventures.
But I do wonder if the end of the show is Cooper and, sort of not being able to stay alive in the real world. Like, whatever happens with the end game, he will effectively be gone.
Yeah, I think that's a strong possibility. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For a very definitive conclusion, which, I think I think there's a very good chance that they will do something along those lines. Like there's no specific plans to do anything after this. So I think they wrote it to be a fairly definitive ending to Twin Peaks, and so that definitely opens up the possibility of Cooper kind of, if not dying, like, passing into a different world or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll be able to stop by Twin Peaks, sort of have the moments of reuniting with the big characters. But then I think he goes into Glastonbury Grove, Black Lodge, or whatever, and has the real fight. And I think he has to go to where Laura went and has some sort of encounter, either
Right.
rescuing her from that or he joins her in that place or something. But yeah, I think there's some way where he um, vanquishes Mr. C, but then
Yeah.
has to deal with Bob and experiment.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds likely. That sounds likely. I mean, that stuff has to happen, and
Hmm.
with the amount of time there is, that seems like enough.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so you ready for the next scene here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we go to Hutch and Chantal in the car. They discuss the U.S. government and the history of the United States, and then this leads Chantal to lament not being able to torture anyone lately. Um, and Hutch got ketchup packets, which she's not pleased with, but he did get dessert, which she is happy about.
Mm-hmm. What did she want instead of ketchup packets?
I know, right? I don't. You wanted to bring the bottle? Like, I don't get it. Like, that's what you
Like,
get
come
in a
on.
fast food place. I thought you liked Wendy's. Like, what do you think
Uh-huh.
they do?
Yeah, exactly.
Hate to burst your bubble, Chantal, but it's kind of the way you have ketchup.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Chantal.
I'm not particularly looking forward to this, and I'm not exactly sure who this is going to be, but this whole thing about her like torturing people makes me think she's going to be torturing someone soon.
Mm.
And I don't know who that's going to be. Is it going to be JDE? Is it going to be I don't know. S who else is even left? Could it be Cooper? Did they capture him for some time and torture him, and he manages to escape? Um, like, who's she gonna torture? I don't know. It just seems like there's a ticking torture bomb here.
What did she say about torture?
She said like like the fun's over when she kills someone. She prefers to torture them, and she talks about like I haven't been able to torture anyone in a long time. And Hutch is like, yeah, it just hasn't worked out lately. And
Mm-hmm.
those lines just make me think like she'll be able to do it soon. Like she wants to do it again, and so we'll get some scene where she tortures someone.
Or maybe one step away from that is we'll get a scene where she wants to torture someone, and maybe that'll lead to her demise. Like she should have
Yeah,
just killed them outright, and then she does it, and she's
yeah,
like, "Oh, I'm gonna have fun with you,"
right,
and then
yeah,
they end up getting a chance to escape or something or kill her before.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah, but that's a good idea.
yeah, yeah. That makes
Like
sense.
them foreshadowing something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like that's leading to something. I guess I was giving them too much credit for longevity. I guess realistically, Hutch and Chantal are not the most important characters on this show,
Mm-hmm.
to say the least. Even though like they've gotten their little storyline, their little journey down to Las Vegas, and we get to see them just like hanging out,
Mm-hmm.
which strictly speaking, seems unnecessary. Uh,
Yep.
so, the show does care about them to some extent. I mean, they've had, a
Care
decent.
about them, filling time. I don't know. What's the difference?
But I do agree. Well, yeah. I mean, like Duncan Todd had plenty of scenes, and he got disposed of very
Mm-hmm.
quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely possible that they will have a similar fate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's not much for them. I think if it wasn't for Tim Roth and Jennifer Jason Leigh, it's like that's the only reason we're getting so much of these or that's why they're these characters,
Yeah,
because they're not doing much. They're not adding anything to the story. They're
yeah,
just glorified hitmen, but yeah,
right,
we're getting these scenes with them and their critiques on fast food.
right, right. All right. So you ready for the next scene then?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we go over to Dougie's. Um, Janie E gives him some cake. He eats. She says all their dreams are coming true. Dougie moves some. Are those salt and pepper shakers?
She completely jinxed it, yeah, by saying that.
I know, I know. As soon as she said that, it's just like, yeah, things are about to
Mm-hmm.
completely
I
change.
assume those are salt and pepper shakers.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Then he starts hitting the remote. Um, Interestingly, this is a huge leap forward for Dougie. Taking some initiative.
Mm-hmm. Well, even
Um,
moving the salt and pepper shakers was
yeah,
weird. It was a weird thing to do.
yeah. You know, Mike not specifically telling him to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, So eventually he hits the remote correctly, and the TV comes on, and it's Sunset Boulevard, and great movie, and we get it's this scene where Norma Desmond goes to meet Cecil B. DeMille, and you know
Mm-hmm.
she wants to like do another movie with him, but kind of the whole thing is about how like you know he's humoring her, but has really no intention of working with her again. And he says at the end he says, "Get Gordon Cole." Um, and that triggers Dougie to take his fork and go over to the electrical socket and stick it in. And so then we see a flash, and Janie E screams, and that's it.
And Cooper wakes up and he's back 100%, and he apologizes for being Dougie for so long. Is that what also happened? Did I make that last part up?
Yeah, you did. That sounds like wishful
Damn it.
thinking, but hey, maybe next week.
Yeah, it's interesting that he. So, we were talking a while ago about what is a contrivance. And a contrivance is when your
Mm-hmm.
character starts poking randomly at a remote control and it turns on Turner Classic Movies.
Is that an
And
example?
Sunset Boulevard is playing, and in 3 seconds, he's going to hear the most sort of memorable name he could possibly hear besides his own name.
Yeah.
That's what I would call a
Okay.
contrivance.
Okay. I'll buy that.
Even
I'll
though
buy
it's
that.
important to the story, right? It leads
Yeah.
directly to this huge thing, right?
Yeah.
But it's complete contrivance.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Um, and of all the scenes, it's that one scene where his name is
Of
mentioned one
course.
time.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
And
They had to
I
set it up
was
that way.
trying to figure out too if he pauses it and we see the shots of Cecil B. DeMille and then the other sort of other guys behind him. And
Mm-hmm.
is the image of Cecil B. DeMille also reminding him of Gordon Cole?
I
Like
was wondering about that. Like he's a
yeah.
director. Like it's kind of a weird coincidence.
Hmm.
Semi meta. Semi like I don't know. It's weird.
Well, I just thought like old guys like
Mm-hmm.
is that helping him at all? Is that why it froze on him?
Right.
Um, Cecil B. DeMille doesn't look like Gordon Cole, but
No.
they don't look not unlike each other either. So.
Yeah. But yeah, there is a freeze frame. It's weird. Another takeaway I had from this scene is the scene in the police station when the woman in the red shoes walks by, and then he
Hmm.
fixates on the electrical socket. I feel like
Yeah.
this pretty much proves that it was the electrical socket that was really
Oh, of
the
course.
the thing he was focusing on there.
Yep.
Just just in case that was
Well,
in doubt.
since he didn't continue to look at her shoes once she
Yeah.
left the room, I mean, I think it's fairly clear the socket. I also thought like once he sort of started looking at the socket, I thought, oh, here comes Mike. Mike's gonna show up
Yeah.
and tell him something.
I thought so too. I thought he was gonna like go inside it. I thought he was gonna somehow like transport himself in there.
When he had the
Um,
fork, I started thinking, okay, this is the electrical bonk. He's going
yeah,
to bonk himself with electricity.
yeah, yeah. Which is that's what happened. So yeah, we'll get to see Electro Cooper
Hmm.
uh, in the
And
next one.
here's the thing. If this does wake Cooper up, how come this isn't a thing Mike knew to tell him? If
Mm-hmm.
how come he didn't seem to
Yeah.
know that this was
Yeah.
the thing to do
I
or
put a
needed
little
to be done?
dot like on the fork and like
Mm-hmm.
the little dot on the thing and like lead him to yeah, I agree. I agree. We'll see. I don't know. It seems like he was triggered to do this without any extra help. It seems like
Mm-hmm.
this came from him somehow. So it's weird. I don't exactly know why hearing about Gordon Cole triggers him to go try to electrocute himself.
Mm-hmm.
But is it? Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, it's kind of like, is he trying to open the socket? Is he trying to get in there? The sort of sense
Mm-hmm.
that he came from there and he wants to get back in? Or is he, I mean, he seems pretty directly just trying to stick the fork in there and electrocute himself, but
Yeah.
there's a little gray area there about what his character thinks he's doing.
Right. Yeah.
Um, I do like that it's a little difficult to shock yourself with a fork. It doesn't just
Mm-hmm.
go in there. You got to really want it.
Yeah. 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 That's how it should be. You don't want
That's
to be.
that's how it should be.
You know. Exactly.
Um,
Um.
and I love all the bright lights.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's not how electricity works, I don't think.
No.
I
That's how it works for
I
me.
don't think the lights in your house just put out 10 times the amount of light when you short circuit the house. I don't think that's how it works. But it looks cool.
It does. I can admit that.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm hoping R.I.P. Dougie. I really
Mm-hmm.
am. Now
We
maybe
all
there's some
are.
residual, like maybe he'll be better, but won't be quite Cooper yet. Maybe it'll slowly come to him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's a little bit of transition left, but I really hope we're done with Dougie.
Yeah. 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 I just with Janie E, like all our dreams are coming true. It's like, come on, that's got to be
As
the
soon as she
end.
said that, I was
Got to
like,
be
oh,
the
okay.
end.
Because that basically means that whatever reason he was there for is over.
Yeah.
Whatever he was there to help do in some sort of way, that's done. Like, this is
Yeah.
it. And here's the thing, she's completely happy with him like this. He doesn't say anything unless it's repeating.
Yeah.
He can't dress himself,
Yeah.
but he brings home the bacon
Yeah.
and and he likes her cooking or
Yeah.
chocolate cake or whatever. Like, and
And
she's
he's
like,
got a
I'm
hot
happy.
bod now.
Well, don't forget the hot bod. That's the trifecta. And so it's like she's happy with this now. Like, this is the most she could have dreamed of, have this catatonic husband. It still is weird for her character. I still hope they find a way to explain how that can make any sense, because she doesn't seem like a real person.
Yeah.
She seems unrealistic as a human being if she's
Yeah.
willing to accept him this way.
Yeah.
But I mean, to her credit or her defense, the doctor said he's fine.
Right. Right. A lot of people seem to accept him,
Hmm.
and not notice, beyond like, oh, he's acting a little weird. Um, so yeah, it isn't just JDE, but I
It
agree that yeah, it's
and
weird.
it's almost like, why didn't they just say Dougie was always like this? Why muddle it and say he was like this sometimes and not other times?
Right.
Why not just
Yeah.
say he's always like this so no one notices anything different?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, seriously, why?
I have no idea. It's a good point. I have no rebuttal.
Damn it.
Just think they should have done that. It would have been simpler. It would have made more sense.
Yeah, unless they're gonna go back to when he had the car accident and when he was
Mm-hmm.
manufactured, and they want to say something about that. Yeah, I'm still confused why they wouldn't just say Dougie was always kind of slow, and I guess maybe that's unrealistic. If he was always like this, how could he have gotten that job and all that kind of
Right.
stuff? Like,
Yeah.
maybe they had wanted to have their cake and eat it too, where it's like, well, he was normal up until the point where we don't need him to be normal anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. It's realistic until we don't want it to be like that anymore.
Yeah. That's how stories work.
Yeah. All right. So, shall we continue from there?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the next scene, we get the Log Lady, aka Margaret Lanterman. She calls Hawk for one of their regular chats, but this time she says she's dying, and she says a few things. I'm just gonna highlight this one part that seems a little bit, I don't know, possibly referencing something.
Mm-hmm.
Remember what I told you? I can't say more over the phone. But you know what I mean from our talks when we were able to speak face to face. Watch out for that one, the one I told you about, the one under the moon on Blue Pine Mountain.
Ooh, that's
Um,
important.
yeah, so that's a thing. But then, yeah, then we get the, as you mentioned earlier, the my logs turning gold.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and she says she's dying again, and she says good night, and Hawk says good night, and he says goodbye. And then we have this little bit where Bobby, Lucy, and Andy go into the conference room in the sheriff's station, and Frank's already there. Hawk
Mm-hmm.
told him to meet him there, and he comes in and says, Margaret Lanterman passed away tonight. And so then they have a kind of moment of silence to mourn the loss of the log lady. And we see her cabin light go out.
Yep. Her lantern light, maybe.
Her
The
the
Lantern Man.
lantern.
Margaret Lanterman was a lantern lighting the way, and a man, a woman. Um, she was also a Mar and a Gret. Um, wow. Yes. Yeah, we were talking about R.I.P. Log Lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a seminal character. I do wonder if the actress's health had any impact on what happened.
Me too, yeah,
Her health
because
in the
they did have the script for quite some time before the shooting started.
hmm
And so yeah, I kind of wonder, what they originally had in mind, and if they were planning to do, if they were planning to kill off the log lady anyway,
hmm
or yeah, as you're saying, like, well, she's clearly not going to be able to play this character again, so instead of doing some of the things they've had to do with other actors who died without the chance, like she actually got the chance to kind of
hmm
play the character one last time and give her a send off,
Yeah.
which is pretty nice. So yeah, it seems to me like it's adapted to that situation, but I wonder what would have happened, if she had sort of been in normal health,
hmm
with her character. Like if they would have tried to do more with her than just having her make these calls, like maybe that was, you know, more or less the extent of what she could like manage,
hmm
um, with her condition. Um, I assume, a lot of this stuff, that she says and, talking to Hawk and stuff, it's very classic log lady stuff.
Oh yeah.
So, probably a lot of that would have been in there in some form. But yeah, maybe she would have been a more active presence. Another thing that this, in terms of the plot, like another issue that this raises is Hawk's trip out to Glastonbury Grove.
hmm
Way back when. I guess I always get confused whether it's part one or part two. I think it was part two, but um, anyway, he talks to Margaret while he's out there, and they have this
hmm
thing, come on by for tea and or coffee. Of course, not tea. I'm thinking of British stuff. Sorry. Well, no one drinks tea at Twin Peaks. That's
No.
ridiculous, except
No.
maybe Freddy. And if he
hmm
tries, he's gonna he's gonna encounter some resistance.
hmm
Anyway, Yeah, to come on by for pie and coffee. And we never really see that, and the weird context of the scene, like some of the lines, your log and I are on the same page, like something's supposed to
Mm-hmm.
happen tonight, and it's just sort of like, I guess, I mean, I had started to think maybe that was some kind of flash forward, but you know, if she's really dead at this point, like there's just no way
Mm-hmm.
that could be a flash forward. So it's weird. It's like, what was that? He got some idea for some reason that something was going to happen, and I guess it was roughly at the time that, or close to the time, maybe it was the next day that Cooper emerged, and there was the whole Dougie exchange.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe somehow I don't.
That wasn't Vegas though.
Well, yeah, but maybe there's still supposed to be some. I don't. Why did he think something was going to happen? You know.
Well, and was that after he got she told him that the log has a message about Laura's diary, that
Um,
something's missing to do with the case.
yeah, I believe that was after. I think that
Okay.
was, yeah. I think the first call was that, something's
Mm-hmm.
missing and the way you find it, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think that call. I think he had already had that, and that was another thing that was weird about it. They didn't discuss that aspect. And so it was just sort of like, yeah, I don't know. I'm confused about that scene. Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me too. I can't make too much sense of that.
now that we have this, and especially because, yeah, I mean, this isn't the kind of show where, I mean, there are some seeming like continuity errors and stuff, but it was all planned before they started filming, so it's not like
Mm-hmm.
we have like mid-season retcons or anything.
Yeah.
The retcons happened before they started filming, if any did. And
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, there must have been. I mean, they must have had something in mind. But yeah, just it's kind of a thing that
So
really
not
jumped to my mind when we saw this.
not retroactive continuity. It's a proactive retroactive continuity.
Yeah, there you
It's a
go.
pro retcon.
Yeah, something like that.
Proton retcon. Um, yeah,
Precon? I
that
don't know.
scene has always been weird, and it did seem at the time like it was related to him searching for what was missing,
Yeah,
but yeah, he kind of alludes to something separate. But yeah, I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean other than just because there hasn't. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, the only other thing it connects to is like maybe Jerry's storyline. I
yeah,
mean, something happened out there with him in the woods, and then we just
right.
have Steven, something's up with him. So
Yeah.
maybe it's supposed to connect to that, like,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe it's, the beginning of this whole Harbinger,
Right.
this whole idea of strange, independent things sort of happening,
Right.
sort of hallmarking this culmination of some crazy event. So
Right.
maybe that was what that scene's about. That like something's afoot. It's just sort of a
Yeah.
general something is going on that's starting now,
Right. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
nothing like actually specific.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. I mean, that, the timeline is pretty compressed for this show. So, I mean, I guess that was at this point probably no more than a week and a half ago, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it seems like it was forever,
Yeah.
but it wasn't really that long. So it would, it would be reasonable for that to be connected to this, yeah, this kind of gathering, whatever is coming exactly. It's not clear, but something related to the craziness in the woods and these characters from these other places, and Mr. C and various other entities,
Mm-hmm.
um, who will be converging. So yeah, I guess I'll take it that way until they tell us something else.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's a strange thing.
I mean,
Um,
I guess now that the log lady's dead, we do have a bit of an opening in the story here. If in the next part, Hawk might have something to say
mention
about the
it.
log lady, like
Yeah.
whatever she's referring to here, that that she couldn't say over the phone. Maybe Hawk
Right.
will tell them what it's about, and he'll maybe tie it to that scene in the beginning of the show.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
maybe a little opening there.
Well, speaking of that, do you have any specific maybe ideas about what she means here? The one under the moon on Blue Pine Mountain.
Ooh. Oh no. Okay, so there's two peaks in Twin Peaks. Spoiler alert. If you weren't
What?
familiar, there's two mountains.
That's it. I'm done.
I know, right? Yeah, it's one straw too many. Who would have thought there was anything with duality on this show?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the end of the show. The two peaks become one and
Oh,
destroy
God.
the town.
Yikes.
Maybe that's what they're trying to stop. Maybe Experiment wants the two peaks.
That's actually
Give me those twin peaks. I want each peak and the town between them.
That's actually what I thought when Dougie moved the salt and pepper shakers.
That's a good one too. Yeah,
That it had something to do with Twin Peaks, like moving
Peaks,
them
peaks. Yeah, to
apart like
salt,
that.
pepper, citrus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have uh, um, the two peaks. We have Whitetail Mountain, and we have Blue Pine Mountain.
Okay, so Whitetail Mountain, because I couldn't remember. That's the one where Dr. Jacoby is, I guess.
That's the one where the Great Northern is.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah, maybe Dr. Jacoby's there too.
he says he's on some mountain, and
Yeah.
I didn't check up on it. Was that the last one?
Was what the last one?
No, that wasn't the last one. What was the last Jacoby rant? Was it 12?
I think it was 2 ago.
I can't keep track of this. Let's see. See if here we go. Oh no, that's a different mountain. Okay. Did you say 2?
I think it's 2 ago, yeah.
So part 13?
I think so.
Okay. Let's see here.
The one where he meets Nadine?
No. The last one where he does his show.
I think he did a show in that one too.
Yeah, he
Like
might
Nadine's
have.
watching him for a bit on that one.
But I
I think
couldn't
that's the
find...
last time we saw the whole commercial.
Oh, right. Okay. Major Briggs Station is on Blue Pine Mountain.
Yes.
So I guess that's roughly where Jackrabbit's Palace is as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was pretty close by. So that's okay. So that's one reference. That makes it seem like it's probably tied into that stuff somehow. Because when Hawk talks about his map, that comes up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Ghostwood is closer to Blue Pine Mountain. It's on the other side of town by Blue Pine Mountain. And the Whitetail's on the west side of town.
Okay. Oh no, right. He doesn't say mountain. He says peak. He says peak. I think it's Whitetail Peak.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. Let's see here. All right. There's just too many parts. I'm just gonna say it. Alright, here we go. Surely it's here. There it is. Yeah. So in his standard intro,
Mm-hmm.
coming to you live and electrified from Studio A, high atop the escarpments of Whitetail Peak.
Whitetail Peak. Okay.
So yeah, that's where Dr. Jacoby. At least that's where he says he is. I guess he's doing a show inside this trailer, so technically it could be anywhere. It's not like someone's gonna prove him wrong, but yeah, I think we're supposed to believe. So that is a different place. Sounds like Blue Pine Mountain's the scarier one.
I think it is the scarier one.
with the crazy stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's the one? Who's over there? What is it? We talking
Well,
experiments? Are we talking Mr.
can be
C? We
experiments.
talking Woodsman?
Well,
Uh,
in
Chad?
so you're naming all like bad, evil, scary people, and she just says watch for that one, which you don't have to take as a threat. Um, just that one could be important. So I don't know if it's necessarily like an
Yeah,
evil thing, bad thing.
it doesn't have to be.
Um, yeah, because I don't know. But I do like this line. She says, you know what I mean from our talks when we were able to speak face to face, which I think suggests that all these 25 years they weren't just talking over the phone.
Right.
Like, yeah, they would actually meet and talk a lot,
Yeah.
face to face. But so, and it's interesting that she says she can't say more over the phone, which
Yeah.
immediately calls into question, Mr. C or any of the
Mm-hmm.
other supernatural people who understand, who have that technomancy or whatever, weird electronic control. So that was really interesting. But the one that she told him about, Under the Moon on Blue Pine Mountain, um, yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't know who that could be.
Yeah, I guess, the secrecy, and yeah, if she said watch out, it would be a little clearer what we're supposed to think about it, but it made me think it was supposed to be,
hmm
one of the bad characters. But yeah, I guess it could go either way, and once you open it up that much, it becomes kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, presumably, I don't know, they're gonna go back out there at some point. Who's gonna be there? It's like, is someone gonna meet them there? Like, are they gonna? I don't know. Um, is it Naito? Like,
Well, you
uh,
could wonder if it's Cooper, if she said,
or
Cooper's
yeah,
gonna show up on Blue
actual
Pine
Cooper.
Mountain.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it's going to be a situation where maybe when Hawk and the cops go back out to Jack Rabbit's palace the next day, maybe Hawk will be sort of looking at the guys and he'll look up and he'll see somebody's like under the moon in the
Mm-hmm.
sky and it'll
Yeah.
be like that and then he'll sort of realize who. So maybe he doesn't even know who this person is. Maybe
Right. Right.
and maybe it'll be a situation where he'll figure it out in the moment and then, understand something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Definitely.
This line, like I said before, I love that she says, "My log is turning gold." And if you look at the log, like the very bottom of it has something on it. It looks like it could be a reflection
Mm-hmm.
because the light in the room is kind of orange,
Yeah.
but it also looks like it could be gold.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I really like that I can't tell. Because I'm like, she's like, my log's turning gold. I'm like, oh yeah, let me see if it's actually turning gold. Because
Mm-hmm.
that would be, you know, the whole question of her character is the log really supernatural or is she
Right.
crazy? And so if the log was sort of objectively turning gold in this scene, it'd be like, okay, great. The final thing we're saying about this character is she's right all along,
Yeah.
and it's unclear if it's turning gold or
Right.
not.
Right. Right. Well, the stuff from the series. I mean, I feel like it seems pretty clear at a couple of moments that I mean, okay, the log. Who knows about the
Yeah, that's
log?
what I'm saying. I'm separating the log from her character.
But
Is it that she knows these things and she's saying it's coming from the log,
right.
or does she know
Okay.
nothing and it's all coming from the
Right.
log? And I
Right.
guess if
Right.
it had turned gold, sort of objectively, we'd go, oh, okay, the log is special. Like
Right.
something's up with the log, not just she's attributing her wisdom to the log.
Yeah. 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 That's a good point. That part's not clear. Because like, yeah, I was reading through this page just to kind of remind myself of the stuff she did in the series, and there's this moment when she goes up to Major Briggs in the Double R and tells him
hmm
to deliver the message. And that ends up being the famous thing that he ended up leaving, I guess, in that little capsule, whatever that thing was in the chair. The
Oh, that's supposed to be
Cooper
that.
Cooper, yeah, because that's what he does. Right after that is he goes to Cooper and he brings him that message that they
Oh,
supposedly
I'm
picked up
sorry.
from deep space that says the owls are not what they seem, and also
Yeah,
Cooper a few times.
sorry. I thought you were saying. I thought you were saying the message that he left in the chair at his house for the future. I thought you were saying when she said deliver the message, he went and hid
Oh,
that
yeah, yeah,
message in
yeah.
his chair. I was like, really? How did you put that together?
Yeah, no, 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 definitely not, definitely not.
Like,
But
wow, that
he
would have been
did
some
eventually put it in
crazy.
there,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
to
yeah,
bring
yeah.
it up to date, because that thing we just saw that thing not that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, so yeah, she sort of prompts him to do that,
Mm-hmm.
um, which is kind of interesting. And like there's really no reason why she would have known anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
In the normal way. So yeah, whether it's the log, whether it's her, whether she channels the log, that's definitely up for interpretation, I would
Yeah.
say, and
Yeah,
we'll
and
never
it's
get a clear
and,
answer.
back to her husband, I think he was the one who originally had that oil from
Right?
Glastonbury Grove
Yeah,
that she called an opening to a
she
gateway.
brings it. Yeah, towards the end. Yeah,
Um, or
of the
Cooper said
original
it. One of the
series.
two said it.
I think
Um,
she says her husband called it that. I think.
that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, her husband is like deeply involved. I mean, he's sort of like Major Briggs in a way, where he's
Yeah.
sort of deeply involved in the backstory of all this craziness.
Yeah, yeah. And I think he was supposed to have been a lumberjack, so sort of a
Mm-hmm.
woodsman in a certain sense.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think he's one of the woodsmen per se, but yeah, he clearly had some kind of crazy encounter out there,
Mm-hmm.
and the circumstances of his death were very mysterious. And yeah, the prevailing theory that seems likely, if the log does have any sort of power, is that the spirit of her husband kind of went in the log the same way, something like what happened to Josie.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
Like the spirit of someone like getting inside a piece of wood.
Yeah. Sometimes you just get trapped in a log.
Yeah, yeah. And there's also that detail about how she ends up having the same, or not the same, but a similar tattoo to what Major
Yeah.
Briggs has.
And Cooper puts the two together, and he
Yeah,
figures out the owl cave symbol.
right, exactly. Yeah, so so she see it implies, and the book like makes this a little more explicit, and I'm not sure it totally works, but it implies that she had some kind of experience along the lines of what the major had, and I think Carl is in that group as well,
Mm-hmm.
even though they haven't established that he has a tattoo, but. In terms of being taken to one of these like crazy places,
Yeah.
um, and marked by it somehow. So yeah, and that supposedly happened. That was before she even met her husband. So that was when she was young. So that's kind of an extra crazy thing as far as the
Mm-hmm.
log lady goes. Um,
Um, Real quick though, I just kind of looking at her bio, which I guess some of this is coming from the book.
yeah,
But
especially the early
she's
stuff.
about the right age to be the girl from the 50s.
Yeah, that's true. Is it? Yeah. Well, could be. Definitely could be. Yeah, I'll buy that.
And because she is sort of a special character, you know.
I don't think she was living in New Mexico. So that's the only thing that makes it a bit weird.
Do we even know that was New Mexico though? I mean,
I think they put a title up that says it's New Mexico.
Oh, okay, because I thought like that was the part of the confusion with the convenience store. Like,
well,
we don't really know where that was.
It is a confusion with the convenience store, but I think when we cut to boy and girl walking, I think they put up. You know, they say that it's the New Mexico desert or whatever, 1956. So I think that is that. So and the woodsmen descend there, so I think maybe the idea is that the convenience store was kind of out of, I don't know, not necessarily located in a particular location, but that they went there to New Mexico. Well, but it does seem like boy and girl were in New Mexico.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think there's anything that contradicts that she could not have been in New Mexico when she was a kid.
Yeah. I mean, not in the show. I think she might have a line in one of the intros about living her whole life in Twin Peaks. However official that stuff is. I mean, the book certainly suggests that she was in Twin Peaks for her, for her childhood and stuff. Grew up there. The book is questionable, and the intros are, as you mentioned, I mean, they're kind of a weird meta thing. They're in terms of the actual show itself. Yeah, I think we can't necessarily, like, I always assumed, because she seems like such a Twin Peaks fixture.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you can't 100% say that she didn't spend some time in New Mexico. It's not out of the question. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, it's weird that that's New Mexico. That's one of the things like throwing me off. I mean, that was weird for Sarah Palmer too. I mean, that's one of the things throwing me off as far as like who that's supposed to be. It seems like, no one obvious that we know comes from New Mexico. So
yeah,
it just throws in this extra difficulty. But yeah, it's definitely semi-plausible. But yeah, I guess the other thing is that I get it. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I was just going to say, like, that bug thing, it came from experiment, but I guess, really we don't know anything about it. We didn't really see anything about what happened after that. So
yeah, and I was just thinking about all this with the girl from the 50s and the bug going in her mouth and Bob and at the time and everyone's talked about this. There's an idea of her being impregnated or something by this entity or something, and what would that create? And I was just thinking, maybe Bob needs a body. We know that Bob ends up being, Frank Silva, right? A humanoid person operating in the world, and he's in the Black Lodge, and he can sort of appear in the real world and stuff like that. But when, from the backstory from part 8 of this season, he comes to Earth as an orb, right? A sort of non-corporeal, sort of entity.
Right.
And so maybe there needs to be a transmutation of that into his later form. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's what's happening with the bug thing. Maybe the girl will get pregnant and birth a person that will grow up to be Bob, basically. Mm-hmm. Something like that.
Okay.
And so basically it will have until basically Bob can have like a body.
Right.
Because I was just thinking, like, when does Bob get a body, basically?
Yeah. I mean, in the orb thing, we already saw his face. Of course, that part of that's just about, like, clear exposition.
Yeah.
But as though, like, that form was already, like, predetermined.
Or is that the face of what's to come, because it's in this embryonic state, and we're seeing like what it will grow up to be or something.
Right. Yeah. Now that's an interesting theory. It seems like the that's a weird one.
I know it's weird to consider like, and I would want to suggest that baby Bob matures into a person super fast or something. I don't really want to think that he had a real childhood
Yeah.
exactly like that. But I don't know. I was just trying to figure out a way where, from what we've seen, it could explain the sort of next incarnation of Bob. And I was just thinking, if it's Sarah or if it's Margaret, who's this girl, it could be that, if she gets pregnant at such a young age, maybe her family like sends her off to
Mm-hmm.
Twin Peaks or something,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or the family moves out of disgrace or something
Right,
because of the
right.
social mores of that thing
Seems
back
like it's a
then. And,
small town there.
hmm
Yeah. 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 That's not impossible.
I'm reaching here. I'm reaching here.
Hey, yeah, yeah. It's hard not to reach with that thing because there's just
Yeah.
not a lot to go on. So anything, you just have to plug something in and see if it works.
Yeah,
Um,
I also feel like, we have three more parts left before it's all over.
yeah,
And I do think they have to come back to the storylines they left off with in part 8.
yeah, I agree.
So I kind of feel like this next part 16, might be the time to do that.
Yeah,
I guess it could be later, but I feel like the one before the very end, the last two parts, I think would be a good time to sort of like give us the rest of that storyline
yeah,
of
I
the
agree.
past. So then we could go into however it relates to the present storyline,
Yeah,
with the last part. So that's kind of my prediction is what we'll see next because I do feel like they have to come back to that. They have to tell us who that girl is, or if the girl doesn't matter, then they have to tell us what that event signified.
right.
Because maybe everybody in the town got a frog in their mouth, or
Right.
maybe everyone in the world, got a frog in their mouth. You know,
Right.
it's we only saw one, but we saw multiple eggs.
Yeah. True. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess yeah. I feel like that it makes me think that yeah, basically those are the two options. Like it has to be either someone we know that we can kind of plug into that and it'll make
Hmm.
sense, or what you're saying, like it ties into some larger phenomenon
Yeah.
that they'll talk about. But it has to be some. I mean, they can't. I say this like I feel like they can't spend like a whole episode, going through like what happened to her. I mean, I guess they could do a couple more scenes, but with such
Hmm.
little time left, it just seems like it's got to be something they can sort of explain quickly.
Yeah.
And so I think those two options seem like the most reasonable ones. Yeah.
Hmm.
If she doesn't matter per se, then yeah, then we have to at least understand what that meant. Like what happened to her? What was that thing? What were they trying to accomplish?
Yeah. Why did we see that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a significant part of part 8 was devoted to that, so it's gotta matter to some extent, right? I
Hmm.
mean, it's not
Please
just
let it
about
matter.
like the woodsmen. Like the woodsmen are crazy and scary, and so is the experiments. Like there's got to be more to it than that.
Maybe now they didn't tell us what the repercussions were of the woodsman coming and putting lulling people to sleep and
Yeah,
having frog bugs go in the mouths.
yeah,
But maybe the idea is that's what's at stake for Twin Peaks. That's what could happen to Twin Peaks if our good guys don't win.
right.
The woodsman will infect this town too. Maybe that's supposed to be the gambit.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. I could see that.
I'm just trying to understand the scene that's going to inevitably have to happen with the good Dale Cooper back from his dugginess,
Mm-hmm.
and Gordon Cole and Albert and probably Diane and maybe
Yeah.
Janie E. But I
Yep.
just who's going to explain the woodsman,
Right.
and who's going to and explain what Mr. C wants, because
Right.
our heroes have to know what the bad guy wants in order to stop
Yeah.
him. And now maybe Mr. C talks, maybe he explains some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe somehow Dale captures Mr. C. And I mean, that's what we really want, right? Is scenes with two Kyle MacLachlans talking to each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
This has to happen.
Definitely.
So maybe that's where we'll get that information from, like what he wants, and classic bad guy monologue where he just sort of says what his goal is and who his allies are,
Right.
and because otherwise, how are we gonna get that information?
Well, yeah. Depending on how much Diane knows, she could be a source of certain things. If it makes sense in the story for her to reveal them.
Diane doesn't know a lot. I'm telling you. I'm betting. I'm betting on Diane. God damn it, Diane Evans! You better not let me down. I swear. Like whether or not there's people are inherently good or inherently evil is gonna come down to what Diane knows. My whole moral landscape is gonna be decided by what they show with her character.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm anxiously awaiting the reason. But
Hmm.
you know me, I've been a Diane, detractor from the beginning. As soon as she got those text messages, I was like, "Oh man, she's
Because
in
you're
on this."
untrusting. You don't trust people. I'm
Sure
trying to give
don't.
her the benefit of the
Nope,
doubt.
none of that. None of that.
She's just lost her way. She's a wayward soul.
It could be, but I don't know. I get the sense that she's in kind of deep. I will acknowledge that she doesn't necessarily know like everything. I
Hmm.
think there are limits there, but I guess I'm just saying like maybe she could be a source of some of the information, so that Mr. C doesn't have to like
Yes.
tell them everything.
I think she might. Maybe it's the two parts. Like the first part is the woodsman, that she might know some of something to
Yeah,
help them out. I don't think she knows really what they're about, but I think she might know a little bit.
yeah. She
And then
didn't
I
seem
think the
totally
second
shocked
part,
by their presence.
yeah, well, yeah, we talked about that.
Hmm.
And I mean, Lieutenant Knox saw one too, right? I mean,
Did she?
it didn't disappear. Like we know it can disappear and people won't see it if it's not there, and it didn't do that. So I'm saying it was in the world, and she
Diane saw it
just
kill a guy, get in a car and kill a guy, though. It's a little extra. I don't know.
well, I'm just
It's an extra
saying,
level.
just in terms of being shocked to see it.
Sure, sure. Yeah, yeah.
Diane's
Uh,
also a very dark character.
mm-hmm.
For some reason, Murdered Mayhem isn't. She's used to that.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I was just thinking the second part would be knowing about Experiment or whatever the
Yeah.
Woodsman's bigger goals are.
Now, some of that stuff could potentially come from the giant as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Because it does seem like he knows about those things, and he in the montage that he showed to Andy. I mean, we did have the Woodsman and Experiment in there.
Mm-hmm.
So hey, I'll just throw it in. Maybe Andy knows something. I
Maybe Andy
mean,
knows something.
he was there and he came out saying stuff about Naito that wasn't clear to me from the images he saw. So it seems like he took away a bit more than,
Mm-hmm.
strictly speaking, we saw in the images. So
Yeah,
I think it's possible that maybe he has some extra things to say about
he
some of
could have
those
some more.
entities.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and then, if Cooper shows up there or whatever, I mean, there's that scene from the beginning, right? Which I'm still holding on to as flash forward, even though it seems like Glastonbury Grove was not. Um, the Richard and Linda thing. If that's still to happen, like it seems possible to me that, you know,
Wait. Uh, don't use pronouns. Say what you said without using pronouns. So
oh,
what are you talking about?
just the first scene in the new series, with
Uh-huh.
the giant and Cooper. Just to say that the idea, if that's a flash forward, the idea would be that Cooper is gonna, go back to that place. Maybe go back's the wrong word. He's gonna go to that place at some point. Um, and perhaps he could find out information that way. That's all I'm
I
saying.
see. I see. Okay.
Since like the Giants, I mean, he's got like video screens and stuff. Like he seems to have some idea of what's going on with those things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I feel like that's in terms of like characters having knowledge, like and also being on the good side.
Yeah.
Seemingly, he seems like one of the more reliable sources.
Yeah, it seems like he needs to team up. The fireman needs to team up with Mike
Yeah,
and like deal get some talking going on or
yeah.
something. Like,
What does he think about Mike? What about Dougie? Like,
hmm
it's weird. He hasn't really expressed an opinion on any of that.
yeah, he actually hasn't tried to help Cooper wake up.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
exactly.
seemingly just been the evolution of the arm and Mike.
Yeah,
Although he's on Cooper's side.
right.
Hmm, it's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird. It's weird. But yeah, I guess just throwing those in as alternatives to the the talking villain syndrome, which we
Yeah.
definitely might get some of that. But it does seem like Mr. C is, um, I guess what I'm imagining is, um, uh, yeah, like he would reveal some of his plans if he's having a confrontation or something. But he
Mm-hmm.
generally doesn't seem that talkative.
No, no.
So there's gonna have to be a specific situation to pull it out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever he, yeah, is trying to do, and what he even knows
Maybe
about any of that stuff. Things like experiment. And the woodsman too. Like, what does he think about them? It's not clear, even though he interacts with them.
yeah, I was just thinking maybe Freddy could interrogate him with his
Oh
green
yeah,
glove and
yeah,
like threaten to hurt him.
it's a good point. Yeah, he's definitely gonna do something with that glove.
He's got
So
to do something. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
All right. So I think we were talking about who is the one under Blue Pine
yeah,
Mountain.
yeah, yeah.
So did we figure that out?
No, of course not.
Okay, good. The one under the moon on Blue Pine Mountain. Yeah.
But I think your theory's a good one that maybe they'll go out there, he'll see the moon, he'll see someone under there and kind of understand, and that's when we'll find out. And maybe he doesn't
Mm-hmm.
even know who it is
Yeah.
at this point. Like that seems plausible to me.
Um. Yeah. What else with this scene? Any other weird lines? I thought it was interesting that Hawk, knowing that she's dying and this is the last time he'll talk to her, um, instead of telling her goodbye, he just says goodnight like he
Right.
usually does.
Right.
I thought that was kind of an interesting touch. And then
Yeah.
he waits till he's hung up to say actually goodbye.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm always like, I guess I always want more sentimentality when I'm watching stuff like this. That because I'm like, they've alluded to this long history that they've had, as friends and confidants and really sort of like soldiers in this war,
Mm-hmm.
the supernatural war that's kind of going on, and so I'm like, there's no like, thank you for all your wisdom, Margaret,
Right.
or I've really enjoyed our talks, or you've been a great friend, just like
Yeah.
more sentimentality with this like situation. I always expect more in these moments, and most times on shows like they don't do it.
Right.
They're just like really cut and dry, and everything is sort of subtext.
Right. Yeah. 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 I mean, I did think like having him call everyone in and having this announcement and like taking a
Mm-hmm.
pause to let it sink in was, somewhat sentimental.
That yeah, yeah,
But I guess it was more for, it was more for the audience and like the show in general to say farewell to the character. And it didn't seem, yeah, it didn't, like Hawk's like personal reaction wasn't really played
yeah.
up at all.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I agree. That would have been nice to get a bit more of that.
Yeah. All right, you want to go to the next scene?
Sure. In the next scene, we go to Audrey and Charlie, and they're just about to go to the roadhouse. They're standing by the door. Audrey notices that Charlie has his coat on. Charlie says yes, because we're going out, so I have my coat on. Audrey doesn't really appreciate this. Charlie threatens to take his coat off. Audrey suddenly sees Charlie as different. And
Uh-oh.
she says, "Who are you, Charlie?"
Oh
So
no.
Charlie finally decides now to take his coat off. And he walks over into the other room, and then Audrey runs and kind of, I don't know what the word is for this. Tackles it? Not tackles, not the right word. Like presses
Yeah,
him
it's a
into the
tackle.
couch. Yeah, she's sort of on top of him. I don't know if choking's the right word, but she's kind of got her hands around his by his neck, and she says,
Neck
"I hate you."
adjacent.
What?
I think she was trying to choke him. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure when I watched it if that was really, or if it was just kind of a
On the shoulders
like,
or
yeah, kind of like pressing him, shaking him or something.
yeah.
I wasn't sure how, if it was like, yeah. Anyway, she does something along those lines and says, "I hate you," and that's where we cut out of here
Mhm.
for another
Mhm.
week of the Audrey and Charlie adventures.
Yeah.
Yeah, the actor who plays Charlie had a tweet that ended with something like, "Will they ever get to the Roadhouse?"
Oh wow. Yeah, I don't think they will. I don't think. I mean, we keep getting there. We keep going there.
We go there so
constantly.
easily. It's like, what's their
Yeah.
problem? I mean, Jesus. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this doesn't really. So, I think the only thing that I get out of this scene that I didn't get from before is maybe a little bit of a suspicion or idea of like Charlie as, um, being engaged in some kind of deception. Like maybe he's someone else than what he says he is. Um, Now, I think it could be as simple as this is some kind of psychological therapy or something, and he's really some kind of therapist, and he's sort of pretending to be her husband in this scenario that they're playing out
Mm-hmm.
for therapeutic reasons. Like maybe that's kind of all it is. I guess the crazier version would be it's a dream and he's some kind of vision, or it's he's some kind of entity in disguise. I mean, that would be the ultimate crazy thing. So I don't know
Oh
how.
God. Charlie takes his face off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you really want to fuck with this? Yeah, so that would be sort of the maximum crazy, and I feel like it could be any of those things. You know, if this is a dream or a coma situation or something like that, I mean, if this isn't in the real world, then there is like a supernatural element here, because it does seem like like she's like tapping into things that are really happening with real names and real events that other people are corroborating. So that's the thing that makes it seem like it's real. But is it like, this doesn't make any sense? But like, could it be that this therapy session is like ripped from the headlines? Like Charlie's like paying attention to town gossip and like incorporating it into their therapy. I mean, that's bizarre. It makes me think like there's some truth to it, and it's being used. I don't know exactly why. Maybe again, just it's still therapy, but it's also real to some extent. There's kind of a
Mm-hmm.
range of things this could be. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of all I can get out of this. There's a connection to the real world, and it's just not clear if that connection is supernatural or normal.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's
Yeah,
my lingering doubt here.
there's a lot of weird lines and words in this scene, and it's weird because, the first scene with Audrey and Charlie where people were like, "Oh, she's dreaming. This
Mm-hmm.
scene's weird," and I'm like, "No, it's just the Twin Peaks scene. There's
Yeah, I
nothing to
didn't
see
think it was that
here."
weird the first
They
time.
keep doubling down, and this
Yeah.
whole idea that she really wants to go somewhere, but she won't actually go there, and
Yeah.
he's willing to do it. He's not holding her back,
Yeah.
and he even says, are you going to talk me to death right here on the threshold?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking Guardian on the Threshold,
Right.
back
Right.
from season 2 when the Major got taken in the woods.
Yeah.
But just this idea that the door is a threshold, like something is beyond,
Yeah.
because like no one ever uses that word,
True.
for I mean that is what it is,
Right.
but that's why it's a great word choice because
Yeah.
it's accurate, but also has a certain connotation for being sort of a barrier or something, to another place. Like I said, like Beetlejuice or something.
Right.
So it does emphasize this idea that she has an issue with crossing the barrier, like
Yeah.
with opening that door, putting her coat on, and walking out.
Yeah.
And yeah, I none of the options of what could be happening here are good. Like none of them make that much sense, and none of them are really that interesting. I mean, anything can, I guess, be made interesting down the line, but like, she's dreaming. That's not interesting. It's a
Yeah.
coma. That's not interesting. It's therapy. That's not interesting. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so, and I don't know what this could be because there's not just like, oh, she's talking about a Billy and, well, yeah, there's a Billy in the real world too. And maybe there's two Billies. Okay. But then, okay, she's talking about a Billy that's missing. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, there's a Billy that's missing in the real world too. Then it's like, okay, she named like 20 people.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's like those 20 people exist in the real
Yeah.
world. It's like, okay. So something's there,
Yeah.
and I feel like yeah, and then they sort of double down here when she starts to call into question, Charlie and who he is and his identity,
Yeah.
and that he's like a different person, and what continues to be contributing to the strangeness is Charlie's reaction,
Yeah.
and where he seems to be normal in sometimes, and then he also seems to sort of be pointed in how he talks to her. So he's like, she's like, when Billy and I go places, he never speaks to me where you do, Charlie, and he goes, yes, I'm Charlie, and he
Mm-hmm.
is Billy, this weird like way of separating their identities,
Right.
and she's like, I like Billy better, and it's like, who is Billy and what does he represent to you? Because
Yeah.
clearly there's something's up here. This isn't a normal, wife is having an affair situation here.
No.
Like,
No.
Charlie's not like that upset
No, not at
that his
all,
wife is
seemingly.
talking about him like that.
Yeah.
And there's this idea of a contract between the two of them,
Right, right.
and and that's the thing. So yeah, so she's questioning his identity, and it's like the closer she's getting to leaving the door, the more she's seeing it's not real or something.
Yeah.
And now her anger is coming out at him. Um, I guess whatever the next scene is will be very important to see how he reacts to her sort of trying to kill him, or at least, attacking him.
Yeah.
Because if he reacts like calmly, I'm gonna think it's, or sort of calmer than normal. I'm gonna think it's on the side of it being some type of therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think even if she's dreaming this, he should sort of behave like you would expect the person to behave.
Yeah.
So that'll be really telling. But I don't know why we're going through this. I don't know why we're seeing this. I mean, again, I think it should line up to whatever the reveal is with Mr. C and
Yeah.
Richard.
Yeah, definitely.
And so
She had a picture of Cooper somewhere that he talked about
mhm,
earlier, and she hasn't at this point, like, aside from the Roadhouse, like, she really hasn't acknowledged anything
mhm.
from the from Twin Peaks, from the people she knew. She hasn't talked about Ben. She hasn't talked about Cooper. Obviously, she hasn't talked about Richard. So, that does make me think like she's blocking things out or something, and it does seem likely that it'll tie into the Richard situation.
Hmm.
That maybe the event with Mr. C has something to do with her potential like psychological issues.
Yeah, it's
She's like blocking them out, or I don't know, some kind of weird coping strategy or something.
well, and the question is, still 25 years
Yeah, it's a bit
later.
much. It's a bit much, but yeah, maybe.
Now, I do wonder if she could be under the spell of whatever weirdness is happening with people in the town.
Right.
So maybe it's some outside force is affecting her and making her act weird. Because she said like, "Oh, the roadhouse, is it far?" And
Mm-hmm.
it's like, where do you think you are?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that was a weird line that threw me because it's just like,
so maybe it's not she's dreaming or in a coma or it's therapy, but she's being strangely affected by whatever's happening in the town.
and also that it's like Ghostwood here. Like
Oh
that was
yeah.
a weird
Oh
line.
wow. Yeah, it's like Ghostwood here. Oh geez. You mean there's pine weasels around?
Yeah, I hope that's what she means. But yeah, I'm gonna go kind of in the Dougie direction here and say that I feel like the next time we see this, we gotta hit a punchline.
Mm-hmm.
They can't keep
I
doing
agree.
this forever. So yeah, there's got to be a turning point.
Yeah, I mean they escalated it to her
Yeah,
being violent, so it can't like just reset back to what it was
yeah,
before. And he's like, okay, let me put my coat on,
right.
and then we get to the car, and it's like, okay, Audrey, turn the car on. Don't tell me
Hmm.
what to do.
Right,
You wanted to
right.
drive. I don't like how you drive, Charlie. Billy's a great driver.
Of course. Great.
Billy doesn't berate me when I drive. All right, Audrey, I'm going back in the house, and the coat's coming off again.
Oh God. Yeah, and it
Yeah,
really makes me
it
want to
can't be
go
that.
back to the fact that if she really had an affair with Billy, if that's not just some weird construct of therapy or a dream or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
it's a weird coincidence that Richard like used his truck, and possibly attacked him.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a weird coincidence? Like I'm stuck on that. Chuck is clearly not Richard, so it seems as though like Richard played no role in the story they told. Um, I guess like in the story they told, as far as like Billy's disappearance, they have no idea uh, why he disappeared or who might have
Mm-hmm.
attacked him or whatever. They know his truck was stolen and so on, but
I mean, it
there's
was
kind of no
probably Richard,
indication.
right? I
Seems
mean,
like the
Richard
most likely
probably
candidate.
beat him up
Yeah,
and said, "Hey, don't you tell anyone I took your truck."
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that seems like
That's
the
like a
most likely
simple
scenario.
thing.
But like, did he know? Is it just a weird coincidence? Like, it seems very strange.
Well, it's weird. We don't even know where Richard left his truck, right?
Right? Yeah.
Because what did Andy say? They found the truck somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, it's so weird.
It is weird. Yeah, and Andy needs to speak up about that too if we're gonna get anywhere on it. Because like that scene's just been it's a little bit in Hawk going to Glastonbury Grove territory where it's just this isolated thing that like never came
Mm-hmm.
up again, and
Mm-hmm.
um, it's just like screaming for a follow up. Uh,
And that's the thing too. Like Chuck was really sorry. Billy was really freaked out when he was talking to Andy, and he's like, "I
yeah,
can't talk about it now."
yeah,
But it's like even the way if you try to the way I'm piecing it together in my head, if so Chuck supposedly stole Billy's truck,
right,
but then Richard ends up with the truck.
right,
Now, why would Billy be afraid to talk to Andy at that point? Because I feel like he wouldn't necessarily even know at that point that Richard stole the truck unless
yeah,
Richard's in the house at that point right then.
right, right, right,
He shows up there
yeah,
because that's what's weird is they have to. So Richard goes, parks the truck somewhere in town. cleans off the front grill
Yeah.
because he's got the blood of the boy he killed, and leaves the truck.
Yeah.
And somehow the police find that truck because
Yeah.
apparently, I guess Billy said his truck was stolen,
Yeah.
so they're looking for it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So then they find the truck, they get the truck back to him, and by the point the truck is back to him, Richard's already there in the house, like
Right.
threatening him not to say anything.
Yeah,
Like that's a little weird.
That seems very weird.
Yeah, so I
Um,
don't. So that's a big question: is why was he afraid to talk at that point?
That's what makes me wonder if Richard knew whose truck it was, in advance, and if he was really having an affair with Audrey, did he know about that? I mean, it makes me want to make that connection, so it
Like
makes a little more sense.
I think I don't have a problem if he knows whose truck it is. Like that's a minor thing for me. Like the question is, how does he get back to Billy's place to threaten him?
Oh well, I guess he used his own car. I mean, he does have a car.
So so his car was wherever he found the truck to begin, or I guess maybe not. So his car was somewhere.
His car was
And
somewhere.
he goes to some location where Billy's truck is, that
Yeah.
truck stole,
Right.
and then he kills the kid and he drives the truck back to maybe where his car was.
Could be. I mean, we didn't.
And then-
I don't know that we really saw that.
No, we
but
didn't see it.
At a certain
yeah.
point, he has a car, so
And then he immediately, or maybe he even drives it back to where Chuck left it. And then
Could be.
he drives his car straight over to Billy's, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, don't you tell anyone I took your truck." Although
Yeah.
at this point, I don't think anybody knows that,
Right.
except for Miriam.
Yeah.
But it's weird to threaten Billy when I don't think Billy would even know that
Right.
necessarily. So
Yeah,
I can't
I
make
agree.
any sense of that. It's not working out.
No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Yeah. It seems like there's potential for connections there, but there's just way too many gaps in terms of like who had the truck when and who knew about what at what point and yeah, basically like what like why would it make any sense? Because I think by the time the police bring the truck, they know that it's been used to hit the kid.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, Chuck's involvement it doesn't really make sense to me. It's yeah. I don't know. I don't get it either. But that it just makes me wonder how are they going to wrap that up, Is this going to be the next like coordinates thing where it just never makes sense? And I just have to give up.
Come on, the coordinates. Come on, making sense. Come on. It seems like it. I feel like we're moving the stories, sort of long past that. I mean, at the best, we'll get what happened to Billy.
Right.
I don't know if we'll get the minutia of what Richard did between the scenes we saw him in when he was trying to get out of town.
Right.
The other idea we talked about was Red somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe trying to find Richard, and he finds the truck, and that leads him to Billy, and then he gets to Billy before Andy does, and that's what happened to him.
Yeah.
So that could all
possible.
be answered if we get the next Red scene. We need at least one more, if not two more Red scenes. So. And this whole thing when he was trying to like get drugs into Twin Peaks, I thought that was going to be a bigger plot.
Yeah, not really. Not really.
I thought that was really going to be a thing.
The extent of that was one scene.
Yeah, one scene a while ago. So
and yeah, now with Richard and the situation he's in, it seems unlikely he's going to return to that plot. It just seems like there's going to be no time to get involved in like a drug dealing scenario. So
yeah.
So I don't think I mean, he might have a confrontation with Red, but I don't think the drug thing is going to be an issue. I mean, maybe it's just to establish a connection between Richard and Red that may come to something later. But yeah, it seems like the drug stuff was just filler, as far as I could tell.
Yeah.
Like it didn't really matter.
Yeah, we still got to figure out, I mean, Red has to figure out sorry, Shelley has to figure out who Red is,
Right? Yeah.
like
Yeah.
we got to get some resolution with that. And
Yep.
is she going to reconcile with Bobby and they're going to, is
Yep.
this, if Steven's dead, does that, does Becky come home and then the
Mm-hmm.
family gets back together or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
That seems like that could definitely happen.
um, yeah, I mean, this isn't really a show where things end up, with a happy ending.
Right.
But I do think there should be some sort of closure on some of these storylines.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
We
Exactly.
got Big Ed and Norma together, so
Mm-hmm.
unless we get like Big Ed has a heart attack like in the
Right.
next episode or
Oh
something, and
God.
it's all going going dark.
Right.
Knock
Right.
on wood.
I mean,
I
I
also
think,
want to.
as you mentioned
Okay.
earlier, I think Cooper's death is certainly a possibility, or at least
Hmm.
Cooper's sort of exit from
Yeah.
the normal world. Um, so I think that I think there's definitely a chance the ending isn't entirely a happy ending, but yeah, it should be some kind of conclusion, and definitely for storylines like that, it seems sort of valid to leave them on a happy note, relatively
Yeah.
speaking.
I wonder if there's some end game where like Cooper is supposed to maybe take over for the fireman or something. Like he's trying to
Mhm.
retire
Right? Yeah,
as
yeah, yeah,
protector of the Earth realm or something,
yeah.
and he and Senorita Nido want. I'm sorry, Senorita Dido.
Please,
Uh,
it's her sister.
yeah, right. Want to go sail off into the purple sea sunset.
Right.
So I wonder if maybe there's something like that. Because I mean, I just
Sure.
imagine
Very
how
lost
awesome it would
ass that
be.
that idea.
Yeah, but imagine how awesome it would be if there was some other character we saw, come to the Black Lodge waiting room and like Cooper was there, to greet
Yep.
him.
Yeah.
That would be really, really powerful.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That seems very likely. I could totally see that happening
Mm-hmm.
as a
Mike
way
wants
to
to retire, or
Yeah.
like, yeah.
have an ending of the show that is satisfying and conclusive, but yeah, not just like. And then Cooper went back to the FBI.
Yeah. And then the Blue Rose Task Force was disbanded because they solved the case.
They're done now.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Man, imagine when Gordon Cole finds out Philip Jeffries is a tea kettle now. He's a what? Gordon, he's a percolating tea kettle. Oh man. Oh man. He always hated tea. Oh man. Wow. I can't. Yeah. I mean, he'll probably never find that out, but I
Yeah.
really wish he would.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Oh man. So anyway, with this Audrey stuff, yeah, it's hard to really know what the weirdest storyline in the show is. There's some obvious ones, but then there's ones like this where, with the Woodsman stuff, you at least know the realm of the craziness they're involved with.
Yeah.
And here you just don't know the boundaries. Is this normal reality? Is it not? Because if this isn't normal reality, it's the first time on the show we've gotten multiple scenes without knowing the context of the reality we're in,
Yeah.
So that's a huge deal.
Definitely.
If she wakes up and he's like, okay, Audrey, our time's up, your therapy for the week is over,
Right.
that'd be weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. But it just seems too weird to just be exactly what it sort of appears to be on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like there's got to be an extra layer there, but there is a range of options, and I agree that it makes it. Um, it's not like uh, it's not like it's more mysterious than a lot of the other storylines, but yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
guess the kind of uncertainty that it has is sort of unique.
Yeah, so now follow me here. I'm going to throw out a crackpot theory. I'm going to say the
Okay.
craziest thing that could possibly happen, right?
Okay.
Which is Charlie puts his coat on.
Mm-hmm.
Audrey put.
It's already the craziest
I
thing.
know, right? Mind blown. Audrey puts her coat on.
Okay.
Then they actually go to the roadhouse,
Yeah.
and that's it.
And that's it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be hilarious.
I
After all
I I,
that.
I have to think that could actually happen
Oh, yeah.
where it just progresses to the roadhouse and we're just left to wonder why it came off so strangely
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
and that they've been in normal reality the whole time.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm thinking is going to happen. I mean,
It
I
could
feel like
be.
that's more likely than she's dreaming or in a coma or it's advanced psychotherapy.
Yeah, yeah.
They just go to the roadhouse, and I guess it's in line with the other idea I said about like she's just being affected by whatever weirdness is happening with the town.
Right.
But just this idea that she's just behaving strangely, and that's it, and we're just gonna go to the roadhouse, and we'll be dealing with some new part of the story.
The one thing that it does make me curious about, though, I mean, if they can really go to the Roadhouse, then a question I would have to ask is, given the fact that Richard is wanted for multiple crimes at this point, and Frank pays Ben Horn a visit about it. There's no
Mm-hmm.
mention of Audrey there. There's no indication that he attempted to contact Audrey. We know Audrey's his mother at this point. He said it.
Mm-hmm.
So that sort of makes me question. I mean, it's not the only questionable thing the Twin Peaks Sheriff Department have done this season, but just that makes me question her status. If it is just a normal situation here, she's just living with Charlie, and they're just gonna go to the Roadhouse. Like, why didn't they contact Audrey? They should
Well, they
let
could
her
know
know.
that Audrey has nothing to do with Richard, like that. It could just be that, yeah, they're estranged or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seemed like he was estranged from Ben to some extent too, but yeah, I mean, maybe
Hmm.
still though, I don't know. It seems like it would be a routine police thing, even if they are
Yeah.
estranged.
Well, I mean, there were some things in that scene with Frank, Truman, and Ben where they didn't say exactly what they knew on both
Mm-hmm.
sides. So you would actually
Yeah.
just have to put that in there too of like, well, why did
True.
they mention Audrey? Well, they didn't
Yeah.
mention other stuff.
True. True. But
But
yeah, I feel like that should have come up. I mean, add it to the
yeah,
list because it's not the only time that's happened. But
normally, yeah, I would totally agree that that's the thing that would normally come up. Well, wait till I tell your mother about this or something,
yeah,
and
it makes me think
um,
there's some kind of special situation here that might, sort of fit with that. But hey,
hmm
not necessarily. But we're about to find
I
out.
just don't know what therapy. Now, listen, this is a show where the first therapist we had was Jacoby, and he
Mm-hmm.
he had some unorthodox therapies that he used.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's the context I'm going to make this statement, which is I don't think there's a therapist around who would pretend to be a patient's husband
Mm-hmm.
for therapeutic reasons.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
so that's why I can't imagine it's that. Even though I could see a scene where like they get out of the door and they drive and it's like Santa Rosa Mental
Mm-hmm.
Hospital or whatever.
Right.
Like we
Yeah.
find out where we are and we get an idea. But him being the husband, like if they hadn't said what their relationship was exactly, I might be more inclined to believe that. But the fact that it's
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm your husband and we signed a contract, whatever that means.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the weirdest answer, which is they just They just push past it.
I love that the
They
weirdest
never.
answer is like the most normal one.
Yeah, exactly. Like the thing they shouldn't do, they just won't address it, and it'll
Right.
just be like, "I'm just weird again."
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go to the roadhouse, and then somebody will say, "Hey, have you seen Richard?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
heard he's in trouble," and she'll go, "What?"
What? Yeah. Yeah. Can't wait.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's. I think that's as far as we can get at this point. Seems
Yeah.
reasonable. All right. So you ready for the next thing here?
Yeah.
Okay. So finally we go to the Roadhouse. Once again, we have the Veils playing there, and Ruby sits at the table. I'm just gonna call it the table because there's only one
Mm-hmm.
table here.
Yeah.
Alone, and then two guys come up and she says she's waiting for someone, and so they just pick her up and set her on the ground. And then she starts crawling on the floor into sort of the like dancing area, I guess, and then she screams. The end.
The end,
Cut
indeed.
to credits. We get to see the Dutchmans over the credits.
Yeah, I want to talk about that credit sequence too. But so with Ruby, yeah, another female character at the
Yep.
booth.
Yep.
And yeah, like I said earlier in the
Millennial.
podcast, clearly a millennial. Um, like I said earlier, I feel like this her screaming is sort of another harbinger of bad things that are coming.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it fits
Um,
in that kind of
yeah,
category.
yeah. I mean, the fact that the guys are like, "I'm just gonna move you from this
Mm-hmm.
booth." Like, did they
Yeah.
not believe that she was waiting for somebody? Like, oh, come on, please. You're not waiting for
Mm-hmm.
anyone. You don't have any friends,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
But they were like, they were like ruffians,
Mm-hmm.
They're like
Yeah.
biker guys
Yeah,
and
given like the Sarah Palmer scene and, generally the way this show has treated women, I was really nervous this was going to go in one of the, in that direction. So I was
Mhm.
really relieved that that's all they did.
Yeah.
It's like, good. I'm glad I don't
It
have to
was
watch
benign,
another
yeah.
scene of abuse. It's very mild. We're just going to set you on the ground.
Hmm.
And really, it's not even really about that. It's about that she's in some kind of really crazy mental state.
Yeah, and was it instigated by them moving her,
Yeah,
or
I'm not
was she sort
sure.
of already ready to
That's what
scream?
I assumed. Um, but yeah, I don't know. She didn't get to. There's no one else there, so she didn't really get to talk about anything. Would she have mentioned any zoo animals? Is any of
Hmm.
that going on? But yeah, is it like vomiting girl? Those kind of things. Just this mounting craziness leading up to some kind of big event that's coming, and she's perceiving it in some way, or it's affecting her in some way.
Hmm.
Um, that's what it seems like. I mean, that's what it makes me want to think. Um, but it's a really short scene, so it's hard to know.
Yeah, and she starts crawling. She starts crying as she starts crawling towards the people,
Yeah.
which I don't know if that means something. Like as she gets closer to people, it gets
Mm-hmm.
worse or something. Like is she trying to make it to the stage? Like I just don't even know what she's doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Not
Uh,
me either.
is it that she's being overlooked or something? No one's helping her up. That's
Mm-hmm.
like making her scream.
My impression is that this scene is pretty much like atmosphere. Like I don't anticipate a lot more with this character, as opposed to just like all the other characters we've seen
Yeah.
sitting there. It seems like kind of a one-off thing. But again, I question like, why does she get a name? I mean, it's like drunk got more lines than she did, and ladies thought addicts. Like, there's a lot of characters that like
Hmm.
get
Why
more
isn't she
lines.
screaming girl or something?
Yeah, it's odd. All the characters who've sat the booth got at least a first name.
Hmm.
So it's just why. I mean, it's a little weird to me.
I feel like The
Those
Booth is like
choices.
some weird miniseries
Yeah,
where there's
yeah.
just like these Booth Twin Peaks Booth characters, which is just like the B stories of the town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think I mean there was the stuff that had to do with Billy, and I guess earlier we kind of had another booth scene with Chuck and Renee when James comes up.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of two booth scenes, and that kind of ties into stuff, and that other one did. The other scene seemed totally disconnected from everything. Abby and Natalie and Trick. And the penguin ladies,
Mm-hmm.
uh, you know, um, uh, that stuff just seems like you're saying, like it's its own little, I don't know, random vignettes from local millennials.
The local millennial Roadhouse show.
Like I was sort of wondering, because coming into the show, I mean, there was some discussion of like, bringing in new characters, bringing in younger characters, and so on. Like it wouldn't just be, the original characters from the show, and that's certainly been true.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the younger characters, I mean, outside of Richard and maybe Becky and Steven, um, and like Ray and Daria, if that kind of counts. Um, they really haven't been major figures at all. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
even the new characters, a lot of them are older. The bigger new characters.
Yeah.
So yeah, it hasn't. I don't know. They haven't done like Twin Peaks: The New Generation. I guess is what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? It hasn't like the high school stuff. The high school.
Yep.
I mean, that was a big thing in the original series. It was a whole part of the show that just to do with the high school kids.
Yep.
And there's been nothing like that in the new series.
Mm-hmm.
Not remotely on that level.
That's the kind of thing that a really lesser show would have done. It would have been
Yeah.
sort of more, like even more like 80s horror movie or something would have been like there's a new class of kids at the high school. They've all heard the urban legend of the murder of Laura Palmer
Yeah.
and they've heard, oh, I heard it was this thing and she was into this thing and oh,
Mm-hmm.
there's some darkness involved and like, and then like those kids would sort of get involved in their
Yeah.
own current mystery because there would be a new murderer or new
Right.
killer at loose or something.
Yeah.
Someone in the school dies, we get another
Yeah.
shot of a girl running through the
Right.
courtyard screaming, like
Right.
it would have been this sort of like real revisiting of the original scenario.
Yeah. Like a reboot kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like Scream,
Right.
like the Scream series does, where
Yeah.
they just kind of reset the original thing.
Yeah.
Or like Final Destination does that too,
Yeah.
Um,
A lot of horror series do that. Yeah.
yeah, it's a trope for the genre.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just thinking that's the thing we didn't get is we didn't even see the high school, right? We haven't even seen the high school the whole time.
No, I mean, I think they've had a couple of reused shots, like they reused the hallway,
Mhm.
and obviously
Oh, we did see the hallway.
Yeah, and the girl screaming, comes from that. But yeah, I don't think they filmed anything new with the high school,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's been very very lightly used. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's not been a thing. There was a reference right in the Jean Michel scene. He talks about some high school girls. I think that's
right.
the closest thing we've had to a high school
Mhm.
reference.
I did think at that time we were gonna get to see those girls or
Mhm.
something, the new Laura and Donna or something
Yeah.
or whatever. Like, yeah, wow,
Seemingly no.
that didn't matter at all. Like,
No.
that's been really surprising. Is all of just
Randomness.
one-off scenes at the Roadhouse
Yeah.
just completely. I mean, there's a couple that have been related, but they're
Yeah.
all related to like this D-level plot line.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
Billy being missing, and Tina and
Right.
Megan and
Yeah.
and Chuck and
Yeah.
and Charlie and Audrey. Did I miss anybody?
I think you covered it pretty much.
Oh man,
Yeah.
jeez. Yeah, there's so many people. But yeah, it's interesting to see, and the millennials, like, they're no one's talking about Facebook.
Right. Right.
Yeah, it's just interesting what they're concerned with, which is some just weirdness.
Yeah.
I hope there's a way where that all makes sense. I hope we get some kind of culmination to all that stuff, and we'll understand, like, because otherwise, what are we watching?
Yeah, I mean the vibe I get from it is kind of like a lot of the missing pieces from Fire Walk with Me.
Hmm.
If you watch a lot of those scenes, I mean, especially the ones that feature original series characters that aren't really in the official version of the movie. They're just like these isolated scenes that don't tie into any larger thing. They're just a quick one-off thing. There's like Pete and Josie talking to Del Mibbler about 2x4s.
Hmm.
Um, it sort of reminds me of that, except we don't even know the characters. So it's
Yeah, and
like,
that's the difference. Is they're characters who aren't connected to other plots.
yeah, yeah. So it's they're just like, but just in terms of being one-off scenes that don't necessarily add up to anything. That's what it seems like. But hey, we have 3 parts to figure it out. So maybe there's some way. But it really, at this point, it looks impossible to me that that's gonna happen.
Hmm.
Uh, I've been wrong before, but
Maybe the doc, maybe Billy shows up at the hospital and the doc is Doc Hayward's there.
mm-hmm,
And I don't know. I'm like, maybe Doc Hayward could be like, well, there's some weird things going on. This girl came in
mm-hmm,
sick, and there's a girl with a rash, and
yeah, yeah,
Billy's been beat up. I don't know. I just want someone who could, like, tie everything together and then say something about it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh man. Well, so this last little scene here at the Dutchman's, the little courtyard here,
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was really interesting. It was cool to come back to this for the credits. But one of the things the most interesting thing about it was at the very end, it switches perspective on that shot, and it reminded me a lot of the Roadhouse scene. I'm sorry, the Double R scene, where we have this long
Oh,
shot of the Double R and
the Bing
everyone,
scene.
the Bing scene, yeah, everyone,
Yeah.
like, having dinner and everything, and then we cut to another perspective of the same shot.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, I don't know, made me think of that for some reason.
Yeah.
That it's very similar to that idea.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means, but just right at the last few frames, they cut to another shot,
Mm-hmm.
which is weird.
It is. That is weird. I didn't even notice that because I was sort of just
Oh shit! I
half
didn't
paying
notice.
attention.
I didn't notice what they cut to, and it's very scary. See if you can find it.
Oh God.
Yeah, look in the very middle of the frame when the credits are
Oh
done.
God.
Yeah.
What are you
So
doing?
for those of you who can't see what we're watching, the woman who's credited as Bosomy woman, who opened the door for Mr. C to Philip Jeffries' room, she's in that shot when the credits are
Yeah.
done and they cut. So that's there you go. That's why
Interesting.
they changed shots. But
Yep.
the fact that she's staring at us,
Yeah.
like
It's kind of scary.
like she knows we're watching her,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's real scary.
Yeah. 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 Wow. You gotta watch to the end of the credits.
Yeah,
Don't miss it. Go check
don't
that
miss it.
out. I definitely didn't. I assumed it was just gonna hold that shot, so I was kind of just half looking at it
Yeah.
when the credits were rolling.
Well, I saw it switch shots, but I did not see her in the middle. I
Yeah.
just started. I'm like, well, let me look and see if there's anything in the frame that's of use. And yeah, there she is,
Yeah,
looking
she's kind of
real
far
scary.
away from where the camera is, but very clearly visible.
Yeah, what a horror shot. I mean,
Definitely a
it's
horror
the
shot.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
really, and it really says something. It makes me think we'll see her again now.
I agree. Yeah, yeah, it seems like that could be a significant character, which is not necessarily something I thought from the what she actually
Yeah,
does.
yeah. Is she
Um,
experiment?
Oh God.
Now I have to ask the question, like, what's up with her now? They made her way more interesting with this final hidden
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah.
Wow, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's meta, her not just being out there, but looking at the camera like
Mm-hmm.
is really scary. It's like
Yeah.
The Ring or something. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
wow,
Definitely.
wow, look at Lynch and Frost.
TV Cyril Pons.
TV Cyril Pons. Yeah, Cyril Pons sounds like a French makeup line. Like Cyril Pons, like face cream or
Right.
something.
Yeah, it does. Definitely.
Before I go to bed, I always use Cyril Pons. My grandmother, my mother, and even me. 3 generations of Cyril Pons women.
Cyril Pons. Pick up some Cyril Pons face
Cyril
cream and
Pons
find department
today.
stores everywhere.
Only the finest. Only the finest. I always loved that line when in commercials when they would say something like that, when they would say available at
Mm-hmm.
fine retailers, whatever. I love that idea because it basically means that if whatever place you find this at is now a fine retailer.
Yep. Yep.
And that's how you can know it's a fine retailer. It's such a
Yeah.
great line.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of automatically complimenting any
Yep.
place that carries their stuff.
Any place that carries it, they're elevating it. Yeah, it's great. So you can go, wait, is this place a fine retailer? Oh, well, they have Cyril Pons.
There it is. That
It
answers the question.
Yeah. Oh, man. So, all right. Well, another Whirlwind episode. This is a pretty long podcast. Thanks for hanging out with us through all of this craziness.
So much to go through, and this is only the third to last week here.
Yeah, I don't think this is where I thought we'd be by this point, which is nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, we're 3 parts from the end, and who's figured out anything? Like, no
Right.
one's really figured out much.
No. There's a lot of weird theories flying around, but it's not,
Mm-hmm.
it's not clear. There's certain elements that people have, but as
It's
far
almost-
as the larger direction.
It's almost like nothing's happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think about it, like for the big plot lines with Mr. C and Cooper
Yeah.
and the sheriffs, like the big thing has just been Naito showing up the first day of the Major's message,
Yeah.
right? Cooper becoming Dougie, which was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Like a lot of the other plot has been like these middling events.
Mr. C trying to get the coordinates.
Well, but that's what I was gonna say. But it's all these middling events that don't even matter. Like he did a lot of stuff. He still doesn't have the coordinates.
Right.
All the stuff he did.
Yeah.
He doesn't even seem to care that much.
Well, no. Ray did give him the coordinates.
Oh, that's right. He did get the coordinates from Ray. Oh, I forgot about that. I'm sorry. I was still thinking he needed Root's arm to get the.
Yeah. It was just hitting me because I was like, Diane has him, but she didn't send him, and like that's kind of a weird element.
Because she's a good guy.
That's kind of what I was. Yeah, right. That's kind of what I was asking about. Back when that happened, like, because Ray does call into question whether they're real or not, but he has something that could be the coordinates. But there's no comment on that, and he's kind of moved on to Judy. So, it's a little weird. But yeah, I think I kind of forgot earlier when we did that scene that Ray did give him something as far as the coordinates go.
That's right. Because he was like, "Oh, how do you know I think give you the right ones? Here's the right ones."
Yeah. Well, there you go. So maybe that's the thing. He got the coordinates, and now he had to go confront Jeffries. And I don't know. He for whatever reason he thinks Judy has something to do with all of this.
Oh no. Yeah. Now it's about Judy.
And now it's about Judy.
It's all about Judy. We're not going to talk about
But I
Jody.
take your larger point that, outside of those things, where we've had, I mean, and, you can summarize the movement of the plot fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a lot of mysterious happenings, a lot of weird stuff, but yeah, not, there's been a lot of stasis, I guess,
Yeah.
in a lot of these plot lines. We talked about the Audrey thing, Jerry Horn, Nadine. A lot of those were just kind of like sitting in one place for a long time before anything happened, or
Mm-hmm.
still hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it's almost like there were 9 parts worth
Mm-hmm.
of story, and they
Yeah,
stretched it out to
it
18.
is. It's almost like that.
It's almost like that, but that's not what happened.
Yeah, a bunch of people tried to kill Dougie but failed, but that does feel like filler,
Yep.
basically.
Yep.
To like
Killer
kill the
filler.
time. Yeah, killer filler. Exactly. All killer that's still filler.
Still filler. No killer. Yeah, wow. Yeah, there's been a lot that's happened yet seemingly
I mean, there's a ton of mysteries.
they've all been like, yeah, these loose ends and parts of stories, but haven't really culminated into like really setting these characters up for whatever the big battle is at the end.
Yeah.
Which I guess it'll just be like the end of season 2, where they just. I mean, there was a bit more there with the Owl Cave map and trying to
hmm
decipher that, and Wyndham Earl,
It
and
was similar in the sense of like Wyndham Earl sitting in his cabin for like 10 episodes
yeah,
before anything
like
really
plotting away,
happens.
and yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense. But I was gonna say, yeah, even at the end of season 2, they did, once the story got going, they kind of just stumbled into it. There
Yeah.
wasn't like Cooper didn't know like everything he needed to know before he went to try to go rescue Annie. It was just kind of
Right.
like, oh, I gotta go get her.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, happens. I
I'm
hope
just
I don't
gonna
get
go.
stuck in here for 25 years. Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
yeah. Oops.
Oops. Oops, indeed.
Yeah.
I would love it though if I don't necessarily want Wyndham Earl back on the show as like a villain, but I would love it if we get to the Black Lodge and there's some weirdness. There's got to be more weirdness with the Black Lodge that we get before the
Oh,
show's
yeah.
over, and it would be
Definitely.
great to see Wyndham Earl there somehow. To just know that he's still stuck there or something.
Yeah.
Like if they could get that actor and shoot something
Yeah.
or use some old footage or something weird like that.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? I mean, I would try to make more predictions of what's going to happen, but I know nothing.
Yeah, me either. And if we haven't said it by now, I give up.
Fair enough. All right. Well, thanks for listening, everybody. We'll be back next time with episode part 16, I should say.
Yep. Sounds good. See you then.
Thanks. Take it easy.
All right. Bye.